Terminal Compromise, Part 1 by Winn Schwartau. Chapter 1. August 4 years ago. National Security Agency, Fort George S. Meade, Maryland. Thousands of disk drives spun rapidly at over 3,600 RPM. The massive computer room C-12, gently whirred and droned with a life of its own. The sublime light blue walls and specially fitted blue tint light bulbs added a calming influence to the constant urgency that drove the computer operators who pushed buttons, changed tapes, and stared at the dozens of amber screens on the computers. Racks upon racks of foreboding electronic equipment rung the walls of room C-12 with arrays of tape drives interspersed. Rats' nests of wire and cable crept along the floor and in and out of the control centers for the hundreds of millions of dollars of the most sophisticated computers in the world. Only 5 years ago, computing power of this magnitude now fit in a room the size of an average house would have filled the Pentagon. All of this power for one man. Miles Foster was locked in a room without windows. It contained a table, 4 chairs, and he was sure a couple of cameras and microphones. He had been held for at least 6 hours, maybe more. They had taken his watch to distort his time perception. Within 2 minutes of the time, Miles Foster announced his resignations as a communications expert with the National Security Agency S-Group. His office was sealed and guarded by an armed Marine. His computer was disconnected, and he was escorted to a debriefing room where he had sporadically answered questions asked by several different internal affairs security officers. While Miles Foster was under virtual house arrest, not the preferred term, but an accurate one, the agency went to work. From C-12, a group of IAS officers began to accumulate information about Miles Foster from a vast array of computer memory banks. They could dial up any major computer system within the United States and most around the world. The purpose, ostensibly, of having such power was to centralize and make more efficient security checks on government employees, defense contractors, and others who might have an impact on the country's national security. But it had other purposes too. Computer room C-12 is classified above top secret, its very existence denied by the NSA, the National Security Agency, and unknown to all but a very few of the nation's top policymakers. Congress knows nothing of it, and the president was only told after it had been completed, funded by a non-line item accountable budget. Computer room C-12 is one of only 2 electronic doors into the national database, a digital repository containing the sum total knowledge and working profiles of every man, woman, and child in the United States. The other secret door that guards America's privacy is deep within the bowels of the Pentagon. From C-12, IAS accessed every bank record in the country in Miles's name, social security number, or in that of his immediate family. Savings, checking, CDs. They had printouts within seconds of all of their last year's credit card activity. They pulled 3 years' tax records from the IRS, medical records from the National Medical Database, which connects hospitals nationwide, travel records from American carriers, customs checks, video rental history, telephone records, stock purchases. Anything that any computer ever knew about Miles Foster was printed and put into 11.6 thick files within 2 hours of the request from the DIR-NSA, Director, National Security Agency. Internal Affairs was looking for some clue as to why a successful and highly talented analyst like Miles Foster would so abruptly resign a senior analyst position. While Miles was more than willing to tell them his feelings and the real reasons behind his resignation, they wanted to make sure that there weren't a few little details he wasn't telling them, like perhaps gambling debts, women on the side, he was single, or women on the wrong side, overextended financial obligations, anything unusual. Had he suddenly come into money? And if he did, where did he get it? Blackmail was considered a very real possibility when unexpected personnel changes occur. The files vindicated Miles Foster of any obvious financial anomalies. Not that he knew he needed vindication. He owned a Potomac condominium in D.C., a 20 minutes against traffic commute to Fort Meade, where he had worked for years, almost his entire profane cyano life. He traveled some, Caribbean cruises, nothing ostentatious but in style, had a reasonable savings account, only used 2 credit cards, and he owed no one anything significant. There was nothing unusual about his file at all, unless you think that living within one's means is odd. Miles Foster knew how to make the most out of $1. Miles Foster was clean. The walls of his drab 12-foot square prison room were a dirty shade of government gray. There was an old map on the wall, and Miles noticed that the gray paint behind it was 7 shades lighter than the surrounding paint. 2 of the 4 fluorescent bulbs were out, hiding some of the peeling paint on the ceiling. Against one wall was a row of file cabinets with large iron bars behind the drawer handles, ensuring that no one was getting into those files with permission. Also prominent on each file cabinet was a tissue box-sized padlock. Miles was alone again. When the IAS people questioned him, they were hard on him, very hard, but most of the time he was alone. Miles paced the room during the prolonged waits. He poked here and there, under this, over that. He found the clean paint behind the map and smirked. When the IAS men returned, they found Miles stretching and exercising his svelte 5'9" physique to help relieve the boredom. He was 165 pounds and in excellent for almost 40. Miles wasn't a fitness nut, but he enjoyed the results of staying in shape. Women, lots of women. He had a lightly tanned Mediterranean skin, dark, almost black wavy hair on the longish side, but immaculately styled. His demeanor dripped elegance, even when he wore torn jeans, and he knew it. It was merely another personal asset that Miles had learned how to use to his best advantage. Miles was regularly proofed. He had a face that would permit him to assume any age from 20 to 40, but given his borderline arrogance, he called it aloofness. Most considered him the younger. Nonetheless, women of all ages went for it. One peculiar trait made women and girls find Miles irresistible. He had an eerie but conscious muscular control over his dimples. If he were angry, a frown could mean any number of things depending upon how he twitched his dimples. A frown could mean, "I'm real angry, seriously," or "I'm just giving you shit," or "You bore me, go away," or more to Miles' purpose, "You're gorgeous, I want to fuck your brains out." His dimples could pout with a smile, grin with a sneer, emphasize a question. They could accent and augment his mood at will. But now, he was severely bored, getting even more disgusted with the entire process. The IAS wasn't going to find anything. He had made sure of that. After all, he was the computer expert. Miles heard the sole door to the room unlock. It was a heavy, I doubt an axe could even get through this door. The 4th IES man to question Miles entered the room as the door was relocked from the other side. "So, tell us again, why did you quit?" The IS man abruptly blurted out, even before sitting in one of the old World War II vintage chairs by the wooden table. "I've told you 100 times, and you have it on tape 100 times." The disgust in his voice was obvious and intended. "I really don't want to go through it again." "Tough shit, I want to hear it, you haven't told me yet." This guy was tougher, Miles thought. "What are you looking for? For God's sake, what do you want me to say? You want a lie that you like better? Tell me what it is, and I'll give it back to you, word for word. Is that what you want?" Miles gave away something. He showed for the first time real anger. The intellect in Miles saw what the emotion was doing, so his brain quickly secreted a complex string of amino acids to calm him down. Miles decided that he should go back to the naive, "What did I do?" image and stick to the plan. He put his head in his hands and leaned forward for a second. He gently shook and looked up sideways. He was very convincing. The IAS man thought that Miles might be weakening. "I want the fucking truth," the IAS man bellowed, "and I want it now." Miles sighed. He was tired and wanted a cigarette so bad he could shit, and that pleasure too he was being denied. But he had prepared himself for this eventuality, serious interrogation. "Okay, okay," Miles feigned resignation. He paused for another heavy sigh. "I quit 'cause I got sick of the shit. Pure and simple. I like my work. I don't like the bureaucracy that goes with it. That's it. After over 10 years here, I expected some sort of recognition other than a cost of living increase like every other G12. I want to go private where I'll be appreciated. Maybe even make some money." The IS man didn't look convinced. "What single event made you quit? Why this morning and not yesterday, or tomorrow, or the next day, or next week? Why today?" The IAS man blew smoke at Miles to annoy him and exaggerate the withdrawal symptoms. Miles was exhausted and edgy. "Like I said, I got back another 'don't call us, we'll call you' response on my public-private key scheme. They said, 'not yet practical,' and set it up for another review in 18 months. That was it. Finis. The end. The proverbial straw that you've been looking for. Is that what you want?" Miles tried desperately to minimize any display of arrogance as he looked at the IAS man. "What do you hope to do in the private sector? Most of your work is classified." The IAS man remained cool and unflustered. "Plenty of defense guys who do crypto and need a good comm guy. I think the military call it the revolving door." Miles's dimpled smugness did not sit well with IAS. "Yeah, you'll probably go to work for your WAP friends in Sicily," the IAS man sarcastically accused. "Hey, you already know about that." That royally pissed off Miles. He didn't appreciate any dispersion on his heritage. Their relatives, that's it. Holidays, food, turkey, ham, and a bunch of booze. And besides, Miles paused and smiled. There's no such thing as the mafia. By early evening they let him relieve himself and then finally leave the fort. He was given 15 minutes to collect his personal items under guard and then escorted to the front gate. All identification was removed and his files were transferred into the monitor section, where they would sit for at least 1 year. The IS people had finally satisfied themselves that Miles Foster was a dissatisfied, underpaid government employee who had had enough of the immobility and rigidity of a giant bureaucratic machine that moves at a snail's pace. Miles smiled at the end of the interrogation. "Just like I said," he thought, "just like I said." There was no record in his psychological profiles. Those from the agency shrinks that suggested Miles meant anything other than what he claimed. "Let him go," they said. "Let him go." Nowhere in the records did it show how much he hated his stupid bosses, the bungling bureaucratic behemoths who didn't have the first idea of what he and his type did. Nowhere did Miles's frustration and resultant build-up of resentment and anger show up in any file or on any chart or graph. His strong, almost overbearing ego and overdeveloped sense of worth and importance were relegated to a personality quirk common to super bright, ambitious engineering types. It fit the profile. Nowhere either was it mentioned that in years at NSA, Miles Foster had submitted over 30 unsolicited proposals for changes in cryptographic and communications techniques to improve the security of the United States. Nowhere did it say they were all turned down, tabled, ignored. At one point or another, Miles had to snap. The rejection of proposal number 34 gave Miles the perfect reason to quit. Miles Foster looked 100% Italian despite the fact his father was a pure Irishman. "Stupido, stupido," his grandmother would say while slamming the palm of her hand into forehead. She was not exactly fond of her daughter marrying outside family, but it was a good marriage, 3 great kids, or as good as kids get, and Grandmama tolerated the relationship. Miles, the oldest, was only 7 when his father got killed as a bystander at a supermarket robbery. Mario Dante, his homosexual uncle who worked in some undefined, never mentioned capacity for a Vegas casino, assumed the paternal role in raising Miles. With 2 sisters, a mother and aunt and a grandmother all living under the same roof with Miles, any male companionship, role model if you will, was acceptable. Mario kept the family honor, keeping his sexual proclivities secret until Miles turned 18. Upon hearing, Miles commented, "Yeah, so, everyone knows Uncle Mario's a fag. Big deal. Mario was a big important guy, and he did business. Grown-up business. That was all Miles was supposed to know. When Miles was 13, Mario thought it would be a good idea for him to become a man. Only 60 miles from Las Vegas lived the country's only legal brothels. Very convenient. Miles wasn't going to fool around with any of that street garbage. Convention girls. Miles should go first class the first time. Pahrump, Nevada is home to the only legalized prostitution in the United States. Mario drove fast. Miles figured about 130 miles per hour on west in his red Ferrari on Highway 10, heading west from Vegas. Mario was drinking Glenfiddich, neat, and he steered with only one hand, hardly looking at the road. The inevitable occurred. Gaining on them was a Nevada state trooper. The flashing lights and siren reminded Mario to slow down and pull over. He grinned, sipped his drink, and Miles worried. Speeding was against the law, so was drinking and driving. The police officer walked over to the driver's side of the Ferrari. Uncle Mario lowered the window to let the officer lean into the car. As the trooper bent over to look inside the flashy low-slung import, Mario pulled out a handgun from under the seat and stuck it into the cop's face. Mario started yelling. "Listen, asshole, I wasn't speeding. Was I? I don't want nothing to go on my insurance. I got a good driving record, you know." Mario was crazy. Miles had several strong urges to severely contract his sphincter muscles. "No, sir, I wanted to give you a good citizenship citation for your contributions to the public good." The cop laughed in Uncle Mario's face. "Good to see you still got a sense of humor." Uncle Mario laughed and put the gun back in his shoulder holster. Miles stared, dumbfounded, still squeezing his butt cheeks tight. Paysan, where you going so fired up? You know the limit's a 110? They both guffawed. "Here," Mario pointed at Miles. "'Bout time the kid took a ride around the world, you know what I mean." Miles wasn't sure what he meant, but he was sure it had to do with where he was going to lose his virginity. Uptown. Hey kid, ask for Michelle and take 2 from column B, then do it once for me. Even though they weren't, to a 13-year male Italian virgin, Mario and the cop were making fun of him. "I remember my first time. It was in a pickup truck, out in the desert. Went for fucking ever. Know what I mean?" The cop winked at Miles, who was humiliated. To Miles's relief, Mario finally gave the cop an envelope while being teasingly reprimanded. "Hey, Mario, take it a little easy out here, will ya? At least on my watch, huh?" "Yeah, sure, no problem. Ciao." Ciao. They were off again, doing over 100 mile-pounds or wams and seconds. The rest of the evening went as planned. Miles thanked his uncle in a way that brought tears to Mario's eyes. Miles said, "You know, Uncle Mario, when I grow up, I want to be just like you." "He's just a boy, Mario. How could you?" Miles's mother did not react favorably to the news of her son's manhood. She was trying to protect him from the influence of her relatives. Miles was gauged near genius, with a pronounced aptitude for mathematics, and she didn't want his life to go to waste. His mother had married outside of the family. The organized crime culture, the life one inherits so easily. She loved her family, knew that they dealt in gambling, some drugs, an occasional rough-up of an opponent, but preferred to ignore it. She married a man she loved, not one picked for he, but had lost him 6 years before. They could not have her son. Her wishes were respected in the memory of Miles' father, and also because it wasn't worth having a crazed Sicilian woman ranting and raving all about. But Miles was delectable bait to the family. His mathematical wizardry could assist greatly in gaming operations, figure the odds, new angles, keep the dollars in the house's favor despite all advertising claims to the contrary. But there was respect and honor in their promise to his mother. Hands off was the rule that came all the way from the top. He was protected. Miles was titillated with the attention, but he still listened to his mother. She came before all others. With no father, she became a little of both, and despite anyone's attempts, Miles knew about Mario. Miles was such a subject of adoration by his mother, aunt, and grandmother, siblings aside, that Miles came to expect the same treatment from everyone. Especially women. They praised him so. He always got top honors, the best grades, that he came to require the attention and approval. Living with 5 women and a gay uncle for 11 years had its effect. Miles was incredibly heterosexual, not anti-gay at all. Not at all. But he had absolutely no interest in men. He adored women, largely because of his mother. He put women on pedestals and treated them like queens. Even on a beer budget, Miles could convince his lady that they were sailing the Caribbean while baking in the desert suburbs of Las Vegas. Women succumbed, willingly, to Miles' slightest advance. He craved the approval and worked long and hard to perfect his technique. Miles Foster was soon an expert. His mother never openly disapproved, which Miles took as approval. By the time Miles went off to college, study advanced mathematics, and get a degree, he had shattered half of the teenage hearts within 50 miles of Vegas. Plus, the admiration from his female family had allowed him to convince himself that he was going to change the world. He was the single most important person that could have an effect on civilization. Invincible. Can do no wrong. Miles was the end-all to be-all. If Miles said it, it must be so, and he bought into the program. What his mother or girlfriends called self-confidence, others called conceit and arrogance, even obnoxious. His third love, after his mother and himself, was mathematics. He believed in mathematics as the answer to every problem. All questions can be reduced to formulas and symbols. Then, once you have them on a piece of paper or in a computer, the answer will appear. His master's thesis was on that very subject. It was a brilliant soliloquy on the reducibility of any multidimensional condition to a defined set of measured properties. He postulated that all phenomenon was discrete in nature and none were continuous. Given that arguable position, he was able to develop a set of mathematical tools that would permit dissection of a problem into much smaller pieces. Once in manageable sizes, the problem would be worked out piece by piece until the pieces were reassembled as the answer. It was a tool that had very definite uses in the government. He was recruited by the government in 1976. They wanted him to put his ingenious techniques to good use. The National Security Agency painted an idyllic picture of the ultimate job for a mathematician, the biggest, fastest, and best computers in the world at your fingertips. Always the newest and the best. Whatever you need, it'll be there. And that's a promise. Super secret, important work. Oh, how his mother would be proud. Miles accepted, but they never told him the complete truth. Not that they lied, of course. However, they never bothered to tell him that because of his family background, guilt by association if you wish, his career would be severely limited. Miles made it to senior analyst and his family was proud, but he never told them that over 40% of the staff in his area were senior analysts. It was a high-tech desk job that required his particular skills as a mathematician. The NSA got from Miles what they wanted. His mathematical tools modified to work for government security projects. For a couple of years, Miles happily complied, then he got itchy to work on other projects. After all, he had come up with the idea in the first place. It was time he came up with another. Time to move on. In typical bureaucratic manner, the only way to get something new done is to write a proposal, enlist support, and try to push it through committee. Everyone made proposals. You not only needed a good idea for a good project, good enough to justify the use of $8 billion worth of computers, but you needed the connect tie-ins and assistance of others. You scratch mine, I'll scratch yours. During his tenure at NSA, Miles attempted to institute various programs, procedures, new mathematical modes that might be useful. While technically his concepts were superior, his arrogance, his better than everyone, my shit doesn't stink attitude proved to be an insurmountable political obstacle. He was unable to ever garner much support for his proposals. Thus, not one of them was ever taken seriously, which compounded the problem and reinforced Miles' increasingly sour attitude towards his employer. However, with Dimples in command, Miles successfully masked his disdain. To all appearance, he acceded to the demands of the job. But off the job, Miles Foster was a completely different person. The telephone warbled on the desk of the IAS department chief. The digital readout on the phone told him that it was an internal call, not from outside the building, but he didn't recognize the number. Investigations, the chief answered. This is Jacobs. We're checking up on Foster. Yes, sir. During essay? Guy were essay? Calling here? Is he gone? Yes, sir. Anything? No, sir. Good. Close the file. Centerge. Close it. Forever. September 4 years ago, Georgetown, Washington, D.C. Miles Foster set up shop in Washington, D.C. as a communications security consultant. He and half of those who lived within driving distance of the Capitol were known as Beltway Bandits, a simultaneously endearing and self-deprecating title given to those who make their living selling products or services to the federal government. Miles was ex-NSA and that was always impressive to potential clients. He let it be known that his services would now be available to the private sector at the going rates. As part of the revolving door, from government to industry, Miles's value would decrease with time, so he needed to get a few clients quickly. The day you leave public service, all of your knowledge is current and therefore valuable, especially to companies who want to sell widgets to the government. As the days and months wear on, new policies, new people, new arrangements and confederacies are in place. Washington's transient nature is probably no more evident than through the political circle where everyone is aware of whom is talking to whom and about what. This Miles knew, so he stuck out his tentacles to maximize his saleability. He restructured his dating habits. Normally, Miles would date women whom he knew he could fuck. He kept track of their menstrual cycles to make sure they wouldn't waste his time. If he thought a particular female had extraordinary oral sex skills, he would make sure to seduce when she had her period. Increase the odds of good blowjob. Now, though, Miles restricted his dating, temporarily, to those who could help start his career in the private sector. Fuck the secretary to get to the boss, he bragged unabashedly. Miles dragged himself to many of the social functions that grease the wheels of motion in Washington. The elaborate affairs, often at the expense of government contractors and lobbyists, were a highly visible yet totally legal way to schmooze and booze with the influentia in the nation's capital. The better parties, the ones for generals, for movers and for shakers, for dignitaries and others of immediate importance, are graced with a generous sprinkling of strikingly beautiful women. They are paid for by the host for the pleasure of their guests. The Washington culture requires that such services are discreetly handled. Expense reports and billings of that nature therefore cite French caterers, CT, temps, formal rentals, and countless other harmless, inoffensive, and misleading-sounding company names. Missile Defense Systems, Inc. held one of the better parties in an elegant old two-story brick Georgetown home. The building was a former embassy, which had been discarded long ago by its owners in favor of a neo-modern structure on Reservoir Road. The house was appointed with a strikingly southern antebellum flair, but tastefully done, not overly decorated. The furniture was modern, comfortable, meant to be and used enjoyed, yet well suited to the classic. Formality. The hot September night was punctuated with an occasional breeze. The breaths of relief from Washington's muggy, swamp-like summer air were welcomed by those braving the heat in the manicured gardens outside, rather than the refreshing luxury of the air-conditioned indoors. It was a straight cocktail party, a stand-up affair, with 100 or so Pentagon types attending. It began at 7, and unless tradition was broken, it would be over by 10 as the last of the girls finds her way into a waiting black limousine with her partner for the night. Straight politics, Miles thought. 9:30 neared, and Miles felt he had accomplished most of what he had set out to do: meet people, sell himself, play the game, talk the line, do the shtick. He hadn't, though, yet figured out how he was going to get laid tonight. As he sipped his third Glenfiddich on the rocks, he spotted a woman whom he hadn't seen that evening. Maybe she had just arrived. Maybe she was leftovers. Well, it was getting late, and he shouldn't let a woman go to waste, so let's see what she looks like from the front. She looked aimlessly through the French doors at the backyard flora. Miles sauntered over to her and introduced himself. "Hi, I'm Miles Foster." He grinned wide, dimples in force as she turned toward him. She was gorgeous, stunning even. About an inch taller than Miles, she wore her shimmering auburn hair shoulder length. Angelic, he thought. Perfectly formed full lips and statuesque cheekbones underscored her sweetly intense brown eyes. Miles went to work, and by 10 p.m. he and Stephanie Perkins were on their way to Deja Vu on 22nd and M Street for drinks and dance. By 10:30 he had nicknamed her Perky because her breast stood at constant attention. By 11:30 they were on their way to Miles's apartment. At 2 a.m. Miles was quite satisfied with himself. So was Perky. His technique was perfect, never a complaint. Growing up in a houseful without men taught Miles what women wanted. He learned how to give it to them, just the way they liked it. The weekend together was heaven in bed, playing, making love, giggling, ordering in Chinese and pizza. Playing more, watching I Love Lucy reruns, drinking champagne, and making love. Miles bounced quarters on her taut stomach and cracked eggs on her exquisitely tight derriere. By Sunday morning, Miles found that he actually liked Stephanie. It wasn't that he didn't like his other women, he did. It was just, well, this one was different. He really liked her. A very strange feeling for Miles Foster. "Miles?" Stephanie asked during another period of blissful afterglow. She snuggled up against him closer. "Yeah?" he responded by squeezing her buttocks. His eyes were still closed. "In a minute, stud, yes." She looked up reassuringly at him. "Miles, would you work for anyone?" She kissed his chest. "What do you mean?" he asked in return. He wasn't in the mood for shop talk. Like, say, a foreigner, not an American company. Would you work for them? Huh? Miles looked down inquisitively. Foreigner? I guess so. Why do you ask? He sounded a tad concerned. Oh, no reason. She rubbed him between his legs. Just curious. I thought you were a consultant, and consultants work for anyone who can pay. That's all. I am, and I will, but so what? He relaxed as Stephanie's hands got the desired result. Well, she stroked him rhythmically. I know some people that could use you. They're not American, that's all. I didn't know if you cared. No, I don't care, he sighed. It's all the same to me. Unless they're commies. My former employer would definitely frown on that. Would you mind if I called them and maybe you two can get together? She didn't miss a beat. No, go ahead, call them. Anything you want, but can we talk about this later? Miles begged. Miles felt very much uninformed on his way to the Baltimore-Washington airport. He knew that he was being flown to Tokyo, Japan, first class, by a mystery man who had prepaid him $10,000 for a 1-hour meeting. Not a bad start, he thought. His reputation obviously preceded him. Stephanie was hired to recruit him, that was obvious, and that bothered Miles. He was being used. Wasn't he? Or had he seduced her and the trip was a bonus? He still liked Stephanie, just not as much as before. It never occurred to Miles, not for a second, that Stephanie might not have liked him. At JFK in New York, Miles connected to the 20-hour flight to Tokyo through Anchorage, Alaska. He had a brief concern that this was the same route that KL Flight 007 had taken in 1983 before it was shot down by the Soviets, but he was flying an American carrier with a 4-digit flight number. He allowed that thought to remove any traces of worry. The flight was a couple of hours out of New York when one of the flight attendants came up to him. "Mr. Foster?" "Yes?" He looked up from the New York City Times he was reading. "I believe you dropped this." She handed Miles a large sealed envelope. His name had been written across the front with a large black marker. "Thank you," said Miles. He took it gratefully. When she left, he opened the strange envelope. It wasn't his. Inside, there was a single sheet of paper. Miles read it. "Mr. Foster, welcome to Japan. You will be met at the Narita airport by my driver and car. They are at your disposal. W. will meet in my office at 888 100 Mesday, September 23. All arrangements have been made for your pleasures. Respectfully, Taki Homosoto." The name meant nothing to him, so he forgot about it. He had more important things to do. His membership in the Mile High Club was in jeopardy. He had not yet made it with a female flight attendant. They landed 18 hours and 1 day later in Tokyo. Miles was now a member in good standing. Thursday, September 3rd, Dallas-Fort Worth International Airport, DFW. This is American 1137, heading 125 at 3500. Roger, American 1137, got you loud and green. Maintain 125, full circle 40 miles, then 215 for 40. Traffic, Dallas. Heavy. Weather's been strong. On again, off again. Piled up pretty good. Shears, none so far. You're a 37, you carry a shear monitor, you got it made. Have to babysit some 0s and 27s, maybe a while. Roger, Dallas, 125-40, 215-40, maintaining 12.5. Roger, 1137. The control tower at DFW Airport was busier than normal. The dozen or so large green radar screens glowed eerily and made the air traffic controllers appear pallid under the haunting light emitted from around the consoles. Severe weather patterns. Afternoon Texas thunderstorms had intermittently closed the airport, forcing planes to hold in a 120-mile pattern over Dallas and Fort Worth. Many of the tower crew had been at their stations for 2 hours past their normal quitting time, due to street traffic delays and highway pileups that had kept shift replacements from arriving on time. Planes were late coming in, late departing. Connections were being missed. Tensions were high on the ground and in the air by both the airline personnel and travelers alike. It was a chaotic day at Dallas-Fort Worth International Airport. "Chad?" "Murray," said Paul Gatwick, the newest and youngest and least burned out of the day shift flight controllers. Shift supervisor Chad Phillips came right over. "What you got?" he asked, looking at the radar screen. "See these 3 bogies?" Paul pointed at 3 spots with his finger. "Bogies? What are those symbols?" "They just appeared, out of nowhere. I don't think they're there. And over here," he pointed, "that was Delta 210. It's gone." Paul spoke calmly in the professional manner he was trained. He looked up at Chad, awaiting instructions. "Mike," Chad said to the controller seated next to Paul. "Switch and copy 14, please. Fast." Chad looked over to Mike's screen and saw the same pattern. "Paul, run a level 2 diagnostic. What was the delta pattern? Same as the other circle. He's at 45 doing a 90 round. Tell him to hold and verify onboard transponder. Chad spoke rapidly and his authority wasn't questioned. Mike, see if we can get any visuals on the bogies. They might be a bounce. Chad took charge and, especially in this weather, was concerned with safety. First in schedules last. In less than a minute he had verified that Delta 210 was not on any screen. 3 other ghost planes meandered through the airspace, and that their equipment was functioning properly. Dallas, the calm pilot voice said, American 1137, requesting update. It's getting a little tight up here. Roger, 1137, Gatwick said nervously. Give me a second here. Dallas, what's the problem? Just a check. Chad immediately told the operator of the ETMS computer to notify the FAA and Department of Transportation that a potential situation was developing. The enhanced traffic management system was designed to create a complete picture of every airplane flying within domestic airspace. All status information on every known flight in progress and every commercial plane on the ground is transmitted from the 22 RTCC's Air Route Traffic Control Centers to an FAA Technical Center in Atlantic City, and then sent by land and satellite to a DUDE Systems Center. There, an array of DEC VAX super mini-computers process the constant influx of raw data and send back an updated map across the ETMS every 5 minutes. Chad zoomed in on the picture of the country into the DFW approach area and confirmed that the airplanes in question were not appearing on the National Airspace System data fields or displays. Something was drastically wrong. Chad, take a look here. Another controller urgently called out. His radar monitor had more bogies than Paul's. I lost a Delta 2, 1258. What is it? 37. Shit, said Chad. We gotta get these guys wide. They have to know what's happening. He called over to another controller. Get on the wire, divert all traffic. Call the boss. We're closing it down. The controllers had the power to close the airport and direct all flight operations from the tower. Airport management wasn't always fond of their autonomy, but the tower's concern was safety at all costs. Another one's gone, said Paul. That's 337's gone. Have they had a recall lately? The ETMS operator asked the computer for a status on 737s elsewhere. Chad, we're not the only ones, she said. O'Hare and LAX have problems too. Okay, everybody, listen up, Chad said. Stack 'em, pack 'em, and rack 'em. Use those outer markers, people. Tell them to believe their eyes. Find the 37s, let 'em know their transponders are going, then bring 'em down one by one. The emergency speaker suddenly rang out. Shit, dive. The captain of American 1137 ordered his plane to accelerate groundward for 10 seconds, descending 2,500 feet to avoid hitting an oncoming, and lost DC-9. Dallas, Mayday, Mayday. What the fuck's going on down there? This is worse than the freeway. The emergency procedure was one they had practiced over and over, but rarely was it necessary for a full-scale test. The FAA was going to be all over DFW and a dozen other airports within hours, and Chad wanted to be prepared. He ordered a formal notification to Boeing that they had identified a potentially serious malfunction. Please make your emergency technical support crews available immediately. Of the 100-plus flights under DFW control, all 17 of the Boeing 737s disappeared from the radar screen, replaced by dozens of bogies with meaningless signatures. Dallas, American 1137 requests emergency landing. We have several injured passengers who require immediate medical assistance. Roger, 1137, Gatwick blurted back. Copy, EP. Radar status? Nominal, said the shaken American pilot. Good. Runway 21B. We'll be waiting. By 5 p.m. Pacific time, Boeing was notified by airports across the country that their 737s were having catastrophic transponder failure. takeoffs were ordered stopped at major airports, and the FAA directed that every 737 be immediately grounded. Chaos reigned in the airline terminals as delays of several hours to a day were announced for most flights. Police were needed to quell angry crowds who were stuck thousands of miles from home and were going to miss critical business liaisons. "There is nothing we can do," every airline explained, to no avail. Slowly, the planes were brought down, pilots relying on VFR since they couldn't count on any help from the ground. At airports where weather prohibited VFR landings and the planes had enough fuel, they were redirected to nearby airports. Nearly a dozen emergency landings in a 2-hour period set new records that the FAA preferred didn't exist. A field day for the media, and a certain decrease in future passenger activity until the shock wore off. The National Transportation Safety Board had representatives monitoring the situation within an hour of the first reports from Dallas, San Francisco, Atlanta, and Tampa. When all 737s were accounted for, the individual airports and the FAA lifted flight restrictions and left it to the airlines to straighten out the scheduling mess. 100,000 stranded passengers and almost 30% of the domestic civilian air fleet was grounded. It was a good thing their reservation computers hadn't gone down. Damn good thing. Disaster an Air Creates, Panic on Ground by Scott Mason. A national tragedy was avoided today by the quick and brave actions of hundreds of air traffic controllers and pilots working in harmony. A spokesperson for the Department of Transportation said, commenting on yesterday's failure of the computerized transponder systems in Boeing 737 airplanes, "In the interest of safety for all concerned, 737s will not be permitted to fly commercially until a full investigation has taken place." The spokesperson continued, "That process should be complete within 30 days. In all, 114 people were sent to hospitals, 29 in serious condition, as a result of injuries sustained while pilots performed dangerous gut-wrenching maneuvers to avoid mid-air collisions." Neither Boeing nor the Transportation Safety Board would comment on how computer errors could suddenly affect so many airplanes at once. But some computer experts have pointed out the possibility of sabotage. According to Harold Greenwood, an aeronautic electromechanics specialist with Air Systems Design in Alpharetta, Georgia, there is a real and definite possibility that there has been a specific attack on the airline computers, probably by hackers. Either that or the most devastating computer program Ming error in history. Government officials discounted Greenwood's theories and said there is no place for wild speculation that could create panic in the minds of the public. Nonetheless, flight cancellations busied the phones at most airlines and travel agencies, while the gargantuan task of rescheduling thousands of flights with 30% less planes began. Airline officials, who didn't want to be quoted, estimated that it would take at least a week to bring the system back together. Airline fares will increase next Monday by at least 10% and as much as 40% on some routes that will not be restored fully. The tone of the press conference held at the DOT was one of both bitterness and shock, as was that of sampled public opinion. "I think I'll take the train." Computers? They always blame the computers. Who's really at fault? They're just as bad as the oil companies. Something goes a little wrong and they jack up the prices. The National Transportation Safety Board said it would also institute a series of preventative maintenance steps on other airplanes' computer systems to ensure that such a global failure is never repeated. Major domestic airlines announced they would try to lease AD2 planes from other countries, but could not guarantee prior service performance for 3 to 6 months. Preliminary estimates place the cost of this debacle at between $800 million and $2 billion if the entire 737 fleet is grounded for only 2 weeks. The stock market reacted poorly to the news, and transportation stocks dove an average of 27% in heavy trading. The White House issued a brief statement congratulating the airline industry for its handling of the situation and wished its best to all inconvenienced and injured travelers. Class action suits will be filed next week against the airlines and Boeing as a result of the computer malfunction. This is Scott Mason riding the train. Doug, pleaded 39-year-old veteran reporter Scott Mason. Not another computer virus story. Scott childishly shrugged his shoulders in mock defeat. Stop your whining, Doug ordered in fun. You are the specialist, he chided. When the story first came across the wire, Scott was the logical choice. In only 7 years as a reporter, Scott Mason had developed quite a reputation for himself and for the New York City Times. Doug had had to eat his words from years earlier, more times than he cared to remember, but Scott's head had not swelled to the size of his fan club, which was the bane of so many successful writers. He knew he was good, just like he had told Doug. There is nothing sexy about viruses anymore, said Scott, trying to politely ignore his boss to the point he would just leave. Christ almighty, the chubby, balding 60-ish editor exploded. Doug's periodic exclamatory outbursts at Scott's nonchalance on critical issues were legendary. The man who puts cold fusion on the front page of every paper in the country doesn't think a virus is sexy enough for the public. Good night. That's not what I'm saying. Scott had to defend this one. I finally got someone to go on the record about the solar payoff scandals between oil and Congress. Then the virus story will give you a little break, kidded Doug. You've been working too hard. Damn it, Doug, Scott defied. Viruses are a dime a dozen, and worse, there's no one behind it, there's nobody there, there's no story, then find one. That's what we pay you for. Doug loudly muttered a few choice words that his paper wouldn't be caught dead printing. Besides, you're the only one left. As he left, he patted Scott on the back, saying, "Thanks. Really. God, I hate this job." Scott Mason loved his job. After all, it was his invention 7 years ago when he first pitched it to Doug. Scott's original idea had worked. Scott Mason alone, under the banner of the New York City Times, virtually pioneered scientific journalism as a media form in its own right. Scott Mason was still its most vocal proponent, just as he was when he connived his way into a job with the Times and without any journalistic experience. It was a childhood fantasy. Doug remembered the day clearly. "That's a new one on me," Doug had said with amusement when the mildly arrogant but very likable Mason had gotten cornered him, somehow bypassing personnel. Points for aggressiveness, points for creativity, and points for brass balls. What is scientific journalism? Scientific journalism is stripping away all of the long technical terms that science hides behind and bringing the facts to the people at home. We have a quite adequate science section, a computer column, and we pick up the big stories. Doug had tried to be polite. "That's not what I mean," Scott explained. "Everybody and his dead brother can write about the machines and the computers and the software. I'm talking about finding the people, the meaning, the impact behind the technology." "No one would be interested," objected Doug. Doug was wrong. Scott Mason immediately acclimated to the modus operandi of the news business and actually locked on to the collapse of K-Pro computers and the odd founding family who rode serendipity until competence was required for survival. The antics of the K family earned Mason a respectable following in his articles and contributions, as well as several libel and slander suits from the Ks. Trouble was, it's not against the law to print the truth or a third-party speculations, as long as they're not malicious. Scott instinctively knew how to ride the fine edge between false accusations and impersonal objectivity. Cold fusion, the brief prayer for immediate cheap energy independence, made headlines. But Scott Mason dug deep and found that some of the advocates of cold fusion had vested interests in palladium and iridium mining concerns. He also discovered how the experiments had been staged well enough to fool most experts. Scott had located one expert who wasn't fooled and could prove it. Scott Mason wrote the crest of the cold fusion story for months before it became old news and the Hubble telescope fiasco took its place. The fiasco of the Hubble telescope was nothing new to Scott Mason's readers. He had published, months before its launch, that the mirrors were defective, but the government didn't heed the whistleblower's advice. The optical measurement computers which grind the mirrors of the telescope had a software program that was never tested before being used on the Hubble. The GSA had been tricked by the contractor's test results, and Scott disclosed the discrepancies. When Gene Tech covered up the accidental release of mutated spores into the atmosphere from their genetic engineering labs, Scott Mason was the one reporter who had established enough of a reputation as both a fair reporter and also one that understood the technology. Thanks to Mason's early diagnosis and the Times' responsible publishing, a potentially cataclysmic genetic disaster was averted. The software problems with Star Wars and Brilliant Pebbles, the payoffs that allowed defective X-ray lasers to be shipped to the testing ground. Outside of Las Vegas, Scott Mason was there. He traced the Livian chemical weapons plant back to West Germany, which triggered the subsequent destruction of the plant. Scott's outlook was simple. It's a matter of recognizing the possibilities and then the probabilities. Therefore, if something is possible, someone, somewhere will do it, guaranteed. Since someone's doing it, then it's only a matter of catching him in the act. Besides, he would tell anyone who would listen, computers and technology and electronics represent trillions of dollars annually, to believe that there isn't. Interesting, human interest and profound news to be found is pure blindness, the fear of the unknown, the ignorance of what happens on the other side of the buttons we push, is an enemy wrapped in the shrouds of time, well disguised and easily avoided. Scott successfully opened the wounds of ignorance and technical apathy and made he and the Times the de facto standard in scientific journalism. His reputation as an expert in anything technical endeared him to fellow Times reporters. Scott often became the technical backbone of articles that did not carry his name. But that was good, the journalist's barter system. Scott Mason was not considered a competitor to the other reporters because of his areas of interest and the skills he brought with him to the paper. And he didn't flaunt his knowledge. To Scott's way of thinking, technical fluency should be as required as are the ABCs, so it was with the dedication of a teacher and the experience of simplification that Scott undertook it to openly help anyone who wanted to learn. His efforts were deeply appreciated. Chapter 2, Friday, September 4. San Francisco, California. Mr. Henson? Yes, Maggie. Henson responded over the hands-free phone on his highly polished black marble desk. He never looked up from the papers he was perusing. There's a John Fulmaster for you. Who? He asked absent-mindedly. Ah, John Fulmaster. I don't know a Fullman, do I? Who is he? That's Fulmaster, sir, and he says it's personal. Robert Henson, chairman and CEO of Paris, Miller and Stevenson, leaned back in the plush leather chair. A brief perplexed look covered his face and then a sigh of resignation. Very well, tell him I'll take it in a minute. As the young, highly visible leader of one of the most successful Wall Street investment banking firms during the merger mania of the 1980s, he had grown accustomed to cold calls from aggressive young brokers who wanted a chance to pitch him on sure bets. Most often, he simply ignored the calls or referred them to his capable and copious staff. Upon occasion, though, he would amuse himself with such calls by putting the caller through salesman's hell. He would permit them to give their pitch, actually sound interested, permit the naive to believe that their call to Robert Henson would lead them to a pot of gold, then only to bring them down as harshly as he could. It was the only seeming diversion Robert Henson had from the daily grueling regimen of earning fat fees in the most somber of Wall Street activities. He needed a break anyway. Robert Henson, may I help you? He said into the phone. It was as much a command as a question. From the 46th Florist WW corner office, Henson stared out over lower New York Bay where the Statue of Liberty reigned. "Thank you for taking my call, Mr. Henson." The caller's proper central London accent was engaging and conveyed assurance and propriety. "I am calling in reference to the proposed merger you are arranging between Second Boston Financial and Winston Ellis Services. I don't believe that the SEC will be impressed with the falsified figures you have generated to drive up your fees. Don't you agree?" Henson bolted upright in his chair and glared into the phone. "Who the hell is this?" he demanded. "Merely a concerned citizen, sir." The cheeky caller paused. "I asked, sir, don't you agree?" "Listen," Henson shouted into the phone. "I don't know who the hell you are, nor what you want, but all filings made with the SEC are public and available to anyone, even the press whom I assume you represent." "I am not with the press, Mr. Henson," the voice calmly interrupted. "All the same, I am sure that they would be quite interested in what I have to say, or, more precisely, what I have to show them." "What the hell are you talking about?" Henson screamed. "Specifically, you inflated the earnings of Winston Ellis over 40% by burying certain write-downs and deferred losses. I believe you are familiar with the numbers. Didn't you have them altered yourself?" Henson paled as the caller spoke to him matter-of-factly. His eyes darted around his spacious and opulent office as though someone might be listening. He shifted uneasily in his chair, leaned into the phone, and spoke quietly. "I don't know what you're taking about. I think you do, Mr. Henson." "What do you want?" Henson asked cautiously. "Merely your acknowledgement to me right now that the figures were falsified at your suggestion and I admit nothing. Nothing." Henson hung up the phone. Shaken, he dialed the phone twice. In his haste, he misdialed the first time. "Get me Brocker, now. This is Henson." Brocker, the other end of the phone, responded nonchalantly. "Bill, Bob here. We got troubles. Senator Rickfield, I think you better take this call." Ken Boyers was earnest in his suggestion. The aged senator looked up and recognized a certain urgency. The youthful 50-year-old Ken Boyers had been with Senator Merrill Rickfield since the mid-1960s as an aide-de-camp, a permanent fixture in Rickfield's national success. Ken preferred the number 2 spot, to be the man in the background rather than the one in the public light. He felt he could more effectively wield power without the constant surveillance of the press. Only when events and deals were completely orchestrated were they made public, and then Merrill could take the credit. The arrangement suited them both. Rickfield indicated that his secretary and the 2 junior aides should leave the room. "What is it, Ken?" "Just take the call. Listen carefully, and then we'll talk." "Who is it, Ken? I don't talk to every—" "Merrill, pick up the phone." It was an order. They had worked together long enough to afford Ken the luxury of ordering a U.S. senator around. "This is Senator Rickfield. May I help you?" The solicitous campaign voice, smiling and inviting, disguised the puzzled look he gave his senior aide. Within a few seconds, the puzzlement gave way to open-mouthed silent shock, and then, only moments later, to overt fear. He stared with disbelief at Ken Boyers. Aghast, he gently put the phone back in its cradle. "Ken," Rickfield haltingly spoke, "who the hell was that, and how in blazes did he know about the deal with Credite Suisse?" "Only you, me, and General Young knew." He slowly rose, and looked accusingly at Ken. "Come on, Merrill, I have as much to lose as you." "The hell you do." He was growling. "I'm a respected United States Senator. They can string me up from the highest yardarm just like they did Nixon, and I'm not playing to lose. Besides, I'm the one the public knows while you're invisible. It's my ass, and you know it. Now, and I mean now, tell me what the hell is going on." "There were only 3 of us. And the bank," Ken quickly interjected to deflect the verbal onslaught. "Screw the bank. They use numbers. Numbers, Ken. That was the plan. But this son of a bitch knew the numbers." "Damn it, he knew the numbers, Ken." Merrill, calm down. Calm down. You have some nerve to tell me to calm down. Do you know what would happen if anyone, and I mean anyone, finds out about? Rickfield looked around and thought better of finishing the sentence. Yes, I know. As well as you do. Jesus Christ, I helped set the whole thing up, remember? He approached Merrill Rickfield and touched the senator's shoulder. Maybe it's a hoax? Just some lucky guess by some scumbag who… Bullshit. The senator turned abruptly. I want to tee off time as soon as possible. Even sooner. And make damn sure that bastard Young is there, alone. It's a threesome. John Faulkner was lazing at his estate in the eminently exclusive, obscenely expensive Bell Canyon, 20 miles north of Los Angeles. Even though it was Monday, he just wasn't up to going into the office. As executive vice president of California National Bank, with over $20 billion in assets, he could pick and choose his hours. This Tuesday he chose to read by the pool and enjoy the warm and clear September California morning. The view of the San Gabriel Mountains was so distracting that his normal 30-minute scan of the Wall Street Journal took nearly 2 hours. His estate was the one place where Faulkner was guaranteed privacy and anonymity. High-profile Los Angeles banking required a social presence, and his face, along with his wife's, graced the social pages every time an event of any gossip magnitude occurred. He craved his private time. Faulkner's standing instruction with his secretary was never to call him at home unless the bank is nuked or I die, which when translated meant, don't call me, I'll call you. His wife was the only other person with a private phone number he changed every month to ensure his solitude. The phone rang. It never rang, at least not in recent memory. He used it to dial out, but it was never used to receive calls. The warble surprised him so that he let it ring 3 times before suspiciously picking it up. Damn it, he thought. I just got a new number last week. I'll have to have it changed again. Hello, he asked suspiciously. Good morning, Mr. Faulkner. I just called to let you know that your secret is safe with me. Faulkner itched to identify the voice behind the well-educated British accent, but that fleeting thought dissipated at the import of the words being spoken. Who is this? What secret? Oh, dear me. I am sorry. Where are my manners? I am referring to the millions you have embezzled from your own bank to cover your gambling losses last year. Don't worry, I won't tell a soul. The line went dead. Sir George dialed the next number on his list after scanning the profile. The phone was answered by a timid-sounding gentleman. Sir George began his fourth pitch of the day. Mr. George began his fourth pitch. Hugh Sidneys, I would like to talk to you about a small banking problem. I think you have. Sir George Sterling made another 34 calls that day, each one alarmingly similar to the first 3. Not that they alarmed him. They merely alarmed, often severely, the recipients of his calls. In most cases, he had never heard of the persons he was calling, and the contents of his messages were often cryptic to him. But it didn't take him long to realize that every call was some form of veiled or not so veiled threat. But his instructions had been clear. Do not threaten, just pass on the contents of the messages on his list to their designees. Do not leave any message unless he had confirmed, to the best of his ability, that he was actually speaking to the party in question. If he received any trouble in reaching his intended targets by secretaries or aides, he was only to pass on a preliminary message. These were especially cryptic, but in all cases, perhaps with a little prod, his call was put through. At the end of the first day of his assignment, Sir George Sterling walked onto his balcony overlooking San Francisco Bay and reflected on his good fortune. If he hadn't been stuck in Athens last year, wondering where his next score would come from. How strange the world works, he thought. Damn lucky. He became a sir, and at the tender age of 29 at that. his title, actually purchased from the Royal Title Assurance Company Limited in London in 1987 for a mere £5,000, had permitted George Toft to leave the perennial industrial smog of the eternally dustrial smog of the eternally drizzly commonness of Manchester, England, and assume a new identity. It was one of the few ways out of the dismal existence that generations before him had tolerated with a stiff upper lip. As a petty thief, he had done aright, but one score had left him with more money than he had ever seen. That is when he became a sir, albeit one purchased. He spent several months impressing mostly himself as he traveled Europe. With the help of Eliza Doolittle, Sir George perfected his adapted upper-crust London accent. His natural speech was that of a Liverpudlian with a bag of marbles in his mouth, totally unintelligible when drunk. But his royal speech was now that of a gentleman from the House of Lords, slow and precise when appropriate, or a practiced articulateness when speaking rapidly. It initially took some effort, but he could now correct his slips instantly. No one noticed any more. Second nature it became for George Sterling. 1:30. Toft. Athens was the end of his tour, and where he had spent the last of his money. Sir George, sat sipping Metaxa in Sintigma Square, next to the Royal Gardens and the imposing Hotel Grande Bretagne, styled in 19th century Rococo elegance. As he enjoyed the balmy spring Athens evening, pondering his next move, as either George Toft of Sir George Sterling, a well-dressed gentleman sat down at his tiny wrought iron table. "Sir George." The visitor offered his hand. George extended his hand, not yet aware that his guest had no reason whatsoever to know who he was. "Sir George? Do I have the Sir George Sterling of Briarshire, Essex?" The accent was trans-European, internationally cosmopolitan. German, Dutch. It didn't matter. Sir George had been recognized. George rose slightly. Yes, of course. Excuse me, I was lost in thought, you know. Sir George Sterling. Of course. Please do be seated, the stranger said. Sir George, would you be offended if I offered you another drink and perhaps took a few minutes of your valuable time? The man smiled genuinely and sat himself across from George before any reply. He knew what the answer would be. Please be seated. Metaxa, would it be for you, sir? The man nodded yes. Garrican. George waved two fingers at one of the white-jacketed waiters who worked in the outdoor cafe. Metaxa, pericolo. Greek waiters are not known for their graciousness, so a brief grunt and nod was an acceptable response. George returned his attention to his nocturnal visitor. "I don't believe I've had the pleasure," he said in his most formal voice. "Sir George, please just call me Alex. Last names are so unnecessary among men like us. Don't you agree?" George nodded assent. "Yes, quite. Alex, then, it is. How may I assist you?" "Oh, no, Sir George, it is I who may be able to assist you. I understand that you would like to continue your, shall we say, extended sabbatical. Would that be a fair appraisal?" The Metaxas arrived and Alex excused the waiter with 2 1,000 drachma notes. The overtipping guaranteed privacy. George looked closely at Alex, very well dressed. A Savile was it? Perhaps. Maybe Lubenstrasse. He didn't care. This stranger had either keen insight into George's current plight or had heard of his escapades across the southern Mediterranean. Royalty on sabbatical was an unaccostable lie that regularly passed critical scrutiny. "Fair. Yes, sir, quite fair. What exactly can you do for me, or can we do for each other?" An even more accurate portrayal, my friend. Yes, do for each other. Alex paused for effect and to sip his Metaxa. "Simply put, Sir George, I have the need for a well-spoken gentleman to represent me for a period of perhaps 3 months, perhaps more if all goes well. Would that fit into your schedule? I see no reason that I mightn't be able to take a sabbatical from my sabbatical if, well now, how should I put this? That you are adequately compensated to take time away from your valuable projects? Yes, quite so. Not that I am ordinarily for hire, you understand. It's just that." Alex detected a slight stutter as Sir George spoke. Alex held up both hands in a gesture of understanding. "No need to continue, my dear Sir George. I do thoroughly recognize the exorbitant costs associated with your studies and would not expect your efforts on my behalf, of course, to go unrewarded." George Toff was negotiating with a man he had never met, for a task as yet unstated. The only reason he didn't feel the discomfort that one should in such a situation is that he was in desperate need of money. And this stranger did seem to know who he was and did need his particular type of expertise, whatever that was. "What exactly do you require of me, Alex? That is, what form of representation have you in mind?" He might as well find out what he was supposed to do before naming a price. Alex laughed. "Merely to be my voice. It is so simple, really. In exchange for that, and some travel, first class and all expenses to which you are accustomed, you will be handsomely paid." Alex looked for Sir George's reaction to the proposed fees. He was pleased with what he saw in George's face. "Crikey, this is too good to be true. What's the catch?" As George ruminated his good fortune in the Metaxa, Alex continued, "The job is quite simple really, but requires a particular delicacy with which you are well acquainted. Each day you will receive a list of names. There will be instructions with each name. Call them at the numbers provided. Say only what is written. Keep notes of each call you make, and I will provide you with means to transmit them to me in the strictest of confidence. You and I will have no further personal contact, either if you accept or do not accept my proposition. If we are able to reach mutually agreeable terms, monies will be wired to a bank account in your name." Alex opened his jacket and handed George an envelope. "This is an advance if you accept. It is $25,000 American. There is a phone number to call when you arrive in San Francisco. Follow the instructions explicitly. If you do not, there will be no lists for you, no additional monies, and I will want this money back. Any questions, Sir George?" Alex was smiling warmly, but as serious as a heart attack. Alex scanned the contents of the envelope. America. He had always wanted to see the States. "Yes, Alex, I do have one question. Is this legal?" George peered at Alex for a clue. "Do you really care?" "No." "Off you go then, and good luck." Sir George Sterling arrived in San Francisco Airport the following evening. He flew first class and impressed returning Americantors with his invented pedigree and his construed importance. What fun! After the virtually non-existent customs check, he called the number inside the envelope. It rang 3 times before answering. Damn, it was a machine, he thought. "Welcome to the United States, Sir George. I hope you had a good flight." The voice was American, female, and flight attendant friendly. "Please check into the San Francisco Airport Hilton. You will receive a call at 11 a.m. tomorrow. Good night." A dial tone replaced the lovely voice. He dialed the number again. A mechanical voice responded instead. "The number you have called in no longer in service. Please check the number or call the operator for assistance." "The number you have called is no longer in service." George dialed the number twice more before he gave up in frustration. He had over $20,000 in cash, knew no one in America, and for the first time in years he felt abandoned. What kind of joke was this? Fly halfway around the world and be greeted with an out-of-service number, but the first voice had known his name. The Hilton. Why not? At precisely 11 a.m., the phone in Sir George Sterling's suite rang. He was still somewhat jet-lagged from his 18 hours of flying and the span of 10 time zones. The Eggs Benedict was exquisite, but Americans could learn something about tea. The phone rang again. He casually picked it up. "Good morning, Sir George. Please get a pencil and paper. You have 15 seconds and then I will continue." It was the same alluring voice from yesterday, The paper and pen were right there at the phone, so he waited through 14 seconds of silence. Very good. Please check out of the hotel and pay cash. Proceed to the San Francisco airport and from a payphone, call 555-3456 at 1 p.m. Have a notebook and 2 pens with you. Goodbye. The annoying dial tone returned. What a bloody waste of time. At 1 p.m. he called the number as he was instructed. He figured that since he was to have a notebook and pens, he might need to write for a while, so he used one of the phone booths that provides a seat and large writing surface. Good afternoon, Sir George. In 10 seconds, your instructions will begin. Again, that same voice, but it almost appeared condescending to him now. Isn't that the way when you can't respond? The voice continued. Catch the next flight to New York City. Stay at the Grand Hyatt Hotel at Grand Central STEA. DN on 42nd Street and Park Avenue. Not a suite this time, Sir George, just a regular room. Sir George was startled at Alex's attention to detail. You will stay there for 14 days. On 56th Street and Madison Avenue is a school called CTI, Computer Training Institute. You are to go to CTI and enroll in the following classes: DOS, that's DOS for beginners, Intermediate DOS, and Advanced DOS. You will also take WordPerfect I and II. Lastly and most importantly, you will take all 3 classes on telecommunications. They call it TCI, TC2, and TC3. These 8 Class S will take you 10 days to complete. Do not forget to pay in cash. I will now pause for 10 seconds. Alex was writing furiously. Computers? He was scared silly of them. Not that he had ever had the opportunity or the need or the desire to use them, just from lack of exposure and the corresponding ignorance. But if this meant he could keep the $25,000, he would do it. What the hell? After you enroll, go to 45 West 47th Street to a store called Discount Computer Shop. Buy the following equipment with cash. 1 Pro, start 4018680 computer with 8 meg RAM. That's 8 MEGRA. And ask for a high-resolution color monitor. Also purchase and have them install a high-speed modem, MODEM. Do not, I repeat, do not purchase a printer of any type. No printers. Sir George, you are never to use a printer, ever. Lastly, you will purchase a copy of WordPerfect and Crosstalk. If you wish any games for your amusement, that is up to you. When you have completed your studies, you will call 212-555-6091. Do not call that number before you have completed your studies. This is imperative. Sir George was just writing, not comprehending a thing. It was all gibberish to him, pure gibberish, Sir George. The female voice got serious, very serious for the first time in their relationship. You are to speak to no one, I repeat, no one, of the nature of your business, the manner in which you receive instructions, or why computers have a sudden interest for you. Otherwise, our deal is off and your advance will be expected to be returned. Am I clear? George responded quickly, yes, before seeing the lunacy of answering a machine. Good, the voice was friendly again. Learn your lessons well, for you will need the knowledge to perform your tasks. Until we speak again, I thank you, Sir George Sterling. The line went dead. George Toft took his computer classes very seriously. He had in fact bought a few games to amuse himself, and he found himself really enjoying the work. It was new and exciting. His only social distractions were the sex shops on Times Square. Red Light Amsterdam or the Hamburg they weren't, so midnight antics with the Mario Brothers prevailed most evenings. Besides, there was a massive amount of homework. Bloody hell, back to school. He excelled in his studies, which pleased George a great deal. In fact, most of the students in Sir George's computer classes excelled. The teachers were very pleased to have a group of students that actually progressed more rapidly than the curriculum called for. Pleasant change from the E-train bimbos from Queens. The computer teachers didn't know that a vast majority of the class members had good reason to study hard. Most of them had received their own $25,000 scholarships. Sunday, September 6, SDSU campus, San Diego, California. WTFO, the computer screen displayed. That was hackerese, borrowed from the military. For what the fuck, over. It was a friendly greeting that offended no one. Back on. Summer finals are over. Everyone still there? Boom still to Lil. I just talked to Cracker, Mod Max, a Placker, a Vaeps, a Alpha, a Scroller, MR. Magic, we missed you. Looking forward to a good vacate? Yeah, 4 days before next term starts. Has anyone got the key to the NPPS NASA node? They closed it again. W4 still looking. W4 still looking. We're back into Amex though. Cleaned up. A FW Debs for unsuspecting card members. Happy Labor Day to them. Good fun. And KJF? Anyone? Best I've ever heard jarred. 4 new viruses set to go off. IGRG potent variations of Jerusalem. B. Then some rumors about Columbus Day, but nothing hard. When you get the code, send me a copy, okay? Sure. Hey, remember Spook? Still asking to join Nemo. Seems he beam up to a lot of successful new good. W-meter about ready to let him in. He brought a lot to the party. Careful. Remember, 401 you won right, I now. Hayes exclaim, good stuff. Hey brought fruit, use the newest IRS X25, sign-ons, 2 MilNet soup yours passwords and, dig this, Veterans Benefit and Administration, Office of Policy of the VA. What you gonna do, boy? In them there computers? I figure. A deep gave a fig of it's to some needy jies with bait on the short end. Excellent. Hey, Lori's on the line. Gotta go. T.A. Whoa. Connection terminated. The screen of his communications program returned to a list of names and phone numbers. Lori said she'd be over in an hour, and Stephen Billings was tempted to dial another couple of numbers before his date with Lori. But if he found something interesting, it might force him to be late, and Lori could not tolerate playing second fiddle to a computer. Stephen Billings, known as Cart Care, where no man has gone before, by fellow hackers, had finished his midterms at San Diego State University. The ritual labors were over, and he looked forward to some relax time. Serious relax time. The one recreation he craved but downplayed to Lori was spending time with his computer. She was jealous in some respects, in that it received as much attention from Steve as she did. Yet, she also understood that computers were his first love, and they were part of his life long before she was. So they came with the territory. Steve attended, upon occasion, classes at SDSU La Jolla. For a 21-year-old transplant from Darien, Connecticut, he lived in paradise. Steve's single largest expense in life was his phone bill, and instead of working a regular job to earn spending money, Steve tutored other students in their computer courses. Rather than flaunt his skills to his teachers and risk extra assignments, he was more technically qualified than they were. He kept his mouth shut, sailed through classes, rarely studied, and became a full-time computer hacker. He translated his every wish into a command that the computer obeyed. Steve Billings did not fill the picture of a computer nerd. He was almost dashing with a firm golden-tanned, 175-pound body and dark blonde hair that caused the girls to turn their heads. He loved the outdoors, the hot warmth of the summer to the cooler warmth of the winter. Surfing at the Cardiff Reef and betting on fixed Jai Alai games in Tijuana. He played soccer and OTL, a San Diego-specific version of gloveless and topless co-ed beach softball. In short, he was a guy. A regular guy. The spotlessly groomed image of Steve Billings in white tennis shorts and a Save the Whales tank top eclectically coexisted with the sterile surroundings of the mammoth supercomputer center. The Kreiwa MP is about as big and bad a computer as money can buy, and despite Steve's well-known skills, the head of the supercomputing department couldn't help but cringe when Steve leaned his surfboard against the helium-cooled memory banks of the $12 million computer. He ran his shift at the computer lab so efficiently and effortlessly that over time he spent more and more of his hours there perusing through other people's computers. Now there was a feeling, hacking through somebody else's computer without their knowledge. The ultimate challenge, an infinity of possibilities, an infinity of answers. The San Diego Union was an awful paper, Steve thought, and the evening paper was even worse. So he got copies of the New York City Times when possible, either at a newsstand, borrowed from yesterday's Times reader, or from the library. Nice to get a real perspective on the world. This Sunday he spent the $4 to get his own new, uncrumpled, and unread copy of his revered paper, all 34 pounds of it, alone, piece. Reading by the condo pool, an article caught his eye. Steve remembered a story he had heard about a hacker who had invaded and single-handedly stopped Internet, a computer network that connected together tens of thousands of computers around the country. Government Defense Network halted by hack by Scott Mason, New York City Times. Vaughn Chase, a 17-year-old high school student, Galbraith High School in Ann Arbor, Michigan, was indicted today on charges that he infected the nationwide Internet network with a computer virus. This latest attack upon Internet is reminiscent of a similar incident launched by Robert Morse of Cornell University in November 1988. According to the Computer Emergency Response Team, a DARPA-spawned sword group, if Mr. Chase had not left his name in the source code of his virus, there would have been no way to track down the culprit. A computer virus is a small software program that is secretly put into a computer, generally designed to cause damage. A virus attaches itself to other computer programs secretively, at some time after the parasite virus program is glued into the computer. It is reawakened on a specific date or by a particular sequence of events. Chase, though, actually infected an intermeter with a worm. A worm is a program that copies itself, over and over and over, either filling the computer's memory to capacity or slowing down its operation to a snail's pace. In either case, the results are devastating. Effectively, the computer stops working. Chase, a math wizard according to his high school officials, released a worm into Internet in early August with a detonation date of September 1, which brought thousands of computers to a grinding halt. Internet ties together tens of thousands of computers from the government, private industry, universities, and defense contractors all over the country. Chase said he learned how to access the unclassified computer network from passwords and keys distributed on computer bulletin boards. Computer security experts worked for 3 hours to first determine the cause of the network slowdown and then to restore the network to normal operation. It has been estimated that almost $100 million in damage was caused by Mr. Chase's worm. Mr. Chase said the worm was experimental and was accidentally released into Internet when a piece of software he had written malfunctioned. He apologized for any inconvenience he caused. The Attorney General of the state of Michigan is examining the legal aspects of the case, and it is expected that Mr. Chase will be tried within a year. Mr. Chase was released on his own recognizance. This is Scott Mason wondering why the Pentagon doesn't shoot worms instead of bombs at enemy computers. The next day, Steve Billings signed on to the SDSUBBS from his small Mission Beach apartment. It was a local university bulletin board service, or BBS. A BBS is like a library. There are libraries of software which are free, and as a user you are reciprocally expected to donate software into the public domain. Conference halls or conversation pits on the BBS are free for all discussions where people at their keyboards can all have a live conversation. anyone. Using any computer, anywhere in the world can call up any BBS using regular phone lines. No one cared or knew if you were skinny, fat, pimpled, blind, a double for Christy Brinkley, or too chicken shit to talk to girls in person. Here, everyone was equal. Billings 2004 XXXXXXXXX. There was a brief pause. Welcome to the Stezis Wait BBS. Steve Billens, you are user. Number 172 Steve chose 12 for services. The menu changed to a list of further options. Each option would permit the user to gain access to other networks around the country. From one single entry point with a small computer, anyone could dial up, as it's called. Almost any of over 20,000 computers in the country tied into any of 10,000 different networks. SDSU BBS window on the World Network Surface menu. Steve selected CalNet, a network at Caltech in Los Angeles. Many of the universities had permanent connections between their computers. Logon, Billings, 14, password, XXXCAC, XXXX. Again, there was a pause, this time a little longer. Now, from his room, he was talking to a computer in Los Angeles. There was another menu of options and a list of other widely dispersed computer networks. He requested the SUNYnet computer, the State University of New York network. From there, he asked the computator for a local phone line so he could dial into a very private, very secret computer called NEMO. It took Steve a grand total of 45 seconds to access NEMO in New York, all at the price of a local phone call. NEMO was a private BBS that was restricted to an elite few. Those whose qualifications and reputations allowed them entry into the exclusive domain of hacking. NEMO was born into this world by Steve and a few of his friends while they were in high school in Darien. NEMO was a private club for a few close friends who enjoyed their new hobby, computers. NEMO's menu was designed for the professional hacker. 1. Passwords. 2. Needs. 3. Danger. Zones. 4. Cracking tools. 5. WHO's new. 6. Breaking. 7. CYP28. WHO. 9. U.S. networks. 10. International networks. 11. For trade. 12. Fortune 500. Doric. Wise Fortune 500. Door. He selected 8. WAC. Steve wanted to see who else was online now. He wanted to talk about this Chase guy who was giving hackers a bad name. The computer responded, Conversation Pit, LA Cream, Rambo. Do you want to join in? That was great. 2 of the half-dozen of NEMO's founders were there. La Crane de la Creme was Kirk's college roommate, but he had not yet returned to San Diego for the fall term. Rambo, I'll get through any door, was the same age as Kirk and Crane, but chose to study at Columbia in New York's Harlem. Hackers picked alter ego monikers as CBers on the highways did, to project the desired image. Steve and his cohorts picked their aliases when they were only 15 and kept them ever since. Steve typed in A, Y and the Enter key. WRU, NEMO was asking for an additional password. Kirk. Steve typed. A brief pause and the computer screen came to life. Welcome to the conversation pit, Kirk. How have you been? That was his invitation to interrupt any conversation in progress. Steve typed in, Dudes. How'd exams go? Cow. La cream na. Greased 'em. Ready to come back? Fast as the plane will go. Pick me up. 7-20 on American, Italy cream, sure. Hey, what's with the Morris copycat? Some freak blowing it for the rest of us. S.O., you hajard. Chase is really gonna square Swens up. Wambo Ram, what the hell really happened? I read the Times. Said that he claimed it was accident. ACCI dental on purpose made he pointing. La creamy how many ways their thinness, feed to national defense. networked, one that I know of. You put the virus in there. That's no accident. Rambo Nent 4. Seems like he don't want to live by the code. Must be some spoiled little brat getting too big for his britches. Best guess is that he did it to impress his old man. He supposedly created antidote, too. Hoarded to set off the bivig virus scare, and then look like a hero with a fast fix. The virus worked all too's wolfthal. The antidote, if there was one, sucked. SO Internet had. Gas so bad, computing came to a halt for a couple of days till they cleaned out the proverbial silbers. Mahatsu Likrimensuras. Lof Lakrimsur sounds like a publicity gag to Merimbo. Geez, anyone else been hit yet? No, but W been vent extra careful sign. A lot of doors have been closed, so it's back to square one on a bunch. But W didn't lose everything. The dorky download will update you. Rambo. Okay, I'll be super sleuth. Any word on Shales? Legion of Doom, the Crusaders? It's porn big a deal in the Bale. Nucleus forces. Every Dick and Jane is written their home with him. Their own viruses. Computing with AIDS. Funny. Why don't you put a rubber on your big 640K RAM? Or your mouse? Got something against safe computing. If half of what? The Sagan das is true. W das is anticrobal. Take a look at the publish bubs. Quite a chat. Le Cramin. Will do. Any word on the new Central Census database. Everything about every American stored in one computer. All of their personal data, ripe for the picking. Sounds like the kind of library that would do the bad guys a lot of good. Santi, find a door from the internet gate. The Justice Link was still good yesterday, and the FBI still hasn't changed the password. So that should be an easy open-ons. Find the front door. Give me a couple of days, and W should now Dan Quiles jock size. Stop. Rambo new, 0, keep me in mind. Steve copied several pages of names, phone numbers, and passwords from Anymo's database into his computer 3,000 miles across the country. These were the most valuable and revered types of files in the underground world of hackerdom. They include all of the information needed to enter and play havoc inside of hundreds of secret and private computers. National Institute of Health 5555661 USR, Phil's time password, Daddy1 USR, Phil's time password, secret VMS 1.01 Siwafsuo, Puizixinivisor, B645 unsure, Dicky Benaz, Pensacola, Flaw 904 5555211113 US, Major 11 home password, secret Reezer, General 22 password, secret Par Ward, secret was IBM, Armonk Advanced Rio, Punt Pomwart. There were 17 pages of updated and illegal access codes to computer systems across the country. Another reason NEMA was so secret. Didn't want just anybody climbing the walls of their private playground. Can't trust everyone to live by the code. Steve finished downloading the files from NEMA's distant database and proceeded to print them out for a hard copy reference. He laughed to himself. Big business and government never wizened up. Predictable passwords, like secret, were about as kindergarten as you could get. And everyone wonders why folks like us parade around their computers. He had in his hand a list of over 250 updated and verified private, government, and educational institutions who had left the keys to the front doors of their computers wide open. And those were just the ones that Nemo knew about today. There is no accurate way to determine how many groups of hackers like Nemo existed. But even if only 100% of computer users classified themselves as hackers, that's well over 100,000 people breaking into computers. Enough reason to give Big Busey Ness cause for concern. Yet no one did anything serious to lock the doors. Steve spent the next several hours walking right into computer systems all over the country. Through the Bank of California and San Francisco, Steve's first long-distance call, he could reach the computers of several corresponding banks. He read through the new loan files. saw that various developers had defaulted on their loans and were in serious trouble. Rates were going to start rising. Good enough for a warm-up. Steve still wanted back into the NASA launch computers. Online launch information, results of analysis going back 20 years, and he had had a taste of it once. Then, one day, someone inside of NASA got smart and properly locked the front door. He and Memo were ever on the search for a key back into NASA's computers. He figured that Livermore was still a good bet to get into NASA. That only meant a local call through the SDSU, BBS, to Caltech, then into Livermore, from San Diego to LA to San Francisco for a mere 25 cents. Livermore researchers kept the front doors of their computers almost completely open. Most of the workers, the graduate students, preferred a free exchange of information between all scientists, so their computer security was extraordinarily lax. For a weapons research laboratory, funded by the Department of Energy, it was a most incongruous situation. Much of the information in the Livermore computers was considered sensitive but unclassified, whatever that meant in government speak, but for an undergraduate engineering major cum hacker, it was great reading. The leading thinkers from the most technical lie-demanding areas in science today put down their thoughts for everyone to read. The Livermore scientists believed in freedom of information, so nearly everyone who wanted in got in, to the obvious consternation and dismay of Livermore management and its funding agency. Steve poked around the Livermore computers for a while and learned that SDI funding was in more serious jeopardy than publicly acknowledged. He discovered that the last 3 underground nuclear test explosions outside of Las Vegas were under yield and no one knew why. Then he found some super technical proposals that sounded like pure science fiction. Moving small asteroids from between Mars and Jupiter into orbit around the Earth would make lovely weapons to drop on your enemies. Warmongers. All of this fascinating information, available to anyone with a computer and a Lil Chutzpah. Alexander Spiridon had picked Sir George and his other subjects carefully, as he had been trained to do. He had spent the better part of 20 years working for West German military intelligence, Reichen Bundestraat Donnerstag Deutsche Lande, making less money than he required to live in the style he desired. To supplement his income, he occasionally performed extracurricular activities for special interest groups throughout Europe. A little information to the IRA in Northern Ireland, a warning to the Red Brigade about an impending raid. Even the Hezbollah, the party of God for Lebanese terrorists, had occasion to use Alex's services. Nothing that would compromise his country, he rationalized. Just a little help to the various political factions that had become an annoyance to their respective governments. Alex suddenly resigned in 1984 when he had collected enough freelance fees to support his habits, but he was unaware that his own agency had had him under surveillance for years, waiting for him to slip up. He hadn't, and with predictable German government efficiency, upon his departure from the RDD, his file was promptly retired and his subsequent activities ignored. Alex began his full-time freelance career as a provider of information. With fees of no less than 250,000 DM, Alex didn't need to work much. He could pick and choose his clients as he weighed the risks and benefits of each potential assignment. With his network of intelligence contacts from Scotland Yard, Le Surit, and the Mossad, he had access to the kind of information that terrorists pay for dearly. It was a good living. No guns, no danger, just information. His latest client guaranteed Alex 3 years of work for a flat fee in the millions of Deutsche Marks. It was the intelligence assignment of a lifetime, one that ensured a peaceful and prosperous retirement for Alex. He wasn't the perennial spy, politically or dogmatically motivated. Alex wanted the money. After he had completed his computer classes and purchased the equipment from the list, Sir George dialed the number he had been given. He half expected a live person to congratulate him, but also realized that that was a foolish wish. There was no reason to expect anything other than the same sexy voice dictating orders to him. Ah, Sir George, how good of you to call. How are your Class S? George nearly answered the alluring telephone personality again, but he caught himself. Very good. The voice came back in anticipated response. Please get a pencil and paper. I have a message for you in 15 seconds. That damned infernal patronization. Of course I have a bleeding pen, not a pencil. Idiot. Are you ready? She asked. George made an obscene gesture at the phone. Catch a flight to San Francisco tonight. Bring all of the computer equipment you have purchased. Take a taxi to 14 Sutherland Place on Nob Hill. Under the mat to apartment 12G, you will find 2 keys. They will let you into your new living quarters. Make yourself at home. It is yours, and the rent is taken care of, as is the phone bill. Your new phone number is 415-555-6361. When you get settled, dial the following number from your computute, Drenny. You should be well acquainted with how to do that by now. The number is 415-555-0015. Your password is AGORAA. Under the mattress in the bedroom is a PRG, password response generator. It looks like a credit card, but has an 8-digit display. Whenever you call Alex, he will ask you for a response to your password. Quickly enter whatever the PRG says. If you lose the PRG, you will be terminated. The voice paused for a few seconds to George's relief. You will receive full instructions at that point. Goodbye. A dial tone replaced the voice he had come to both love and hate. Bloody hell, he thought. I'm down to less than $5,000 and now I'm going back to San Francisco? What kind of bleedin' game is this? Apartment 12G was a lavish 2-bedroom condominium with a drop-dead view of San Francisco and bodies of water in 3 directions. Furnished in high-tech modern, it offered every possible amenity: bar, jacuzzi, telephone in the bathroom, and full-channel cable. Some job. But he kept wondering to himself, when does the free ride end? Maybe he's been strung along so far that he can't let go. One more call, just to see how the next chapter begins. George installed his computer in the 2nd bedroom on a table that fit his equipment like a glove. C. NAS et TATAT. XTATAT. XTATHT. His hard disk whirred for a few seconds. He chose the dial option and entered the phone number from the keyboard, and then asked the computer to remember it for future use. He omitted the area code. Why had he been given an area code if he was dialing from the same one? George didn't pursue the question. If he had, he would have realized he wasn't alone. The modem dialed the number for him. His screen went momentarily blank and then suddenly came to life again. Whew! Connect 2400 baht. Do want. Tis 400 baht him. Do you want to speak to Alex? Ya in? George entered a Y password. George entered Agora. The letters did not echo to the screen. He hoped he had typed them correctly. Apparently he did, for the screen then prompted him for his response. He copied the 8 characters from the PRG into the computer. There was a pause, and then the screen filled. Sir Georg, welcome me to Alex. It is so good to speak to you again. Over the next several months, you will be given names and numbers to call. Therefore, specific questions and statements to be made to each person you call. There is to be no divide in whatsoever. I repeat, no divide in whatsoever. I repeat, no divide in whatsoever. If there is, your service will be immediately terminated. We hope that will not be. Necessary. Next morning, you are to dial Alex and request the file called SGDATA. Do not, I repeat, do not attempt to access or download any other files or you will be terminated as prone. Follow the instructions in H-file exactly. Keep an exact log of the events as they transpire on each call. Woob, push space BA after more. George pushed the space bar. The screen was again filled. ALX requires process information. Whatever you are told by the people you call must be relayed, to the letter. At the end of each day, you are to upload your file, called as G-TOT. Your computer will automatically put a bill, automatically put a date and time stamp on it. 10. Using Norton utility, erase the SG-DAT file from that day. If you're unable to reach anyone on the less, just indicate that in your daily reports. Do not, quote, act for Kate. Do not try to call the same person the next day. Is that clear? The screen was awaiting a response. George typed in, quite good. This is quite simple, is it not? You say not, you do. You think you can handle the job? Why, quint of painter do you have? None, are you sure? Waddle one are you sure? Well, you buy one. Good. Are you interested in money? Finally, thought Sir George, the reason for my existence? Why? An AC account has been opened in your name at the Bank of America, Redmond branch 3 blocks from you. There is $25,000 in it. A such month of successful work for Alex will be rewarded with another payment. U.S. taxes are your responsibility. Is that a problem? And will you discuss your B or its nature with intus? Anyone at? Anyone at all? And even under foreign force? What the hell does that mean? I guess the answer is no, thought George. And I hope so, for your sake. Good luck, Sir George. Here, Stack, good knack. Huh! And have, well, knack. And have, connection terminated. Sir George was a little confused, maybe a lot confused. He was the proud owner of a remote control job, a cushy one as far as he could tell, but the tone of the conversation he just had with the computer was worrisome. Was he being threatened? What was the difference between services terminated and terminated anyway? Maybe he shouldn't ask, keep his mouth shut and do a good job. Hey, he thought, dismissing the possible unpleasant consequences of failure. This is San Francisco, and I have 3 days off in a new city. Might as well find my way around the town tonight. According to the guidebooks, I should start at Pier 39. Chapter 3. Tuesday, September 8th. New York City. But they told me they wouldn't tell. They promised. Hugh Sidney's pleaded into his side of the phone. How did you find out? At first, Scott thought the cartoon voice was a joke perpetrated by one of his friends, or more probably, his ex-wife. Even she, though, couldn't possibly think crank a phone call was a twisted form of art. No, it had to be real. I'm sorry, Mr. Sidneys, we can't give out our sources. That's confidential. But are you saying that you confirm the story? That it is true? Yes, no. Well, the pleading slid into near sobbing. If this gets out, I'm ruined. Ruined. Everything, my family. How could you have found out? They promised. The noise from the busy metro room at the New York City Times made it difficult to hear Sidney's. Can I quote you, sir? Are you confirming the story? Scott pressed on for that last requisite piece of every journalistic puzzle, confirmation of a story that stood to wreak havoc in portions of the financial community. And Washington. It was a story with meat, but Scott Mason needed the confirmation to complete it. I don't know. If I tell what I know now, then maybe that would mean I was being helpful. Maybe I should get a lawyer. The call from Scott Mason to First State Savings and Loan on Madison Avenue had been devastating. Hugh Sidneys was just doing what he was told to do, following orders. Maybe Hugh, maybe. Scott softened toward Sidneys, thinking the first name approach might work. But, is it true, Hugh? Is the story true? It doesn't matter anymore. Do what you want. Hugh Sidneys hung up on Mason. It was as close to a confirmation as he needed. He wrote the story. At 39, Scott Byron Mason was already into his second career. Despite the objections of his overbearing father, he had avoided the family destiny of becoming a longshoreman. If it's good enough for me, it's good enough for my kids. Scott was an only child, but his father had wanted more despite his mother's inability to carry another baby to full term. Scott caught the resentment of his father and the doting protection of his mother. Marie Elizabeth Mason wanted her son to have more of a future than to merely live another generation in the lower middle-class doldrums of Sheepshead Bay, Brooklyn. Not that Scott was aware of his predicament. He was a dreamer. Her son showed aptitude. By the age of 6, Scott knew 2 words his father never learned how and why. His childhood curiosity led to more than a few mishaps and spankings by the hot-tempered Louis Horace Mason. Scott took apart everything in the house in an attempt to see what made it tick. Sometimes, not often enough, Scott could reassemble what he broke it down to its smallest components. Despite his failings and bruised bottom, Scott wasn't satisfied with, "That's just the way it is," as an answer to anything. Behind his father's back, Marie had Scott take tests and be accepted to the elite Bronx High School of Science, an hour-and-a-half train ride from Brooklyn. To Scott, it wasn't an escape from Brooklyn. It was a chance to learn why and how machines worked. Horace gave Marie and Scott a 3-day silent treatment until his mother finally put an end to it. "Horace Dipton Mason," Evelyn Mason said with maternal command. "Our son has a gift, and you will not, I repeat, you will not interfere with his happiness." "Yes, dear." "The boy is 13 and he has plenty of time to decide what he's going to do with himself. Is that clear?" "Yes, dear." "Good," she would say as she finished setting the table. "Dinner is ready. Wash your hands, boys." And the subject was closed. But throughout his 4 years at the best damn high school in the country, Horace found ample opportunity to pressure Scott about how it was the right thing to follow in the family tradition and work at the docks like the 3 generations before him. The issue was never settled during Scott's rebellious teenage years. The war, demonstrating on the White House lawn, getting gassed at George Washington, writing for the New York Free Press. Scott was even arrested once or twice, or 3 times, for peaceful civil disobedience. Scott Mason was seeing the world in a new way. He was rapidly growing up, as did much of the class of 1970. Scott's grades weren't good enough for scholarships, but adequate to be accepted at several reasonable schools. "I already paid for his education," screamed Horace upon hearing that Scott chose City College to keep costs down. "He would live at home. He broke every damn thing I ever bought. Radios, TVs, washers. He can go to work like a man." With his mother's blessing and understanding, Scott moved out of the house and in with 3 roommates who also attended City College, where all New Yorkers can get a free education. Scott played very hard, studied very little, and let his left-of-center politics guide his social life. His engineering professors remarked that he was underutilizing his God-given talents and that he spent more time protesting and objecting than paying attention. It was an unpredictable piece of luck that Scott Mason would never have to make a living as an engineer. He would be able to remain the itinerant tinkerer, designing and building the most inane creations that regularly had little purpose beyond satisfying technical creativity. "Can we go with it?" Scott asked city editor Douglas McGuire and John Higgins, the City Times staff attorney whose job it was to answer just such questions. McGuire and Mason had been asked to join Higgins and publisher Ann Manchester to review the paper's position on running Mason's story. Scott was being lawyered, the relatively impersonal cross-examination by a so-called friendly in-house attorney. It was the single biggest pain in the ass of Scott's job, and since he had a knack for finding sensitive subjects, he was lawyered fairly frequently. Not that it made him feel any less like being called to the principal's office every time. Scott's boyish enthusiasm for his work and his youthful appearance allowed some to underestimate his ability. He looked much younger than his years, measuring the slender 6 foot tall and shy of 160 pounds. His long-ish thin sandy hair and a timeless all-about beach boy face made him a good catch on his better days. He was back in circulation at almost 40. The round wire-rimmed glasses he donned for an extreme case of myopia were a visible stylized reminder of his early rebel days, conveying a sophisticated air of radicalism. Basically clean-cut, he preferred shaving every 2 or 3 or occasionally 4 days. He blamed his poor shaving habits on his transparent and sensitive skin, just like Dick Nixon's. The four sat in Higgins' comfortable dark-paneled office. With 2 walls full of books and generous seating, the ample office resembled an elegant and subdued law library. Higgins chaired the meeting from behind his leather-trimmed desk. Scott brought a tall stack of files and put them on the glass-topped coffee table. "We need to go over every bit from the beginning, okay?" Higgins made it sound more like and order than responsible journalistic double-checking. Higgins didn't interfere in the news end of the business. He kept his opinions to himself. But it was his responsibility to ensure that the City Times was kept out of the receiving end of any litigation. That meant that as long as a story was properly researched, sourced, and confirmed, the contents were immaterial to him. That was the publisher's choice, not his. Mason had come to trust Higgins in his role as aggravating mediator between news and business. Scott might not like what he had to say, but he respected his opinion and didn't argue too much. Higgins was never purposefully adversarial. He merely wanted to know that both the writers and the newspaper had all their ducks in a row, just in case. Libel suits can be such a pain, and expensive. "Why don't you tell me again about how you found out about the Macmillan scams?" Higgins turned on a small microcassette recorder. "I hope you don't mind," he said as he tested it. "Keeps better notes than I do," he offhandedly said. Nobody objected. There would have been no point in objecting even if anyone cared. It was an unspoken truism that Higgins and other good attorneys taped many of their unofficial depositions to protect themselves in case anything went terribly wrong. With a newspaper as your sole client, the First Amendment was always at stake. "Okay," Scott began. His reporter's notebook sat atop files full of computer printouts. "A few days ago, on September 4, that's a Friday, I got an anonymous call. The guy said, 'You want some dirt on Macmillan and First Day S&L?' I said, 'Sure. What do you have and who is this?' So then you knew who Francis Macmillan was?" Higgins looked up surprised. "Of course," Mason said. "He's the squeaky clean bank president from White Plains. Says he knows how to clean up the S&L mess, gets lots of airtime, probably making a play for Washington, big-time political ambitions. Pretty well connected at Treasury. I guess they listen to him." In a nutshell, Higgins agreed. "And then?" Mason sped through a couple of pages of scribbled notes from his pad. "My notes start here. Who I am don't matter, but what I gotta say does. You interested?" Heavy Brooklyn accent. Docks. Italian. Who knows? I said something like, "I'm listening," and he says that Macmillan is the dirtiest of them all. He's been socking more money away than the rest, and he's been doing it real smart. So I go, "So?" And he says he can prove it, and I say, "How?" And he says, "Read your morning mail." Mason stopped abruptly. "That's it?" Higgins asked. He hung up. "So I forgot about it till the next morning. And that's when you got these?" Higgins said, pointing at the stack of computer printouts in front of Mason. "How were they delivered?" "By messenger. No receipt, nothing. Just my name and the hers." Mason showed Higgins the envelope in which the files came. "Then you read them?" "Well, not all of them, but enough." Scott glanced at his editor. "That's when I let Dud know what I had." "And what did he say?" Higgins was keeping furious notes to back up the tape recording. "Holy shit, as I remember." Everyone laughed. "Icebreakers, good for the soul," thought Mason. "People are too uptight." Higgins indicated that Scott should continue. Then he said, "We gotta go slow on this one." Then he whistled and holy shot some more. Once the giggles died down, Mason got serious. I borrowed a bean counter from the basement, told him I put his name in the paper if anything came of it, and I picked his brain. Ran through the numbers on the printouts, and ran through them again. I really worked that poor guy, but that's the price of fame. By the next morning, we knew that there were 2 sets of books on First State. Mason turned a couple pages in his files. "It appears," Scott said, remembering that he was selling the importance of the story to legal and the publisher, "that a substantial portion of the bank's assets are located in numbered bank accounts all over the world." Scott said with finality. Higgins interrupted here. "So what's wrong with that?" he challenged. "They've effectively stolen a sandbagged and inflated reserve account with over $750 million it. Almost 10% of stated assets. It appears from these papers," Scott waved his hand over them, "that the total of the reserve accounts will be taken as a loss in their next SEC reporting." Mason stopped and looked at Higgins as though Higgins would understand everything. Higgins snorted as he made more notes. That next morning, Mason politely ignored Higgins. I got a call again from what sounded like the same guy. "Why do you say that? How did you know?" Higgins inquired. Mason sighed. "'Cause he said, 'It's me, remember?' and spoke like Archie Bunker. Good enough for you?" Mason grinned wide. Mason had the accent down to a T. Higgins gave in to another round of snickers. He said, "You like, eh?" Mason spoke with an exaggerated New York accent and used the appropriate Italian hand gesture for eh. I said, "I like, but so what?" I still wasn't sure what he wanted. He said, "They never took a loss, yet. Look for Friday, this Friday. They're gonna lose a bunch." I said, "How much?" And he said, "Youse already know." Mason's imitation of a Brooklyn accent was good enough for a laugh. He then said, "Enjoy the next installment," and that was the last time I spoke to him. At any rate, the next package contained a history of financial transactions, primarily overseas. Luxembourg, Liechtenstein, Switzerland, Austria, Hong Kong, Sydney, Macau, Caymans, and such. They show a history of bad loans and write-downs on First State revenues. Well, I grabbed the beanie from the basement and said, "Help me with these." Now, and I got research to come up with the 10Ks on First State since 1980 when Macmillan took over, and the results were incredible. Mason held out a couple of charts and some graphs. We compared both sets of books. The bottom lines on both are the same. First State has been doing very well. Macmillan has grown the company from $1 billion to $12 billion in 8 years. Quite a job, and the envy of hundreds of every other S&L knee-deep in their own shit. Higgins cringed. He thought Miss Manchester should be shielded from such language. The problem is that, according to one set of books, First State is losing money on some investments merely by wishing them away. They disappear altogether from one report to the next. Not a lot of money, but a few million here and there. "What have you got then?" Higgins pressed. "Nobody notices 'cause the losses are all within the limits of the loss projections. And reserve accounts. Sweet and neat. $1 million embezzlement scan with the SEC's approval. How much follow-up did you do?" Higgins asked as his pen fly across the legal pad. Due to superior reporting ability, Scott puffed up his chest in jest, "I found that a good many account numbers listed in the package I received are non-existent. But, with a little prodding, I did get someone to admit that one of them was recently closed and the funds moved elsewhere. Then, this is the clincher, as the caller promised. Today, I looked for the First State SEC reports, and damned if the numbers didn't jive. The books with the overseas accounts are the ones with the real losses and where they occur. The real books don't. The bottom line, please. Someone has been embezzling from First State, and when they're through, it'll be $3 billion worth. Scott was proud of himself. In only a few days he had penetrated a huge scam in the works. "You can't prove it," Higgins declared. "Where's the proof?" "All you have is some unsolicited papers where someone has been playing a very unusual and admittedly questionable game of what if. You have a voice on the end of a phone with no name, no nothing, and a so-called confirmation from some mid-level accountant at the bank who dribbles on about having to do it, but never saying what it is. So, what does that prove?" "It proves that Macmillan is a fraud, a ripoff," Scott retorted confidently. "It does not." "But I have the papers to prove it." Scott shuffled through the folders. "Let me explain something, Scott." Higgins put down his pen and adapted a friendlier tone. "There's a little legal issue called right to privacy. Let me ask you this. If I came to you and said that Doug here was a crook, what would you do?" "Ask you to prove it," Scott said. "Exactly. It's the same here. But I have the papers to prove it. It's in black and white." "No, Scott, you don't. What you have is some papers with accusations. They're unsubstantiated. They could have easily been phonied. You know what computers can do better than I do. Now here's the key point. Everybody in this country is due privacy. You don't know where these came from or how they were obtained, do you?" "No," Scott hesitantly admitted. "So, someone's privacy has been compromised, in this case Macmillan's. If, and I'm saying if, these reports are accurate, I would take the position that they are stolen, obtained illegally. If we publish with what we have now, the paper could be on the receiving end of a slander and libel suit that could put us out of business. We even could be named as a co-conspirator in a criminal suit. I can't let that happen. It's our obligation to guarantee responsible journalism." "I see." Scott didn't agree. "Scott, you're good, real good, but you have to see it from the paper's perspective." Higgins' tone was now conciliatory. "This is hard stuff, and there's just not enough here. Not to go with it yet. Maybe in a few days when you can get a little more to tie it up. Not now. I'm sorry." Case closed. Shit, thought Scott. Back to square one. Hugh Sidney's was nondescript, not quite a nebbish, but close. At 5'5", with wisps of brown scattered over his balding pate, he only lacked horn-rimmed glasses to complete the image. His bargain basement suits almost fit him, and he scurried rather than walked down the hallways at First State Savings and Loan, where he had been employed since graduating from SUNY with a degree in accounting 24 years ago. His large ears accentuated the oddish look, not entirely out of place on the subways at New York rush hour. His loyalty to First State was known throughout the financial departments. He was almost a fixture. His accounting skills were extremely strong, even remarkable if you will, but his personality and appearance, and that preposterous cartoon voice, held him back from advancing up the official corporate ladder. Now, though, Hugh Sidney's was scared. He needed to do something, and having never been in this kind of predicament before, he thought about the lawyer, hiring one like he told that reporter, but could he afford that? And he wasn't sure what to do. Was he in trouble? Yes, he was. He knew that. That reporter, he sounded like he understood. Maybe he could help. He was just asking questions. What was his name? "Ah, Mr. Mason." Scott heard the timid man's roadrunner voice spoke gently over the phone. Scott had just returned to his desk from Higgins' office. It was after 6 p.m. and time to catch a train back home to Westchester. "This is Scott Mason." "Do you remember me?" Scott recognized the voice immediately, but said nothing. "We spoke earlier about First State, and I just, wanted to, apologize for the way I acted." Scott's confirmation. Hugh Sidney's, the Pee Wee Herman-sounding bean counter from First State. What did he want? "Yes, of course, Mr. Sidney's. How can I help you?" He opened his notebook. He had just had his story nixed, and he was ready to go home. But Sidney's? Maybe it's just that, well, I'm nervous about this. No need to apologize, Hugh. Scott smiled into the phone to convey sincerity. I understand. It happens all the time. What can I do for you tonight? Well, I thought that we might, maybe you could. Well, I don't know about help. It's so much, and I didn't really know. No, I shouldn't have called. I'm sorry. The pitch of Sidney's voice rose as rambled on. Wait, don't hang up. Mr. Sidney's. Mr. Sidney's? Yes, the whisper came over the earpiece. Is there something wrong? Are you all right? The fear, the sound of fear that every good reporter is attuned to, came over loud and clear. This man was terrified. Yes, I'm okay so far. Good. Now tell me what's wrong. Slowly and calmly, he eased Sidney's off his panic perch. Scott heard Sidney's compose himself and gather up the nerve to speak. Isn't there some sort of rule, he stuttered, a law, that says if I talk to you, you're a reporter, and if I say that I don't want you to tell anybody, then you can't? Sidney's was scared, but wanted to talk to someone. Maybe this was the time for Scott to back off a little. He stretched out and put his feet up on his desk, making him feel and sound more relaxed, less pressured. According to Scott, he generated more alpha waves in his brain, and if wanted to convey calm on the phone, he merely had to assume the position. That's called off the record, Hugh. And it's not a law. Scott was amused at the naivete that Hugh Sidney showed. It's a gentleman's agreement, a code of ethics in journalism. You can be off the record, on the record, or for background, not for attribution. For confirmation, there's a whole bunch of them. Scott realized that Hugh knew nothing about the press, so he explained the options slowly. Which one would you like? Scott wanted it to seem that Sidney's was in control and making the rules. How about we just talk, and you tell me what I should do, what you think, and I don't want anything in the paper. You have one for that? Hugh was feeling easier on the phone with Scott. Sure do. We'll just call it off the record for now. Everything you tell me, I promise not to use it without your permission. Will that do? Scott smiled broadly. If you speak loudly with a big smile on your face, people on the other end of the phone think you're honest and that you mean what you say. That's how game show hosts do it. Okay. Scott heard Sidney's inhale deeply. Those papers you say you have, remember? Sure do. Got them right here. Scott patted them on his cluttered desk. Well, you can't have them, or you shouldn't have them. I mean, it's impossible. Hugh was getting nervous again. His voice nearly squeaked. Hugh, I do have them, and you all but confirmed that for me yesterday. A weak confirmation. But I think you know more than you let on. Mr. Mason. Please, call me Scott. Okay, Scott. What I'm trying to say is that what you say you have, you can't have, 'cause it never existed. What do you mean never existed? Scott was confused, terribly confused all of a sudden. He raised his voice. Listen, I have reams of paper here that say someone at first state is a big crook. Then you say, sure it's real, and now you don't. What's your game, mister? Playing good cop, bad cop alone was difficult, but a little pressure may bring this guy down to reality. Obviously you have them, that's not the point. Sidney's reacted submissively to Scott's or Sat's domineering personality. The only place that those figures ever existed was in my mind and in my computer. I never made a printout. They were never put on paper, Hugh said resolutely. Scott's mind whirred. Something is wrong with this picture. He has papers that were never printed, or so says a guy whose stability is currently in question. The contents would have far-reaching effects on the S&L issue. A highly visible tip of the iceberg. Macmillan, involved in that kind of thing? Never. Not Mr. Clean. What was Sidney's getting at? Mr. Tet. Sidney's. Hugh, do you have time to have a cup of coffee somewhere? It might be easier if we sat face to face, get to know each other. Rosie's Diner was one of the better greasy spoons near the Hudson River docks on Manhattan's west side. The silver interior and exterior was not a cliché when this diner was built. Rosie, all 280 pounds of her, kept the UPS truckers coming back for over 30 years. A lot of the staff at the paper ate here too. For the best tasting cholesterol in New York, saturated fats, bacon and sausage grease flavored starches, Rosie's was the place. Once a month at Rosie's would guarantee a reading of over 300. Scott recognized Hugh from a distance. No one came in there dressed. Had to be an accountant. Hugh hugged his briefcase while nervously looking around the diner. Scott called the short, pale man over to the faded white formica and dull chrome booth. Hugh ordered a glass of water while Scott tried to make a light dinner of it. "So, Hugh, please continue with what you were telling me on the phone." Scott tried to sound empathetic. "It's like I said, I don't know how you got them or they found out. It's impossible." The voice was uncannily like Pebbles Flintstone in person. "Who found out? Does someone else know?" "Okay," Hugh sighed. "I work for First State, right? I work right with Macmillan, although nobody except a few people know it. They think I do market analysis and research. What I'm really doing is helping shelter money in offshore investment accounts. There are some tax benefits. I'm not a tax accountant, so I don't know the reasons, but I manage the offshore investments." "Did you think that was illegal?" "Only a little. Until recently, that is." "Sorry, continue." Scott nibbled from the sandwich on his plate. "Well, there was only one set of books to track the offshore investments. They wanted them to be kept secret for various reasons. Macmillan and the others made the deals, not me. I just moved the money for them." Again, Hugh was feeling paranoid. "Hugh, you moved some money around illegally, maybe. So what? What's the big deal?" Scott gulped some hot black coffee to chase the pastrami that almost went down the wrong pipe. Sidney's continued after sipping his water and wetting his lips. "4 days ago, I got this call from some Englishman who I'd never spoken to before. He said he has all the same figures and facts you said you have. He starts reading enough to me, and I know he's got what he says he got. Then he says he wants me to cooperate, or he'll go public with everything and blow it right out of the water." Hugh was perspiring with tension. His fists were clenched and knuckles white. And then, "I called you and you came unglued, right?" Scott was trying to emotionally console Hugh, at least enough to get something more. "Do you think you were being blackmailed? Did he, the English guy, demand anything? Money? Bribes? Sex?" Scott grinned. Hugh obviously did not appreciate the attempt at levity. "No, nothing. He just said that I would hear from him shortly. That was it. Then nothing, until you called. Then I figured I missed his call." Hugh was working himself into another nervous frenzy. "Did he threaten you?" "No, not directly. Just said that it would be in my best interest to cooperate." "What did you say?" What could I say? I mumbled something about doing nothing wrong, but he said that didn't matter and I would be blamed for everything and that he could prove it. Could he prove it? Hugh was scribbling furiously in his notebook. "If he had the files in my computer, I guess I would look pretty guilty, but there's no way anyone could get in there. I'm the only one, other than Macmillan, who can get at that stuff. It's always been a big secret. We don't even make any printouts of it. It's never on paper, just in the computer." Hugh fell back in the thinly stuffed, torn red Naugahyde bench seat and gulped from his water glass. Scott shook his head as he scanned the notes he had been making. This didn't make any sense at all. Here was this little nerdy man with a convoluted tale of embezzlement and blackmail, offshore money, and he was scared. "Hugh," Scott began slowly, "let me see if I've got this right. You were part of a scheme to shift investments overseas, falsify reports, yet the investments always made a reasonable return in investment." Hugh nodded in agreement silently. "Then, after how many? 8 years of this, creating a secret little world that only you and Macmillan know about. A few others knew. I have the names, but only Macmillan could get the information from the computer. No one else could. I set it up that way on purpose, Hugh interrupted. Okay, then you receive a call from some Englishman who says he's got the numbers you say are so safe, and then I get a copy. And the numbers agree with the results that First State reported. Is that about it? Scott asked, almost mocking the apparent absurdity. Yeah, that's it. That's what happened. Hugh Sidney's was such a meek man. That leaves me with a couple of possible conclusions. 1. You got yourself in over your head, finally decided to cut your losses and make up this incredible story. Maybe make a deal with the cops or the feds and try to be hero. Maybe you're the embezzler and want out before it's too late. Born again bean counter. It's a real possibility. Hugh's face grimaced. No, that's not what happened. It's just as I told you. Or 2, Macmillan is behind the disclosures and is now effectively sabotaging his own plans. For what reasons I could hardly venture a guess now. But if what you are saying is true, it's either you or Macmillan. Scott liked the analysis. It was sound and took into account all available information, omitting any speculation. Then why would someone want to threaten me? Either you never got the call, the implication was obvious, or Macmillan is trying quite effectively to spook you. Scott put a few dollars on the table next to the check. That's it? You won't say anything, will you? You promised. Hugh leaned into Scott, very close. Scott consoled Hugh with a pat on his wrinkled suit sleeve. Not without speaking to you first. No, that wouldn't be cricket. Don't worry, I'll call you in a couple of days. His editor, Doug McGuire, agreed that Scott should keep on it. There might be a story there somewhere. Go find it. But don't forget about the viruses. The headline of the National Expos. A weekly tabloid caught Scott's attention on his way home that evening in Grand Central Station. Exclusive. SNL, rip a cough the cozid. Scott's entire story, the one he wasn't permitted to print, was being read by millions of mid-American supermarket shopping housewives. In its typically sensationalistic manner, the article claimed that the Expos was in exclusive possession of documents that proved Macmillan was stealing tens of millions from First State SNL. It even printed a fuzzy picture of the same papers that Scott had received. How the hell? Chapter 4, Thursday, September 10. Houston, Texas. Angela Steinem dialed extension 4343, Network Administration for Miss at the Treadline Oil Company in Houston, Texas. It rang 3 times before Joan Appleby answered. Joan was the daytime network administrator for building 400s of IBM personal computers were connected together so they could share information over a novel local area network. Joan, I don't bug you much, right? Angela said hesitantly. Angela, how about a good morning girl? They were good friends outside of work, but had very little business contact. Sorry, mornin'. Joan, I got a problem. What's troubling you, hun? Joan Texas spoke with a distinct Texas twang. A little bird just ate my computer. Well, then I guess I'd be looking out for Big Bird's data dump. Joan laughed in appreciation of the comedy. No, really. A little bird flew all over my computer and ate up all the letters and words on the screen. Seriously. Y'all are putting me on, right? Maggie's voice lilted. No, I'm serious. It was like a simple video game, Pac-Man or something, ate up the screen. I couldn't get it to come back, so I turned my computer off, and now it won't do anything. All it says is command.com cannot be found. Now what the hell does that mean? Joan Appleby now took Angela seriously. It may mean that we have some mighty sick computers. I'll be right there. By the end of work, the Treadline Oil Company was essentially at a standstill. Over 4,000 of their internal microcomputers, mainly IBM and Compaqs, were out of commission. The virus had successfully struck. Angela Steinem and her technicians shut down the more than 50 local area networks and gateways that connected the various business units. They contacted the National Computer Virus Association in San Mateo, California, NIST National Computer Center Laboratories, and a dozen or so other watchdog groups who monitor computer viruses. This was a new virus. No one had seen it before. "Sorry," they said. "If you can send us your hard disk, we may be able to find out what's going on. Otherwise, your best bet is to dismantle the entire computer system, all 4,000 plus of them, and start from scratch." Angela informed the Vice President of Information Systems that it would be at least a week, maybe 10 days before Treadline would be fully operational again. Mary Wallstone, secretary to Larry Gompers, Jr. Democratic representative from South Carolina, was stymied. Every morning between 7:30 and 8 a.m., she opened her boss's office and made coffee. Most mornings she brought in Dunkin' Donuts. It was the only way she knew to ensure that her weight would never ebb below 200 pounds. Her pleasant silken skin did not match the plumpness below. At 28, she should have known that meeting Washington's best and brightest required a more slender physique. This morning, she jovially sat down at her Apple Macintosh Compute Air with 3 cream-filled donuts and a mug of black coffee with 4 sugars. She turned on the power switch and waited as the hourglass icon indicated that the computer was booting. It was going through its self-diagnostics as it did every time power was applied. Normally, after a few seconds, the Mac would come alive and the screen would display a wide range of options from which she could select. Mary would watch the procedure carefully each time she was an efficient secretary. This time, however, the screen displayed a new message, one she had not seen in the 9 months she had worked as Congressman Gompers' frontline. Rem, opid miser test, procedures. In italicizing. This program is designed to take maximum advantage of system storage capacities. The test will only take a fibos cons. Waiting. Warning. Do not turn off computer during self-test. As she was trained, she heeded her computer's instructions. She watched and waited as the computer's hard disk whirred and buzzed. She wasn't familiar with the message, but it sounded quite official, and after all, the computer is always right. And she waited. Some few seconds, she thought, as she dove into her second donut. And she waited to the third donut and another mug of too sweet coffee. She waited nearly a half an hour, trying to oblige the instructions from the technocratic box on her desk. The Mac continued to work, so she thought, but the screen didn't budge from its warning message. What the hell, this has taken long enough. What harm can it cause if? She turned the power switch off and then back on. Nothing. The computer did absolutely nothing. The power light was on, the disk light was on, but the screen was as blank as a dead television set. Mary called Violet Beecham, a co-worker in another office down the hall. "Morning, Vi." "Mary." Violet sounded agitated. "Yeah, Mare, what is it? I'm being a dumb bunny and need a hand with my computer. Got a sec?" Mary's sweetness oozed over the phone. "You too? You're having trouble. My computer's as dead as a doornail. Won't do anything. I mean nothing." Violet was frustrated as all get out, and the concern communicated to Mary. "Dead? Vi, mine is dead too. What happened to yours?" "Damned if I know. It was doing some self-check or something, seemed to take forever, and then nothing." "What about yours?" "Same thing. Have you called Miss yet?" "Not yet, but I'm getting ready to. I never did trust these things. Give me a typewriter any day." "Sure, Vi. I'll call you right back." Mary looked up the number for Miss Services, the technical magi kinds in the basement who keep the 3100 congressional computers alive. "Dave here. Can I help you?" The voice spoke quickly and indifferently. Mary Wallstone in Gompers' office. "My computer seems to be having a little problem." Mary tried to treat the problem lightly. "You and half of Congress. Listen, is it Mary? This morning is going to be a slow one. My best guess is that over 2,500 computers died a quick death. And you know what that means? No, I don't, Mary said hesitantly. It means a Big Mac attack. A what? Big Mac, it's a computer virus. We thought that virus stop software would stop it, but I guess there's a new strain out there. Congress is going to be ordering a lot of typewriters and legal pads for a while. You mean you can't fix it? This virus? Listen, it's like getting the flu. Once you got it, you got it. You can't pretend you aren't sick. Somebody took a good shot at Congress and, well, they won. We're gonna be down for a while, couple of weeks at least. Look, good luck, but I gotta go. Dave hung up. Mary ate the other 3 donuts intended for her boss as she sat idle at her desk, wondering if she would have a job now that there were no more computers on Capitol Hill. Conjuries, Catches Flu Lusses Fat and Process by Scott Mason, New York City Times. The Congressional Budget Office announced late yesterday that it was requesting over $1 million in emergency funding to counter a devastating failure of Congress's computers. Most of the computers used by both senators and representatives are Apple Macintosh, but Apple Computer issued a quick statement denying any connection between the massive failures and any production problems in their machines. The CBO said that until the problems were corrected, estimates to take up to 4 weeks, that certain normal congressional activities would be halted or severely curtailed. Electronic mail, email that has saved taxpayers millions, will be unavailable for communications until October at a minimum. Inter-office communications, those that address legislative issues, proposed bills, and amendments, have been destroyed and will require weeks and weeks and weeks of data entry just to get back where we started. This is a disaster. The culprit is, of course, a computer virus. The question on everyone's mind is, was this virus directed at Congress, or were they merely an anonymous and unfortunate victim? I have an IBM PC clone at home. Technically, it's an AT with a hard disk, so I'm not sure if that's an XT, an AST, an XT, an XT, an XTX, or, well, whatever. I use it to write a lot of my stories, and then I can send the story to the computer at work for an over-diligent editor to make it fit within my allotted space. It never occurred to me that a computer could get sick. I am, as we all are, used to our TV going on the fritz or blowing a fuse. It seems like a lot of things blow. A gasket blows, a light bulb blows, a tire blows or blows out, the wind blows. I am sure that Thomas W. Crapper, the 19th century inventor of the flush toilet, would not be pleased that in 1988 man has toasters and other cooking devices that crap out. The phone company screws up, the stock market goes to hell in a handbasket, and VCRs work for a smumber tea. It never occurred to me that a computer could get sick. Computers are supposed to crash. That means that either Aunt Tilly can't find the on switch or her cat knocked it on the floor. Computers have fatal errors, which obviously means that they died and deserve a proper burial. It never occurred to me that a computer could get sick. In the last few weeks, there have been a lot of stories about computers across the country getting ill, sick, having the flu, breathing difficulty, getting rashes, itching, scratching themselves, otherwise having a miserable time. Let's look at the medical analogy to the dreaded computer virus that indiscriminately attacks and destroys any computer with which it comes in contact. Somewhere in the depths of the countryside of the People's Republic of China, a naturally mutated submicroscopic microbe has the nerve to be aerodynamically transferred to the smoggy air of Taiwan. Upon landing in Taipei, the microbe attaches itself to an impoverished octogenarian who lives in an overpopulated one-room apartment over a fish store. The microbe works its way into this guy's bloodstream, unbeknownst to him, and in a few days, he's sicker than a dog. But this microbe is smart, real smart. It has heard of antibiotics, and in the spirit of true Darwinism, it replicates itself before being killed off with a strengthened immunity. So, the microbe copies itself And when Kimmy Chin shakes hands with his customers, some of them are lucky enough to receive an exact duplicate, clone if you will, of his microbe, then they too get ill. The microbe thus propagates its species until the entire east coast of the U.S. has billions and trillions of identical microbes, costing our fragile economy untold. Millions of dollars in sick pay. However, the microbe is only so smart. After a while, the microbe mutates itself into a benign chemical compound that no longer can copy itself, and the influenza epidemic is over. Until next year, when Asian flu B shows up and the process begins all over again. The same group of extremists who believe that the Trilateral Commission runs the world and Queen Elizabeth and Henry Kissinger are partners in the heroin trade think the AMA is behind all modern flu epidemics. No comment. The point of all of this diatribe is that computers can get sick too. With a virus. Don't worry, Mom. Your computer can't give you the flu any more than your fish can get feline leukemia. It all started years ago, before Wozniak and Apple and the PC. The 4 personal computers, there were mainframes. Huge room-sized computers to crunch on numbers. One day, years ago, Joe, that's not a real name, it's changed to protect him, decided it would be great fun to play a prank on Bill, another programmer who worked at a big university. Joe wrote a little program that he put into Bill's big computer. Every time Bill typed the word ME on his keyboard, the computer would take over. His video screen would fill up with the word you, repeating itself hundreds and thousands of times. Bill's computer would become useless. That was called a practical joke to computer programmers. Joe and Bill both got a laugh out of it, and no harm was done. Then Bill decided to get back at Joe. He put a small program into Joe's big computer. Every day at precisely 3 p.m., a message appeared, "Do not pass go." It was all good fun and became a personal challenge to Joe and Bill to see how they could annoy each other. Word spread about the new game. Other graduate students at the university got involved, and soon computer folks at Caltech, MIT, Carnegie Mellon, Stanford, and elsewhere got onto the bandwagon. Thus was born the world's first computer disease, the virus. This is Scott Mason, using a typewriter. November 3 years ago, Sunnyvale, California. When Data Graphics Inc. went public in 1987, President and founder Pierre Troubadour, a nationalized American born in Paris, momentarily forgot that he had sold his soul to achieve his success. The company, to the financial community known as DGI, was on the road to being in as much favor as Lotus or Microsoft. Annual sales of $300 million with a pre-tax bottom line of over $55 million, or a $55 million worm dollars. Cause to labor on Wall Street, the first public issues raised over $200 million for less than 20% of the common stock. With a book value in excess of $1 billion, preparation for a second offering began immediately after the first sold out in 2 hours. The offering made Pierre Troubadour, at 29, a rich man, a very rich man. He netted almost $20 million in cash and another $100 million in options over 5 years. No one objected. He had earned it. DGI was the pearl of the computer industry in a time of shakeups and shakeouts. Raging profits, unbridled growth, phenomenal market penetration, and superb management. Perhaps the most unique feature of DGI, other than its president's deal with the devil, was that it was a one-product company. DGI was somewhat like Microsoft in that they both got rich and famous on one product. While Microsoft branched out from DOS into other product areas, DGI elected to remain a one-product company and merely make flavors of its products available for other companies, which then private labeled them under their own names. Their software product was dubbed DGraph, a marketing abbreviated term for data graphics. Simply put, DGraph let users, especially novices, run their computers with pictures and icons instead of complex commands that must be remembered and typed. dgraph theoretically made IBM computers as easy to use as a Macintosh, or the computer could be trained to follow instructions in plain English. It was a significant breakthrough for the industry. dgraph was so easy to use and so powerful in its abilities that it was virtually an instant success. Almost every computer manufacturer offered dgraph as part of its standard fare. Just as a computer needed DOS to function, it was viewed that you needed dgraph before you even loaded the first program. Operating without dgraph was considered archaic. You don't have DRAF? How can you use your computer without DRAF? I couldn't live without DRAF. I'd be lost without DRAF. The ubiquitous non-technical secretaries especially loved dgraph. dgraph was taught at schools such as Catherine Gibbs and Secra Temps, who insisted that all its girls were fluent in its advanced uses. You just can't run Office without it. As much as anything in the computer industry is, dgraph was a standard. Pierre Troubadour was unfortunately under the misimpression that the success for DGI was his and his alone, and that he too was a standard, a fixture. The press and computers experts portrayed to the public that he was the company's singular genius, with remarkable technical aptitude to see beyond the problem to the solution. The official DGI biography of Pierre Troubadour, upon close examination, reads like that of an inflated resume by a person applying for a position totally outside his field of expertise, completely unsuited for the job. But the media hype had relegated that minor inconsistency to old news. In reality, Troubadour was a musician. He was an accomplished pianist who also played another 20 instruments very, very well. By the age of 10, he was considered something of a prodigy, and his parents decided that they would move from Paris to New York, the United States, for proper schooling. Pierre's scholarships at Juilliard made the decision even easier. Over the years, Pierre excelled in performances and was critically acclaimed as having a magnificent future where he could call the shots as a performer or composer. But Pierre had other ideas. He was wrapped in the study of the theory of music, how notes related to each other, how scales related to each other, what made certain atonalities subjectively pleasing, yet others completely offensive. He explored the relationships between Eastern polyphonic scales and the Western 12-note scale, discord, harmony, melody, emotional responses. These were the true loves of Pierre Troubadour. Upon graduation from Juilliard, he announced that contrary to his family's belief and desire, he would not seek advanced training. Rather, he would continue his study of musical relationships, which by now had become an obsession. There was little expertise in this specific area, so he pursued it alone. He wrote and arranged music only to provide him with enough funds to exist in his pallid Soho loft in downtown Manhattan. He believed that there was an inherent underlying natural law that guided music and musical appreciation. If he could find that law, he would have the formula for making perfect music every time. With the law at the crux of all music, and with control over the law, he ruminated, one could write a musical piece to suit the specific goals of the writer and create the desired effect on the listener. By formula, in 1980, Pierre struggled to organize the unwieldy amount of data he had accumulated. His collections of interpretive musical analysis filled file cabinets and countless shelves. He relied on his memory to find anything in the reams of paper, and the situation was getting out of control. He needed a solution. Max Jones was a casual acquaintance that Pierre had met at the Lone Star Cafe on the corner of 13th and 5th Avenue. The Lone Star was a New York fixture capped with a 60-foot iguana on the roof. They both enjoyed the live country acts that played there. Max played the role of an urban cowboy who had temporarily given up acid rock in favor of shit-kickin' southern rock. Pierre found the musical phenomenon of country crossover music intriguing, so he rationalized that drinking and partying at the Lone Star was a worthwhile endeavor which contributed to his work. That may have been partially true. Max was a computer jock who worked for one of the Big 8 accounting firms in Midtown Manhattan. A complex mixture of computer junkie, rock and roll aficionado, and recreational drug user, Max maintained the integrity of large and small computer systems to pay the bills. That means they pretend to pay me and I pretend to work. I don't really do anything productive. Max was an ex-hippie who put on shoes to make a living, and a social anarchist at heart. At 27, Max had the rugged look that John Travolta popularized in the 70s, but on a rock-solid trim, 6'5", 240-pound frame. He dwarfed Pierre's mere 5 feet 10 inches. Pierre's classic European good looks and tailored appearance, even in jeans and a t-shirt, were a strong contrast to Max's ruddiness. Pierre's jet-black hair was side-parted and covered most of his ears as it gracefully tickled his shoulders. Piercing black eyes stared over a prominent Roman nose and thin cheeks, which tapered in an almost feminine chin. There was never any confusion, though. No one in their right mind would ever view Pierre as anything but a confirmed and practiced heterosexual. His years of romantic achievements proved it. The remnants of his French rearing created an unidentifiable formal and educated accent, one which held incredible sex appeal to American women. Max and Pierre sipped at their beers while Max rambled on about how wonderful computers were. They were going to change the world. In a few years, everyone on the planet will have his own computite, and it will be connected to everyone else's computer. All information will be free, and the planet will be a better place to live, and so on. Max's technical sermons bordered on religious preaching. He had bought into the beliefs of Stephen Jobs, the young charismatic founder and spiritual guiding force behind Apple. Computer. Pierre had heard it before, especially after Max had had a few. His view of a future world with everyone sitting in front of a picture tube playing with numbers and more numbers, and then a thought hit him. Max. Max. Pierre was trying to break into another one of Max's Apple pitches. Yeah, oh yeah, sorry amigo, what's that you say? Max sipped deeply on a long neck Long Star beer. These computers you play with. Not play, work with. Work with. He pointed emphatically at nothing in particular. Okay, work with. Can these computers work with music? Max looked quizzically at Pierre. Music, sure. You just program it in and out it comes. In fact, the Apple II is the ideal computer to play music. You can add a synthesizer chip and... What if I don't know anything about computers? Well, that makes it a little harder, but why don't you let me show you what I mean? Max smiled wide. This was what he loved, playing with computers and talking to people about them. The subject was still a mystery to the majority of people in 1980. Pierre winced. He realized that if he took up Max on his offer, he would be subjected to endless hours of computer war stories and technical esoterica he couldn't care less about. That may be the price, though, he thought. I can always stop. Over the following months, they became fast friends as Pierre tutored under Max's guiding hand. Pierre found that the Apple had the ability to handle large amounts of data. With the new program called VisiCalc, he made large charts of his music and their numbers and examined their relationships. As Pierre learned more about applying computers to his studies in musical theory, his questions of Max and demands of the Apple became increasingly complex. One night, after several beers and a couple of joints, Pierre asked Max what he thought was a simple question. How can we program the Apple so that it knows what each piece of data means? He inquired innocently. You can't do that, man. Max snorted. Computers, yes, even Apples, are stupid. They're just a tool. A shovel doesn't know what kind of dirt it's digging, just that it's digging. He laughed out loud at the thought of a smart shovel. Pierre found the analogy worth a prolonged fit of giggles, through which he managed to ask, but what if you told the computer what it meant, and it learned from there, on its own? Can't a computer learn? Max was seriously stoned. Sure, I guess so. Sure. In theory, it could learn to do your job or mine. I remember a story I read by John Garth. It was called Giles Goat Boy. Yeah, Giles Goat Boy. What a title. Essentially, it's about this goat. Must have been a real smart goat 'cause he talked and thunk and acted like a kid. They both roared at the double entendre of kid. That was worth another joint. At any rate, Max tried to control his spasmodic chuckles. At any rate, there were these two computers who competed for control of the world, and this kid, laughing too hard to breath, this goat named Giles went on search of these computers to tell them they weren't doing a very good job. So, what has that got to do with an apple learning? Pierre said, wiping the tears from his eyes. Not a damn thing. They entered another spasm of laughter. No, really. Most people either think or like to think that a computer can think. But they can't, at least not like you and me. Max had calmed down, so Pierre thought there might still be a point to this conversation. So, in theory, yeah, but probably not for a while. 10 years or so. In theory, what? Pierre asked. He was lost. In theory, a machine could think. Oh. Pierre was disappointed. But you might be able to emulate thinking. Max retreated into mental oblivion as Abbey Road played in the background. Anything from Apple Records was required listening by Max. Emulate. Emulate. What's that? Hey Max, what's emulate? Hey Max, what's emulate? Hey Max, come on back to Earth. Emulate what? Max jolted back to reality. Oh, copy. You know, act like. Emulate. Don't they teach you emulation during sex education in France? They both thought that that was the funniest thing ever said. In any language for all of written and prehistory. The substance of the evening's conversation went downhill from there. A few days later, Max came by Pierre's loft. I've been thinking, scary thought. About what? Pierre didn't look up from his apple. About emulating thought. You know what we were talking about the other night. I can't remember this morning, much less getting shit-faced with you the other night. You were going on and on about machines thinking, remember? Yes, Pierre lied. Well, I've been thinking about it. Max had a remarkable ability to recover from an evening of illicit recreation. He could actually grasp the germ of a stoned idea and let a straight mind deal with it the following day. And I maybe got a way to do what you want. What do I want? Pierre tried to remember. You want to be able to label all of your music so that to all appearances, each piece of music knows about every other piece of music, right? Kinda, yeah, but you said that was impossible. Pierre trailed off. In the true sense, yes. Remember emulation, though. Nav, you were too stoned. Here's the basic idea. Max ran over to the fridge, grabbed a beer, and leapt into a beanbag chair. We assign a value to every piece of music. For example, in music, we might assign a value to each note, like what note it is, the length of the note. The attack and decay are the raw data. That's just a number. But the groupings of the notes are what's important. The groupings. Get it? Pierre was intrigued. He nodded. Maybe Max did understand after all. Pierre leaned forward with anticipation and listened intently. Unlike in one ear out the other treatment he normally gave Max's sermons. So what we do is program the apple to recognize patterns of notes, groupings, in any size. We do it in pictures instead of words. Maybe a bar, maybe a scale, maybe even an entire symphony orchestra. All 80 pieces at once. Max's enthusiasm was contagious. As the data is put in the computer, you decide what you want to call each grouping. You name it anything you want. Then we could have the computer look for similar groupings and label them. They could all be put on a curve, some graphic of some kind, and then show how they differ and by how much. Over time, the computer could learn to recognize rock and roll from opera, from radio jingles to elevator music. It's all in the patterns. Isn't that what you want? Max beamed while speaking excitedly. He knew he had something here. Max and Pierre worked together and decided to switch from the Apple II computer to the new IBM PC for technical reasons beyond Pierre's understanding. As they labored, Max realized that if he got his engine to run, then it would be useful for hundreds of other people who needed to relate data to each other but who didn't know much about computers. In late 1982, Max's engine came to life on its own. Pierre was programming in pictures, and in pure English, he was getting back some incredible results. He was finding that many of the popular rock guitarists were playing lead riffs that had a genealogy which sprang from Indian polyphonic sitar strains. He found curious relationships between American Indian rhythms and Baltic seafarers' music. All the while, as Pierre searched the reaches of the musical unknown, Max convinced himself that everyone else in the world would want his graphical engine too. Through a series of contacts within his Big 8 company, Max was put in touch with Humbert Clist, the famed venture capital firm that assisted such high-tech startups as Apple, Lotus, and other shining stars in the early days of the computer industry. Max was looking for an investor to finance the marketing of his engine that would change the world. His didactic and circumlocutus preaching didn't get him far. While everyone was polite at his presentations, afterwards they had little idea of what he was talking about. The smart engine permits anyone to cross-relate individual or matrices of data with an underlying attribute structure that is defined by the user. It's like creating a third dimension. Data is conventionally viewed in a two-dimensional viewing field, yet is really a one-dimension stream. In either source-dimensional view, the addition of a three-dimensional attribute structure yields interrelationships that are not inherently obvious. Thus, we use graphical representations to simplify the entire process. After several weeks of pounding the high-risk financial community of the San Francisco Bay Area, Max was despondent. Damn it, he thought, why don't they understand? I outlined the entire theory and they don't get it. Geez, it's so easy to use. So easy to use. Then the light bulb lit in his mind. Call Pierre. I need Pierre. Call Pierre in New York. Pierre? In Max. Max sounded quite excited. How's the coast? Fine, fine. You'll find out tomorrow. You're booked on American number 435 tomorrow. Max, I can't go to California. I have so much work to do. Bullshit. You owe me. Or have I forgotten to bill you for the engine? He was calling in a favor. Hey, it was my idea. You didn't even understand what I was talking about. That's the whole point, Pierre. I can't explain the engine to these Harvard MBA asswipes. It was your idea and you got me to understand. I just need you to get some of these investors to understand, and then we can have a company and make some money selling engines. Max's persistence was annoying, but Pierre knew that he had to give in. He owed it to Max. The new presentations Max and Pierre put on went so well that they had 3 offers for startup financing within a week. And it was all due to Pierre. His genial personality and ability to convey the subtleties of a complex piece of software using actual demonstrations from his music were the touchy-feely the investors wanted. It wasn't that he was technical, he really wasn't, but Pierre had an innate ability to recognize a problem, theoretical eye, and reduce it to its most basic components. And the engine was so easy to use, all you had to do was it worked. The brainy, unintelligible technical wizard and charismatic frontman, and the device, whatever it was, it seemed to work. The investors installed their own marketing person to get sales going, and Pierre was asked to be president. At first, he said he didn't want to. He didn't know how to run a company. That doesn't matter, the investors said. You are a saleable item, a person whom the press and future investors can relate to. We want you to be the image of the company. Elegance, suave, upper class, all that European crap packaged for the media. Steve Jobs all over again. Pierre relented as long as he could continue his music. Max's engine was renamed D-Graph by the marketing folks, and the company was popularly known as DGI. Using Byte, personal computing, popular computing, and the myriad computer magazines of the early 1980s, D-Graph was made famous and used by all serious computer users. Draft could interface with the data from other programs, DBase 2, 123, WordStar, and then relate it in ways never fathomed. Automatically, users could assign their own language of, at that time, several hundred words to describe the third dimension of data. Or they could do it in pictures. While the data on the screen was being manipulated, the computer, unbeknownst to the operator, was constantly forming and updating relationships between the data, ready to be called upon at any time, as the ad said, draft for D-data. As success reigned, the demand upon Pierre's time increased so that he had little time for his music. By 1986, he lived a virtual fantasy. He was on the road, speaking, meeting with writers, having press conferences every time a new use for draft was announced. He was adored by the media. He swam in the glory of the attention by the women who found his fame and image an irresistible adjunct to his now almost legendary French accent and captivating eyes. Pierre and Max were the hottest young entrepreneurs in Silicon Valley, the darlings of the BC community. And the company spark-led too. It was being run by professionals, and Max headed up the engineering group. As new computers appeared on the market, like the IBM AT, additional power could be effectively put into the engine and voila! A new version of D-Graph would hit the market to the resounding ring of an instant hit on Sausal's Top 40. Max, too, liked his position. He was making a great deal of money, ran his own show with the casualness of his former hippie days, yet could get on the road with Pierre any time he needed a break. Pierre got into the act hook, line and sinker, and Max acted the role of genius behind the man. That gave Max the freedom to avoid the microscope of the press, yet take a twirl in the fast lane whenever he felt the urge. The third round of funding for DGI came from an unexpected place. Normally, when a company is as successful as DGI, the original investors go along for the ride. That's how the VCs who worked with Lotus, Compaq, Apple, and other were getting filthy stinking rich. The first two rounds went as they had planned. The third didn't. Mr. Trublo, Martin Fisk, chairman of Underwood Investments, said to Pierre in DGI's opulent offices, "Pierre, there is only one way to say this. Our organization will no longer be involved with DGI. We have sold our interest to a Japanese firm who has been trying to get into the American computer field." What will that change? Anything? Pierre was nonplussed by the announcement. Not as far as you're concerned. Oh, they will bring in a few of their own people, satisfy their egos and protect their investment. That's entirely normal. But they especially want you to continue on as president of DGI. No real changes. What about Max? Pierre had true concern for his friend. He'll remain in his present capacity. Essentially, the financial people will be reporting to new owners, that's all. Are we still going to go public? That's the only way I'm going to make any real money. Martin was flabbergasted. Pierre wasn't in the least interested as to why the company changed hands. He only wanted to know about the money, how much money he would make and when. Pierre never bothered to ask, nor was it offered, that Underwood would profit over 400% on their original investment. The Japanese buyer was paying more than the company was worth. Now, they had come in offering an amount of money way beyond what an open-ing offer should have been. Underwood did a search on the Japanese company and its American subsidiary, Datatech. They were real, like $30 billion real, and were expanding into the information processing field through acquisitions, primarily in the United States. Underwood sold its 17% stake in DGI for $350 million, more than twice its true value. They sold quickly and quietly. Even though Pierre and Max should have had some say in the transfer, Underwood controlled the board of directors and technically didn't need the founders' consensus. Not that it overtly appeared to matter to Pierre. Max gave the paper transfer a cursory examination, at least asked the questions that were meaningless to the transformed Pierre, and gave the deal his irrelevant blessings. After the meeting with the emissaries from DGI's new owner, Oso Industries, Pierre and Max were confident that nothing would change for them. They would each continue in their respective roles. The day-to-day interference was expected to be minimal, but the planned public offering would be accelerated. That suited Pierre just fine. He would make out like a bandit. Several days before the date of issue, Pierre received a call from Tokyo, Mr. Troublot's. The thick Japanese accent mangled his name so badly, Pierre cringed. "Yes, this is Pierre Troublot," he said, exaggerating his French accent. The Japanese spoke French as well as a hair-lipped stutterer could recite, "Peter Piper picked a peck of pickled peppers." "I wish to inform you, sir, that the chairman of OSO is to visit your city tomorrow and participate in your new successes. Would this be convenient?" Pierre had only one possible response to the command performance he was being invited to. Since OSO had bought into DGI, Pierre was constantly mystified by the ritualism associated with Japanese business. They could say yes 100 times in a meeting, yet everyone present understood that the speakers really meant "no way, Jose." There, of course, was the need for a quality gift for any visitor from Japan. Johnny Walker Black was the expected gift, over which each recipient would feign total surprise. Pierre had received more pearl jewelry from the Japanese than he could use for 10 wives, but the ritual was preserved. "Of course it will. I would be most honored. If you could provide me with details of his flight, I will see to it that he receives appropriate treatment." "Very good, Mr. Troublot." Pierre stifled a smirk at the mispronunciation. "Your trouble will not go unrewarded." "Mr. Hamasoto, it is so good of you to visit at this time." "Very auspicious, sir." Pierre was kissing some ass. "Troublot-san." Homosoto's English had a touch of Boston snobbery in it. "You have performed admirably, and we all look to continued successes in the future. I expect, as I am sure you do, that the revenues raised from your public stock offering will provide your company with the resources to grow tenfold." It was a statement that demanded an answer. Another Japanese quirk. "Yes, sir, of course. As you know, Mr. Hamasoto, I am not involved in the day-to-day operations and the forecasting. My function is more to inspire the troops and carry the standard, so to speak. I will have to rely upon the expertise of others to give you the exact answers you seek. That is not necessary. I have all I need to know about your business and its needs. Your offer is most kind." "Why do you call DGI my business? Aren't we in this together? Partners?" Pierre clarified the idiom for the rotund bespectacled chairman of Oso Industries. "Hey!" "Of course, my friend. We are partners, and you will be very wealthy in a few days." That statement had the air of an accusation more than good wishes. "There is one little thing, though. It is so small that I don't wish to mention it." "Well, then don't," thought Pierre. "Nothing is so small it should not be mentioned. Please proceed. Homosoto-san, how may I help?" "That's it exactly." Homosoto beamed. "I do need your help. Not today, but in the future. Perhaps a small favor." "Any time at all, sir. Whatever I can, I will." Pierre was relieved. Just the more Japanese business practices that escaped him. Homosoto leaned in towards Pierre. His demeanor had shifted to one of a very serious man. "Mr. Troublot, how can I be sure that you won't disappoint me? How can I be sure?" The question threw Pierre for a loop. How can he be sure? "I don't know. Maybe this was only an oriental game of mumbly peg or chicken." "Sir, what would I need to do to convince you of my willingness to comply?" "When in doubt, ask." Homosoto relaxed again, leaned back in the plush office chair and smiled. in my country, Mr. Trouble. Honor is everything. You have nothing, nothing without your honor. Every child, man and woman in Japan knows that. We are raised with the focus of growth being honor. During the war between our countries, so many years ago, many found honor by making the supreme sacrifice. Kamikaze pilots are of whom I am speaking of, Mr. Trouble. Pierre's face must have given away the panic that instantly struck him. Suicide. This guy is truly nuts. Do not worry, Mr. Trouble. I can see what you are thinking. No. I only speak of kamikaze pilots to serve as example of honor, the kind that brought honor to Japan in the face of defeat. That is something Americans will never understand. But then again, you're not American, are you? I was born a Frenchman, but I naturalized over 20 years ago at the same time my parents did. Ah, yes, I remember. Then honor does mean more to you than to most Americans. That will be quite good. Now for the future favor. I require nothing of you today other than the guarantee of you honor. Is that agreeable to you, Mr. Troubles? Homosoto was pushing with the facade of friendliness. Pierre's concern was not alleviated. All the same, he reluctantly nodded his assent. Very good. Now for the favor. Homosoto stood up and reached inside his size 48, ill-fitting suit. Pierre was amazed at how much money the Japanese had, yet were apparently unable to ever wear clothes that fit properly. Homosoto handed a 5/4 floppy disk to Pierre. Pierre took it carefully from Homosoto and looked at the label. The diskette was marked only with File 1.exe to File 9.exe. He looked inquisitively at Homosoto, his eyes asking, "Yeah, so? What's this got to do with anything?" I see now you are confused. It is so simple, really. Sometime in the future, you will be instructed to add one of the files on this disk onto the draft programs you sell. That's it. So simply. So I have your word, Mr. Trouble. Honor among men. Pierre's mind was racing. Put a file onto a program? What does that do? What's on it? Does it help degraph? No, that can't be it. What is it? Why so secret? What's with the honor bit? From the chairman of OSO, not a technician. One floppy disk? Pierre smelled a fox in the chicken coop. Mr. Homosoto, sir, I mean no disrespect, but I hardly know what to think. I don't even know what this disk is. You are asking me to promise something I don't understand. What if I don't agree? At least until I know what I'm doing. I need to know what's going on here, he said, holding the disk up prominently. I prefer to think, Mr. Trouble, of what occurs, as long as you do agree to maintain the honor between us. It is so much more pleasant. Homosoto edged towards the doors of Trouble's office as he spoke. When you agree to act honorably, perform for me this small, insignificant favor, Mr. Trouble. You will get to keep the $20 million you make this Friday. And you will be permitted to Kenton we living. Good afternoon. Homosoto closed the door behind him. Alexander Speridon was pleased. His students were doing well. The other students from the New York Computer School had already checked in. They didn't have as far to travel as Sir George. Everything was in place, not quite a year to the day since he and Takio Homosoto had set their plans in action. Alex hadn't spoken to Homosoto in a couple of months. It was now time to report to Homosoto in Tokyo. It was 17 hours earlier there. Homosoto would probably be at his desk. The modem dialed the local Brookline number. The phone in Brookline subsequently dialed a number in Dallas, Texas, which dialed another phone in Tacoma, Washington. The Tacoma phone had the luxury of dialing the international number for Homosoto's private computer. Call forwarding services offered the ultimate in protection. Any telephone. Tracing would take weeks, requiring the cooperation of courts from every state where a forwarded phone was located. Then the State Department would have to coordinate with the Japanese embassy. An almost impossible task if anyone had the resources. It took about 45 seconds for the call to be completed. Oh, well, connection password. Alex entered his password, guessed it, and his forced response from his own PRG card. His computer terminal paused. If he was on satellite to Japan or to Dallas or anywhere else, his signal could travel 100,000 miles or more each time he sent a character from his keyboard. Cryptkey. Alex Spiridon chose 43. Each communication he had with Homo Soto was also protected with full encryption. If someone was able to isolate their conversations, all they would get would be sheer garbage, a screen full of unintelligible symbols and random characters. By choosing 43, Alex told his computer and Homo Soto's computer to use crypt key 43, one of over 100 secret keys that both computers held in their memory. This cryptographic scheme, using the U.S.'s Data Encryption Standard DES and ANSI Standard X9.1010 Comper 10 Reserve, used to protect the transmission of over $1 trillion of funds transfers daily. Ugh, transmission! Inga Inkfold. That was the signal for Alex to send the first words to Homo Soto. Good morning, Homo Soto Sen, and to you, my estoful Sen, and to you, my esto partner. You have something to respurt. Yes, all is in place. Please, clarify. Memory is not what it was. Of course, the last of the operators are in place. We call him Sir George. That makes 8 altogether. San Francisco, SF, New York, NY, Los Angeles, LA, Boston, BM, Atlanta, AG, Chicago, CI, Washington, D.C., and Dallas, DT. And they can be trusted. They are aware of the penalty. If not, we have others that will replace them. Besides, you are rewarding them most handsomely for their efforts. So I am. I expect results. And the authors? The mailmen are waiting as well, 4 of them in NYDC, LA, and DT. You say mailmen. What is that term? They will deliver our messages in writing to those who need additional proof of our sincerity. They know nothing of it than they get paid. Very well, to make sure that the addressees are in receipt of their packages. Very good. And they too are responsible? Yes. Elimination is a strong motivation. Besides, they know nothing. What if they read the contents? That can only help. They do not know where the money comes from. Most need the money more than their lives. My contacts make my choices ideal. Death is so permanent. I agree. It makes me honorable, does it not? Most of the time, yes. There are always exceptions, and we are prepared for that too. The Sikigen har are at your disposal. Thank you. The groundhogs, the first, are in place. How many and where? Over 50 so far. I will keep recruiting. We have 11 in the long-distance phone companies and at AT&T, 3 at IBM, 14 in government positions, 12 in major banks, a couple of insurance companies, 3 hospitals are compromised, and a list of others. We will keep the channels full, I promise. How will they function? They will gain access to the information we need, and when we call, they will perform. I will add more as we proceed. It amazes me, these Americans. Anything for a buck. Do not disappointment. I will not. That is my promise. When will the information be ready? Soon. Tomorrow. The first reader information will be sent to you. Cows may begin in days. You organize it. The groundhogs are not to be activated for several weeks. They are to perform their jobs as if nothing is wrong. Do they understand? Groundhogs receive 2 paychecks. They understand their obligations. We pay 10 times their salary for their allegiance. The operators and mailmen will start soon. There's no such thing as allegiance. Don't you note that you, now that yet, Americans pay homage to the almighty dollar and nothing else. They will be loyal. A, you are motivated, my friend. I do not forget that. B, you authors can offer more dollars and W can be found. I cannot risk that under any circumstance. Do you understand this? Do you understand this risk? Completely. I am responsible for my people. And they are prepared from their jobs? Yes, that is my responsibility to ensure the security of our task. No one must know. I know my job. Deal ITWELL. I will leave you. Connection terminated. Chapter 5. Monday, September 14. New York City, Doug! Scott hollered across the city room. As in most newspaper offices, the constant scurry of people bumping into each other while reading and walking gave the impression of more activity than there really was. Desks were not in any particular pattern, but it wasn't totally chaotic either. Every desk had at least one computer on it, some 2 or 3. Scott pushed back into place those that he dislodged while running to McGuire's desk. Doug McGuire noticed the early hour, 8:39 a.m. on the one-wall clock that gave daylight savings time for the East Coast. The other dozen or so clocks spanned the time zones of the globe. It wasn't like Scott to be his energetic, youthful self before noon. "Doug, I need you," Scott shouted from 3 desks away. "It'll just take a minute." Scott nearly dragged the balding, overweight, sometimes harsh 60-year-old Doug McGuire across the newsroom. They abruptly halted in front of Scott's desk, boxes full of files everywhere. On the floor, piled 3 or 4 high, on his desk. "Will you look at this? Just look at this." He stuck a single sheet of paper too close into Doug's face. Doug pushed it away to read it out loud. McGuire read from the page. "A message from a fan. Thanks." Doug looked perplexed. He motioned at the paper hurricane on Scott's desk. "So, what is this mess? Where did it come from?" Scott spoke excitedly. "I got another delivery. About an hour ago. I think it's from the same guy who sent the Macmillan stuff." He perused the boxes. "Why do you say that?" Doug asked curiously. "Because of what's in here. I haven't been able to go through much of it, obviously, but I scanned through a few of the boxes. There's dirt on almost every company in the Fortune 1000. Copies of memoranda, false figures, confidential position statements, the truth behind a lot of PR scandals. It goes on and on. There's even a copy of some of the shredded Ollie North papers. Or so they say they are. Who knows? But God, there are notes about behind-the-scene plays on mergers, who's screwing who to get deals done. It's all here. 100 years of stories right here. Let's see what we've got here." Doug was immediately hooked by the treasure trove of potential info of them, coupled with Scott's enthusiasm. The best stories come from the least likely places. No reporter ever forgets a third-rate burglary at the Watergate that brought down a president. By late afternoon, Scott and several of the paper's researchers had set up a preliminary filing system. They categorized the 100 of files and documents and computer printouts by company, alphabetically. The contents were amazing. Over 150 of the top American corporations were represented directly, and thousands of other by reference. In every case, there was a revelation of one or more particularly embarrassing or illegal activities. Some were documented accounts and histories of past events and others that were in progress. Many of the papers were prognostications of future events of questionable ethics or legality. It reminded Scott of Gene Dixon-style predictions. From Wall Street's ivory tower deals, where payoffs are called consulting fees, and in banking circles, where delaying transfers of funds can yield millions of dollars in interest daily. From industrial secrets stolen or purchased from such and such a source, the laundry list was long. Plans to effect such a business plan and how to disguise its true purposes from the ITC and SEC. Internal, very upper-level policies which never reach the company's employee handbook. policies of discrimination, attitude, and protective corporate culture which not only transcend the law but in many cases morality. The false books, the gem-eyed numbers, they were in the boxes too, but that was almost accepted accounting practice as long as you didn't get caught. But the depth of some of the figures was amazing, like how one computer company brought in Toshiba parts and sold them to the government despite the ban on Toshiba components because of their sale of precision lathes to the Soviets. Jesus, said Scott after a lengthy silence of intent reading, this nails everyone, even the government. There were well-documented dossiers on how the EPA made unique exclusions hundreds of times over based upon the financial lobby and clout of the particular offender, or how certain elected officials in Washington had pocketed funds from their PAC monies, or how defense contractors were advised in advance of the contents of an upcoming billion-dollar RFP. The cartons of files were absolute political dynamite, and, if released, could have massive repercussions in the world financial community. There was a fundamental problem, though. Scott Mason was in possession of unsupported but not unreasonable accusations. They were certainly believable. All he really had was leads, 1,000 leads, in 10,000 different directions, with no apparent coherency or theme, received from an anonymous and dubious donor, and there was no way of immediately gauging the veracity of their contents. He clearly remembered what it was like to be lawyered. That held no appeal at the moment. The next obvious question was, who would have the ability to gather this amount of information, most of which was obviously meant to be kept very, very private? Papers meant not for anyone, but only for a select group of insiders. Lastly, and just as important to the reporter, why? What would someone gain from telling all the nasty goings-on inside of corporate America? There have been so many stories over the years about this company or that screwing over the little guy, how the IRS and the government operated substantially outside of legal channels. The kinds of things that the Secretary of the Treasury would prefer were kept under wraps. Sometimes stories of this type made the news, maybe a trial or two, but not exactly noteworthy in the big picture. White-collar crime wasn't as good as The Simpsons or Roseanne, so it went largely ignored. Scott Mason needed to figure out what to do with his powder keg. So, as any good investigative reporter would do, he decided to pick a few key pieces and see if the old axiom was true. Where there's smoke, there's fire. Fire. That's exactly what Franklin Dobbs didn't want that Monday morning. He and 50 other corporate CEOs across the country received their own unsolicited packages by courier. Each CEO received a dossier on his own company, a very private dossier containing information that technically didn't or wasn't officially supposed to exist. Each one read their personalized file cover to cover in absolute privacy, and shock set in. Only a few of the CEOs in the New York area had ever heard of Scott Mason before, and little did they know that he had the complete collection of dossiers in his possession at the New York City Times. Regardless, boardrooms shook to their very core. Wall Street trading was untypically low for a Monday, less than 50,000 shares. But CNN and other financial observers attributed the anomaly to random factors unconnected to the secret panic that was spreading through corporate America. By 6 p.m., CEOs and key aides from 7 major corporations headquartered in the metropolitan New York area had agreed to meet. Throughout the day, CEOs routinely talked to other corporate leaders as friends, acquaintances, for brain picking and G2, market probing in the course of business. Today, though, the scurry of inter-ivory tower calls was beyond routine. Through a complicated ritual dance of non-committal consent, questions never asked and answers never given, with a good dose of Zieglerisms, a few of the CEOs communicated to each other during the day that they were not happy with the morning mail. A few agreed to talk together, unofficially of course, just for a couple of drinks with friends, and there's nothing wrong. We admit nothing, of course not. These are the rules strictly obeyed for a non-encounter that isn't happening. So they didn't meet in a very private room upstairs at the executive club where sensitive meetings often never took place. One's presence in that room is as good as being on in a black hole. You just weren't there, no matter what. Perfect. The room that wasn't there was heavily furnished and dark. The mustiness lent to the feeling of intrigue and incredulity the 7 CEOs felt. Massive brown leather couches and matching oversized chairs surrounded by stout mahogany tables were dimly lit by the assortment of low-wattage lamp fixtures. There was a huge round dining table large enough for all of Camelot, surrounded by mammoth chairs in a large anteroom. The brocade curtains covered long windows that stretched from the floor to ornate corner moldings of the 16-foot ceilings. One tired old black waiter with short-cropped white hair appeared and disappeared skillfully and invisibly. He was so accustomed to working with such distinguished gentlemen and knew how important their conversations were that he took great pride in refilling a drink without being noticed. With his little game, he made sure that drinks for everyone were always full. They spoke openly around Lambert. Lambert had worked the room since he was 16 during World War II, and he saw no reason to trade occupations. He was treated decently, and he doubled as a bookie for some members, which added to his income. There was mutual trust. "I don't know about you gentlemen," said Porter Henry, the energetic and feisty leader of Morse Technologies, defense subcontractor. "I personally call this blackmail." A few nods. "I'm not about to admit to anything, but have you been threatened?" demanded Ogden Roberts, chairman of National First Interstate. "No, I don't believe any of us have in so many words. And no, none of us have done anything wrong. We are merely trying to keep sensitive corporate strategies private, that's all. But I do take the position that we are being intimidated. I think Porter's right. This is tantamount to blackmail, or the precursor at a minimum." They discussed, in the most circumlocutus manner, possibilities. The why, how, and whose. Who would know so much about so many supposedly sacrosanct secrets? Therefore, there must have been a lot of whos, mustn't there? They figured about 50 of their kindred CEOs had received similar packages, so that meant a lot of whos were behind the current crisis in privacy. Or maybe just one big who. Okay, that's narrowed down real far. Either a lot of whos, one big who, or somewhere in between. Why? They all agreed that demands would be coming, so they looked for synergy between their firms, any sort of connections that spanned at first the 7 of those present, to predict what kinds of demands. But it is difficult to find hard business connections between an insurance company, a bank, 2 defense contractors, a conglomerate of every drugstore product known to man, and a fast food company. The thread wasn't there. How? That was the hardest. They certainly hadn't come up with any answers. On the other 2 questions, so this was asking the impossible. CEOs are notorious for not knowing how their companies work on a day-to-day basis. Thus, after 4 or 5 drinks, spurious and arcane ideas were seriously considered. UFOs were responsible. I once saw one. My secretary, I never really trusted her at all. The feds. Must be the IRS. His sure competitor is doing it to all of us. The Moonies, maybe the Moonies. Why don't we just go to the feds? Asked Franklin Dobbs, who did not participate in the conjecturing stream of consciousness free for all. Silence cut through the room instantly. Lambert looked up from his corner to make sure they were all still alive. "I'm serious. The FBI is perfect. We all operate interstate and internationally. Would you prefer that NYPD?" he said derogatorily, waiting any voices of dissent. "Come on, Frank. What are we going to tell them?" Ogden Roberts, the banker, asked belligerently. The liquor was having an effect. Certainly not the truth. He cut himself short, realizing that he came dangerously close to admitting some indefinable wrong he had committed. "You know what I mean," he quickly added. "We don't go into all of the detail. an abbreviated form of the truth, all true, but maybe not everything. I'm sure we all agree that we want to keep this situation as quiet as possible. Rapid assent came from all around. All we need to say is that we have been contacted in a threatening manner, that no demands have been made yet, but we are willing to cooperate with the authorities. That would give us all a little time to reorganize our priorities, if you see what I mean, Dobbs added. The 7 CEOs were thoughtful. Now, this doesn't mean that we all have to agree on this, Franklin Dobbs said. But as for me, I have gone over this in limited detail with my attorney, and he agrees with it on a strategic level. If someone's after you and you can't see 'em, get the guys with the white hats on your side. Then do some housekeeping. I am going to the FBI. Anybody care to join me? It was going to be a lonesome trip. September 4 years ago. Tokyo, Japan. Oso Industries maintained its world headquarters in the OSO World Bank building, which towered 71 stories over downtown Tokyo. From the executive offices on the 66th floor, on a clear day, the view reached as far as the Pacific. It was from these lofty reaches that Taki Homosoto commanded his $30 billion empire, which spread across 5 continents, 112 countries, and employed almost 250,000 people. Oso Industries had diversified since its humble beginnings as a used tire junk store. The Korean conflict had been a windfall. Taki Homosoto started a tire retreading business in 1946 during the occupation of Japan. The Americans were so smart, he thought. Bring over all of your men, tanks, jeeps, and doctors not telling us the truth about radiation, and you forget spare tires. Good move, Yankee. Taki gouged the military on pricing so badly, and the Americans didn't seem care that the Pentagon didn't think twice about paying $700 for toilet seats decades later. Taki did give great service. After all, his profits were so staggeringly high, he could afford it. Keep the Americans happy, feed their ego, and they'll come back for more. No sense of pride. Suckers. When the Americans moved in for Korea, Tokyo was both a command post for the war effort and the first choice of R&R by servicemen. OSO Industries was in a perfect position to take advantage of the U.S. government's tire needs throughout the conflict. OSO was already in place, doing a good job. Taki had bought some friends in the U.S. military, and a few arrangements were made to keep business coming his way. Taki accumulated millions quickly. Now he needed to diversify. Realizing that the war would come to an end someday, Homosoto began making plans. Oso radio sets appeared on the market before the end of the Korean police action. Then, with the application of the transistor, the portable radio market exploded. Oso Industries made more transistor radios than all other Japanese electronics firms combined. Then came black and white televisions. The invention of the single-beam color TV tube again brought Oso billions in revenues every year. Now, OSO was the model of a true global corporation. OSO owned banks and investment companies. Their semiconductor and electronics products were household words. They controlled a vast network of companies, electronic game manufacturers, microwave and appliance manufacturers, and notably, acres and acres of Manhattan Island, California, and Hawaii. They owned and operated communications companies, including their own geosynchronous satellite. OSO positioned itself as a holding company with hundreds of subsidiaries, each with their own specialty, operating under thousands of names. Taki Homosoto wove an incredibly complex web of corporate influence and intrigue. OSO was one of the 10 largest corporations in the world. Reaganomics had already assisted in making OSO and Homosoto himself politically important to both Japan and the U.S., exactly how Homosoto wanted it. American leaders, senators, congressmen, appointees, lobbyists, in fact, much of Washington coddled up to Homosoto, his empire planned years in advance. The U.S. government meant unofficially craved his insights, and in characteristic Washington style, wanted to be near someone important. Homo Soto relished it, owed it up. He was a most cordial, unassuming, humble guest. He played the game magnificently. Almost the entire 66th floor of the OSO Bank building was dedicated to Homo Soto and his immediate staff. Only a handful of the more than 200,000 people that OSO Industries employed had access to the pinnacle of the OSO Tower, which graced the Tokyo skyline. The building was designed by Pei and received international acclaim as an architectural statement. The atrium and the lobby vaulted almost 700 feet skyward, precursoring American hotel design in the next decade. Plants, trees over 100 feet tall, and waterfalls graced the atria and the overhanging sky lobbies. The first floor lobby was designed around a miniature replica of the Jinsha forest, fashioned with thousands of bonsai trees. The mini-forest was built to be viewed from various heights within the atrium to simulate a flight above the earth at distances from 2 to 150 miles. The lobby of OSO Industries was a veritable museum. The Van Gogh collection was not only the largest private or public assemblage in the world, but also represented over $100 million spent in Sotheby's and Christie's auctions worldwide since 1975. To get to the elevator to the 66th floor, a security check was performed, including a complete but unobtrusive electronic scan of the entire person and his belongings. To all appearances, the procedure was no more than airport security. However, to the initiate or the suspect, it was evident from the accuracy with which the guards targeted specific contraband on a person or in his belongings that they knew more than they were telling. The OSO guards had the girth of sumo wrestlers, and considering their sheer mass, they received little hassle. Very few deemed it prudent to cross them. The lobby, for all of its grandeur, ceilings of nearly 700 feet, was a fairly austere experience. But the elevator to the 66th floor altered that image at once. It was this glass-walled elevator, the size of a small office with appropriately comfortable furnishings, that Miles Foster rode. From the comfort of the living room setting in the elevator, he enjoyed a panorama of the atrium as it disappeared beneath him. He looked at the forest and imagined what astronauts saw when they catapulted into orbit. The executive elevator was much slower than the others. Either the residents in the penthouse relished the solitude in view, or they had motion sickness. Nonetheless, it was most impressive. "Ah, Mr. Foster, welcome to OSO. Please to step this way." Miles Foster was expected at the terminus of the lift, which opened into an obscenely large waiting room that contained a variety of severe and obviously uncomfortable furniture. "Aha," Miles thought. "That's exactly what this is, another art gallery, albeit a private one for the eyes of his host and no one else. White walls, white ceilings, polished parquet floors, track lighting, recessed lights, indirect lights." Miles noticed that the room, as pure as the driven snow, didn't have any windows. He didn't recognize much of the art, but given his host, it must have represented a sizable investment. Miles was ushered across the vast floor to a set of handsomely carved, tall wooden doors with almost garish gold hardware. His slight Japanese host barely tapped on the door, almost inaudibly. He paused and stood at attention as he blurted an obedient "Hi." The aide opened both doors from the middle and, in deference to Mr. Foster, moved to one side to let the visitor be suitably impressed. Homo Soto's office was a total contrast to his gallery. Miles' first reaction was astonishment. It was slightly dizzying. The ceiling slanted to a height of over 25 feet at the outer walls, which were floor-to-ceiling glass. The immense room provided not only a spectacular view of Tokyo and 50 miles beyond, but lent one the feeling of being outside. Coming from the U.S. government, such private opulence was not common. It was to be expected in his family's places of business, the gaming parlors of Las Vegas, but not in normal commerce. He had been to Trump Tower in New York, but that was a public building, a place for tourists. This office, he used the word liber ali, was palatial. It was decorated in Spartan fashion with cherry wood walls. Artwork, statues, figurines, all Japanese in style, sat wherever there was an open surface. A few gilt shelves and marble display tables were randomly scattered around the room. Not chaotically, just the opposite. The scattering was exquisitely planned. There was a dining alcove, privatized by lavish rice paper panels for eating in maitsewataxi d. Eating on the floor was an honored ritual. There was a small pit under the table for curling in one's legs on the floor. A conference table with 12 elegant wooden chairs sat at the opposite end of the cavernous office. In the center of the room, at the corner of the building, was Homo Soto's desk, or work surface if you prefer. It was large enough for four, yet Homo Soto, as he stood to greet Foster, appeared to dwarf his environment and desk, not in size, but in confidence. His personage was in total command. The desk and its equipment were on a platform some 6 above the rest of the room. The intended effect was not lost on Foster. The sides of the glossy cherrywood desk were slightly elevated to make room for a range of video monitors, communications facilities, and computers which accessed Homo Soto's empire. A vast telephone console provided conferencing to OSO offices worldwide. Dow Jones, CNN, Nippon TV were constantly displayed, visible only to Homo Soto. This was Homo Soto's command central, as he liked to call it. Foster gawked at the magnificent surroundings as he stood in front of his assigned seat, a comfortable plush black leather chair. It was one of several arranged in a sunken conversation pit. Homo Soto acknowledged Foster's presence with the briefest of nods as he stepped down off of his eyrie. Homo Soto wore expensive clothes. A dark brown suit, matching solid tie and the omnipress and solid white starched shirt. It didn't fit, like most Japanese business uniforms. He was short, no more than 5'6", Miles noticed, after Homo Soto got down to the same level as the rest of the room. On the heavy side, he walked slowly and deliberately, eyes forward after the obligatory nod. His large head was sparsely covered with little wisps of hair in nature's futile attempt to clothe the top of his freckled skull. Even at 59, Homo Soto's hair was still pitch black. Miles wasn't sure if Grecian formula was available in Japan. The short crop accentuated the pronounced ears. A rounded face was peppered with spots, dark freckles perhaps, or maybe carcinoma. His deep-set black eyes stared through the object of his attention. Homo Soto was not the friendly type, thought Miles. Homo Soto stood in front of Miles, extended his hand and bowed the most perfunctory of bows. Miles took his hand, expecting a strong grip. Instead, he was greeted with a wet fish handshake which wriggled quickly from his grasp. Homo Soto didn't give the slightest indication of a smile. The crow's feet around his eyes were caused by pudginess, not happiness. When he sat opposite Foster in a matching chair, he began without any pleasantries. "I hear you are the best." Homo Soto stared at Foster. It was a statement that required a response. Foster shifted his weight a little in the chair. What a way to start. This guy must think he's hot shit. Well, maybe he is. First class, all expense paid trip to Tokyo, plus consultation fees, in advance. Just for one conversation, he was told. We just want some advice. Then last night and the night before, he was honored with sampling the finest Oriental women. His hot button. All expenses paid, of course. Miles knew he was being buttered up for what he didn't know, but he took advantage of it all. That's what your people tell you. Foster took the challenge and glared, albeit with a smirk dimpled smile, politely, right back at Homo Soto. Homo Soto continued his stare. He didn't relax his intensity. Mr. Foster, Homo Soto continued, his face still emotionless. Are you as good as they say? He demanded. Miles Foster defiantly spat out the one-word response, better. Homo Solto's eyes squinted. Mr. Foster, if that is true, we can do business. But first, I must be convinced. I can assure you we know quite a bit about you already, otherwise you wouldn't be here. Miles noticed that Homo Soto spoke excellent English, clipped in style, but Americanized. He occasionally stretched his vowels to the brink of a drawl. Yeah, so what do you know? Pulled up a few databases? Big deal. Miles cocked his head at Homo Soto's desk. I would assume that with that equipment, you can probably get whatever you want. Homo Soto let a shimmer of a smile appear at the corners of his mouth. You are most perceptive, Mr. Foster. Homo Soto paused and leaned back in the well-stuffed chair. Mr. Foster, tell me about your family. Miles' neck reddened. Listen, you called me. I didn't call you. All I ever knew about Oso was that you made ghetto blasters, TVs, and vibrators. So therefore, you wanted me, not my family. If you had wanted them, you would have called them, Miles said loudly. So, keep my family the fuck out of it. I do not mean to offend, Homo Soto said offensively. I just am most curious why you didn't go to work for your family. They have money, power, you would have been a very important man, and a very rich one. Homo Soto said matter-of-factly. So, the prudent man must wonder why you went to work for your government. Aren't your family and your government, how shall I say, on opposite sides? My family's got nothing to do with this or you. Clear. Miles was adamant. But, out of courtesy for getting me laid last night, I might as well tell you. I went to the feds 'cause they have the best computers, the biggest equipment, and the most interesting work. Not much money, but I have a backup when I need it. If I went to work for my family, as you put it, I would have been a glorified bean counter. And that's not what I do. It would have been no challenge. Boring, boring, boring. Miles smiled sarcastically at Homo Soto. Happy now? Homo Soto didn't flinch. Does that mean you do not disapprove of your family's activities? How they make money? I don't give a fuck, Miles yelled. How does that grab you? I don't give a flying fuck. They were real good to me, paid a lot of my way. I love my mother and she's not a hitman. My uncle does. I don't know what or care. Their family, that's it. How much clearer do you want it? Miles continued shouting. Homo Soto grinned and held up his hands. My apologies, Mr. Foster. I mean no disrespect. I'd just like to know who works for me. Hey, I don't work for you yet. Of course, a simple slip of the tongue. Right, Miles snapped sarcastically. Homo Soto ignored this last comment. The insincere smile left his face, replaced with a more serious countenance. Why did you leave your post with the National Security Agency, Mr. Foster? Another inquisition, thought Miles. What a crock. Make it good for the gook. 'Cause I was working for a bunch of bungling idiots who ensured their longevity by creating an invincible bureaucracy. Miles decided that a calm beginning might be more appropriate. They had no real idea of what was going on. Their heads were so far up their ass they had a tan line across their chests. Whenever we had a good idea, it was either too novel, too expensive, or needed additional study. Or it was relegated to a committee that might react in 2 years. What a pile of bullshit. A waste of time. We could have achieved a lot more without all the interference. Mr. Foster, you say we. Who is we? Homo Soto pointedly asked Miles. The analysts, the people who did the real work. There were hundreds of us on the front lines. The guys who sweated weekends and nights to make our country safe from the communists. The managers just never got with the program. Mr. Foster, how many of the other analysts, in your opinion, are good? Miles stepped back in his mind to think about this. Oh, I guess I knew a half-dozen guys and one girl who were pretty good. She was probably the best. Other than me, he bragged. Some chicken. Excuse me? Chicken? Oh, sorry. Miles looked up in thought. Ah, chicks, Fox, look, sweet meat, gash, you know. Do you mean she's very pretty? Miles suppressed an audible chuckle. Yeah, that's right. Real pretty, but real smart, too. Odd combination, isn't it? He smiled a wicked smile. Homo Soto ignored the crudeness. What are your politics, Mr. Foster? Huh? My politics? What the hell has that got to do with anything? Miles demanded. Just answer the question, please, Mr. Foster, Homo Soto quietly ordered. Miles was getting incensed. Republican, Democrat, what do you mean? I vote who the fuck I want to vote for. Other than that, I don't play. Don't play. Homo Soto briefly pondered the idiom. Ah, so, don't play. Don't get involved. Is that so? Right. They're all fucked. I vote for the stupidest assholes running for office. Any office. With any luck he'll win and really screw things up. Homo Soto hit one of Miles' hot buttons. Politics. He listened attentively to Miles as he carried on. That's about the only way to fix anything. First, fuck it up. Real bad. Create a crisis. Since the government ignores whoever or whatever isn't squeaking, that's the only way to get any attention. Make noise. Once you create a crisis, geez, just look at Grenada and Panama and Iraq to justify Star Wars. You get a lot of people on for the ride. Just look at the national energy debate. Great idea. 30 years and $5 trillion late. Then, oh, they say, we got a big problem. We better fix it. Then they all want to be heroes and every podunk politico shoots off his mouth about the latest threat to humanity. That's your politics? Sure. If you want to get something fixed, first fuck it up so bad that everyone notices, and then they'll be crawling up your ass trying to help you fix it. Very novel, Mr. Foster. Very novel and very cynical. Homo Soto looked mildly amused. Not meant to be. Just true. It seems to me that you hold no particular allegiance. Would that be a fair observation? Homo Soto pressed the same line of questioning. To me, that's my allegiance, and not much of anything else. Miles sounded defensive. Then, Mr. Foster, what does it take to make you a job offer? I am sure money isn't everything to a man like you. Homo Soto leaned back. All 10 of his fingers met in mirror image fashion and performed push-ups on each other. Foster returned Homo Soto's dare with a devastating stare down that looked beyond Homo Soto's face. It looked right into his mind. Foster used the knuckles from both hands for supports as he leaned on the table between them. He began speaking deliberately and coherently. My greatest pleasure? A challenge. A great challenge. Yes, the money is nice, don't get me wrong, but the thrill is the challenge. I spent years with people ignoring my advice, refusing to listen to me. And I was right so many times when they were wrong. Then they would start blaming everyone else and another. Committee is set up to find out what went wrong. I would love to teach them a lesson. How unfortunate for them that they failed to recognize your abilities and let your skills serve them. Yes, indeed, how unfortunate. Homo Soto said somberly. So, Miles said arrogantly as he retreated back to his seat. You seem to be asking a lot of questions and getting a lot of answers. It is your dime, so I owe you something. But, Mr. Homo Soto, I would like to know what you're looking for. Homo Soto stood up erect. You, Mr. Foster. You. You are what I have been looking for. And if you do your job right, I am making the assumption you will accept. You will become wealthier than you ever hoped, ever dreamed. Mr. Foster, your reputation precedes you. He sincerely extended his hand to Foster. I do believe we can do business. Homo Soto was beaming at Miles Foster. Okay, so if I accept, what do I do? Said Miles, as he again shook Homo Soto's weak hand. You, Mr. Foster, are going to lead an invasion of the United States of America. Chapter 6. 3 years ago. Sunnyvale, California. Pierre Trouvelot was staggered beyond reason. His life was just threatened, and he didn't know what to do about it. What the hell was this disc anyway? Military secrets? Industrial espionage? Then why put it on the D-graph disks and programs? Did I just agree? What did I say? I don't remember what I said. Maybe I said maybe. Panic yielded to confusion. What is so wrong? This was just some old Japanese guy who was making some veiled Oriental threat. Now it was another one of those cultural differences, like calisthenics before work at those Japanese companies that saturate the West Coast. Sure, it sounded like a threat, but this is OSO Industries we are talking about. That would be like the head of Sony using extortion to sell Walkman. Impossible. All the same, it was scary, and he had no idea what was on the disc. He called Max. Max, what are you doing? What he meant, and Max understood, was, I need you. Get your ass up here now. On my way, amigo. The next few minutes waiting for Max proved to be mentally exhausting. He thought of hundreds of balancing arguments for both sides of the coin. Be concerned, this guy is nuts and meant it, or I misunderstood something, or it got lost in the translation. He prayed for the latter. Yo, what gives? Max walked into Pierre's office without knocking. Tell me what's on this. Pierre thrust the disc up at Max's large physique. Max held the disc to his forehead and gazed skyward. A good start. Yes, a good start. Max grinned. Pierre groaned, knowing full well that the Kreskin routine had to be completed before anything serious was discussed. Max brought the disc to his mouth and blew on it, so the disc holder bulged in the middle. Max pulled out the disc and pretended to read it. What do you call 1,000 lawyers at the bottom of the ocean? Pierre chuckled a half a chuck. He wasn't in the mood, but then he had no love for lawyers. Max, please. Hey, just trying new material. That's 5 years old. Pierre interrupted. All right already. Give me a break. Okay, let's have a look. They went behind Pierre's desk and inserted the disc in his IBM AT. Max asked the computer for a listing of the diskette's contents. The screen scrolled and stopped. A Tawarwat, Quality Zero, SE01/01/8704 while 85 at Twar SE01/01/E203024 I01/01 801/8001 SE01/0 at quote 801 81/01/8 white 5 I01 804 by 0 R duals 2829 512 SE01 601/8 I01/2 Fluan FSC Watts 6 white 5 Willet. What are they? Max's lack of concern was understandable, but it annoyed Pierre all the same. I don't know. That's what I'm asking you. What are they? What kind of programs? Geez, Pierre, I don't know. Games maybe? Small utilities? Have you used them yet? No, not yet. Someone just gave them to me. That's all. Pierre's nervousness betrayed him. Well, let's try one, see what it does. Max typed in File 93. That would run the program. A few seconds later, the disk stopped and the computer returned to its natural state, that of the sea. That of the sea. That one didn't work. Let's try 92. That's curious. It doesn't do anything either. Looks like a bunch of crap to me. What are they supposed to do? Max shrugged his shoulders. Max kept trying a few more of the numbered programs. I don't know, really. Maybe it's just a joke. Some joke? I don't get it. Where's the punchline? Damn nothing. Max punched a few more keys. Let me have this. I want to take me a look closer. Look, Max said as he pulled the diskette from the machine. Where are you going with that? To my lab. I'll disassemble it and see what's what. Probably some garbage shareware. I'll call you later. At 4 p.m., Max came flying through Pierre's office door again. Pierre was doing his magic, talking to the press on the phone. "Where did you get this?" bellowed Max as he strutted across the plush carpet, holding the diskette in his hand. Pierre waved him silent and onto the couch. He put up one finger to indicate just a minute. Pierre cut the reporter short on an obviously contrived weak excuse. He promised to call back real soon. He meant that part. He would call back. "Pierre, where did you get this?" Max asked again. "Nowhere. What's on it?" he demanded. "Viruses? Lots of 'em. You mean it's sick? Like contagious?" Pierre was being genuine. "No, you frog idiot. Computer viruses. What is a computer virus? A machine can't get sick." "How wrong you are, old buddy. You're in for a lesson now. Sit down." Pierre obliged. This was Max's turf. "Here goes. If I lose you, just holler, okay, amigo?" Pierre had grown to hate being called amigo, but he had never asked Max to stop. Besides, now wasn't the appropriate time to enlighten Max as to the ins and outs of nickname niceties. Pierre nodded silent agreement. Computers basically use two types of information. One type of information is called data. That's numbers, words, names on a list, a letter, accounting records, whatever. The second type are called programs. We tweaks call them executables. Executables are almost alive. The instructions contained in the executables operate on the data. Everything else is a variation on a theme. Yeah, so the computer needs a program to make it work. Everyone knows that. What about these? I'm getting there. Hold on. There are several types of executables. Some are COM files. Sys and BAT files act like executables, and so do some OVR and OVL files. In IBM-type computers, that's about it. Apples and Macs and others have similar situations, but these programs are for IBMs. Now imagine a program, an executable, which is designed to copy itself onto another program. Yeah, so that's how draft works. We essentially seam ourselves into the application. Exactly, but dgraph is benign. These, he holds up the diskette, these are contaminated. They are viruses. I only looked at a couple of them. Disassembly takes a while. Pierre, if only one of these programs were on your computer, 3 years from now, the entire contents of your hard disk would be destroyed in seconds. Pierre was stunned. It had never occurred to him that a program could be harmful. That's 3 years from now. So what? I probably won't have the same programs on my computer then anyway. There's always something new. It doesn't matter. The viruses I looked at here copy themselves onto other programs and hide themselves. They do nothing at all except copy themselves onto other programs. In a few days, every program on your computer, everyone would be infected, would be sick. Everyone would have the same flu if you wish. And then, 3 years from now, any computer that was infected would destroy itself. And the virus itself would be destroyed as well. Kind of like Jap kamikazes from World War II. They know exactly when they will die, and hope to take a lot of others with them. In this case, the virus commits suicide in 3 years. Any data or program within spitting distance, so to speak, goes too. So why doesn't someone go looking for viruses and come up with antidotes? It's not that simple. A well-written virus will disguise itself. The ones you gave me, at least the ones I disassembled, not only hide themselves, but they are dormant until activation, in this case on a specific date. Max continued the never-ending education of Pierre. Besides, it's been proven that there is no way to have a universal piece of software to detect viruses. Can't be done. Whoa, who comes up with this stuff? Pierre was trying to grasp the importance of what he was hearing. Used to be a Unix type of practical joking. Try writing a program that would annoy fellow programmers. Pretty harmless fooling around. No real damage, just embarrassment that called for similar revenge. It was a game of one-upmanship within university-type computer science labs. I saw a little of it while I worked at the school computer labs, but again, it was harmless shenanigans. These, though, wow, deadly. Where the hell did you get them? Pierre was in a quandary. Tell or don't tell? Do I or don't I? He trusted Max implicitly, but what about the threat? Nav, I can tell Max. Anything. Homo Soto. What? Asked Max incredulously. Homo Soto. He gave it to me. Pierre was solemn. Why? What for? He said that I was to put it on the D-graph discs that we sell. He's crazy. That's absolutely nuts. Do you know what would happen? Max paced the floor as he spoke angrily. We sell thousands of D-graphs every month, tens of thousands. And half of the computer companies ship draft with their machines. In 3 years' time, we may have over a couple of million copies of draft in the field. And who knows how many millions more programs would be infected too? Tens of millions of infected programs. My God! Do you know how many machines would be destroyed? Well, maybe not all destroyed, but it's about the same thing. The effects would be devastating. Max stopped to absorb what he was saying. How bad could it be? Once they're discovered, can't your viruses be destroyed? Pierre was curious about the newly discovered power. Well, yes and no. A virus that is dormant for that long years is also called a time bomb and a Trojan horse. There would be no reason to suspect that a legitimate software company would be shipping a product that would damage computers. The thought is absurd. It's madness. But brilliant madness. Even if a few of the viruses accidentally go off prematurely, the virus destroys itself in the process. Poof, no smoking gun, no EV dines. Nobody would have clue until V-Day. V-Day, Virus Day. Max, what's in this for Homo Soto? What's the angle? Shit, I can't think of one. If it ever got out that our programs were infected, it would be the end of DGI. All over. On the other hand, if no one finds out before V-Day, all the PCs in the country, or Jesus, even the world, self-destruct at once. It's then only a matter of time before DGI is caught in the act. And then, amigo, it's really over. For you, me, and DGI. What exactly did Homo Soto say? Pierre was teetering between terror and disbelief. How had he gotten into this position? His mind wandered back over the last few years since he and Max had come up with the engine. Life has been real good. Sure, I don't get much music in anymore, and I have kinda been seduced by the fast lane, but so what? So, I take a little more credit than credit's due, but Max doesn't mind. He really doesn't. The threat, was it real? Maybe. He tried to convince himself that his mind was playing tricks on itself, but the intellectual exercises he performed at lightning speed, cranial neuroscene, obsessed wishing for all they were worth, did not permit Pierre the luxury of a respite of calm. He said he wanted me to put this on D-graph programs. Sometime in the future, that's about it. There was no reason to speak of the threats. No reason at all. His vision became suddenly clear. He was being boxed into a corner. Well? Max's eyes widened as he expected a response from Pierre. Well, what? Well, what are you going to tell him? Or, more like, where are you going to tell him to go? This is crazy, fucking crazy, man. Max, let me handle it. Some quietude returned to Pierre. A determination and resolve came from the confusion. Yeah, I'll take care of it. Mr. Homo Soto, we need to speak. Pierre showed none of the international politique that usually was second nature. He called Homo Soto at the San Jose Marriott later that afternoon. Of course, Mr. Trouble, I will see you shortly. Homo Soto hung up. Was that a Japanese yes for a yes or a yes for a no? Pierre wasn't sure, but he was sure that he knew how to handle Homo Soto. Homo Soto didn't have the common courtesy to say he would not be coming until the following morning. In the plushness of Pierre's executive suite, Homo Soto sat with the same shit-eating grin he had left with the day before. Pierre hated that worse than being called amigo. Mr. Karitz. Trouble, you asked to speak to me. I assume this concerns a matter of honor between two men. Homo Solto spoke in a monotone as he sat stiffly. You're damned right it does. Pierre picked up the diskette from his desk. This disc? This disc? It's absolutely incredible. You know what's here, you know what kind of damage it can cause, and you have the gall, the nerve to come in here and ask me, no, worse yet, tell me to distribute these along with D-graph? You're out of your mind, mister. Pierre was in a rage. If you think we're a bunch of pawns to do your dirty little deeds, you have another thing coming. Unfazed, Homo Soto rose slowly and started for the door. Where do you think you're going? Hey, I asked you where you're going. I'm not finished with you yet. Hey, fuck the deal. I don't want the goddamned money. We'll stay private and wait for someone honest to come along. Pierre was speaking just as loudly with hand, arm, and finger gestures. While not all of the gestures were obscene, there was no doubt about their meaning. Homo Soto spoke gently amidst Pierre's ranting. I will give you some time to think about it. With that, he left and shut the door in Pierre's bright red face. 3 days later, DGI stock would be officially unleashed upon the public. Actually, institutional buyers had already committed to vast amounts of it, leaving precious little for the small investor before driving the price up. That morning, Pierre was looking for Max. They had a few last-minute details to iron out for the upcoming press conferences. They had to prepare 2 types of statements. One if the stock purchase went as expected, sold out almost instantly at or above the offering price, and another to explain the financial bloodbath if the stock didn't sell. Unlikely, but their media advisors forced them to learn both positions, just in case. His phone rang. Pierre, Mike Fields here. Fields was DGI's financial media consultant. He worked for the underwriters and had a strong vested interest in the outcome. He didn't sound like a happy camper. Yes, Mike. All ready for tomorrow? I'm so excited I could burst, Pierre pretended. Yes, so am I, but we have a problem. Pierre immediately thought of Homo Soto. What kind of problem, Mike? Pierre asked suspiciously. Max, Pierre, it's Max. What about Max? Pierre, it's Max is dead. He died in a car crash last night. I just found out a few minutes ago. I gather you didn't know? Of all the possible pieces of bad news that Mike Fields could have brought him, this was the farthest from his mind. Max dead? Not possible. Why, he was with him till after 10 last night. Max dead? No way. What happened? I don't believe it. This is some kind of joke, right? Pierre, I'm afraid I'm all too serious. Unless Chips is in on it. They found a car, pretty well burned up, at the bottom of a ravine on I-280. Looks like he went through a barrier and down the well. I get the idea, Mike. Who? Pierre stuttered. It was an accident, Pierre. One of those dumb, stupid accidents. He may have had a blowout, fallen asleep at the wheel. Oh, it could be a million things. Pierre, I am sorry, so sorry. I know what you guys meant to each other. What you've been through. Mike, I have to go, Pierre whispered. The tears were welling up in his eyes. Wait, Pierre, Mike said gingerly. Of course we're going to put off the offering until. No, don't. Pierre said emphatically, Pierre, your best friend and partner just died, and you want to go through with this? At least wait a week. Wall Street will be kind on this. I'll call you later. No changes. None. Pierre hung up. He hung his head on his desk, shattered with conflicting emotions. He was nothing without Max. Sure, he gave great image. Knew how to do the stick. Suck up to the press. Tell a few stories. Stretch a few truths. All in the name of marketing, of course. But without Max, Max understood him. Damn you, Max Jones! You can't do this to me. His grief vacillated from anger to despair until the phone rang. He ignored the first 7 rings. Maybe they would go away. The caller persisted. Yes, he breathed into the phone. Mr. Trouble, it was Homosoto. Just what he needed now, what? I am most sorry about your esteemed friend, Max Jones. Our sympathies are with you. Is there anything I can do to help you in this time of personal grief? Classic Japanese manners oozed over the phone wire. Yeah, moral bankruptcy is a crime against nature, and you have been demonstrating an extreme talent for vivid androgynous self-gratification. Pierre was rarely rude, but when he was, he aped royal British snobbery at their best. A physical impossibility, Mr. Trouble, Homosalto said dryly. I understand your feelings, and since it appears that I cannot help you, perhaps we should conclude our business. Don't you agree, Mr. Troubles? Condescension dripped from Homosoto's words. The previous empathy was gone as quickly as if a light had been extinguished. Mr. Homosoto, the offering will still go through tomorrow as scheduled. I assume that meets with your approval? The French can be so caustic. It makes them excellent taxicab drivers. That is not the business to which I refer. I mean business about honor. I am sure you remember our last conversation. Yes, I remember, and the answer is still no. No, 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 I won't do it. That is such a shame. I hope you will not regret your decision. There it was again, Pierre thought. Another veiled threat. Why should I? Simply, and to the point as you Americans like it, because it would be a terrible waste if the police obtained evidence you murdered your partner for profit. Murdered? What in hell's name are you talking about? Crystal clear visions scorched across Pierre's mind. White-hot fire spread through his cranium. Was Homosoto right? Was Max Meerdaard? Searing heat etched patterns of pain in his brain. What I mean, Mr. Trouble, is that there is ample evidence, enough to convince any jury beyond a reasonable doubt, that you murdered your partner as part of a grander scheme to make yourself even richer than you will become tomorrow. Do I make myself clear? You bastard! Bastard! Pierre hissed into the phone. Not only does Homosoto kill Max, but he arranges to have Pierre look like the guilty party. What choice did he have? At least now. There's no proof, is there? The police reports are apparently not ready. No autopsy. Body burned? What could Homosoto do? Fuck you all the way to hell? Pierre screamed at the phone in abject frustration and then slammed the receiver down so hard the impact-resistant plastic cracked. At that same instant, Sheila Brandt, his secretary, carefully opened his door. Pierre, I just heard. I am so sorry. What can I do? She genuinely felt for him. The two had been a great team, even if Pierre had become obsessed with himself. Her drawn face with 40 years of intense sun-worshipping was racked with emotional distress. Nothing, Sheila. Thanks, though. What about the arrangements? The helpless look on his face brought out the mother in her even though she was only a few years older. Being taken care of, do you want to? No, yes, whatever. That's all right. Just keep me advised. Yes, sir. Oh, I hate to do this, but your 9 a.m. appointment is waiting. Should I get rid of him? Who is it? Something I really care about right now. I don't know. He's from personnel? Personnel? Since when do I get involved in that? That's all I know. Don't worry, I'll have him come back next week, she said, thinking she had just relieved her boss of an unnecessary burden that could wait. She'll send him in. Maybe it'll get my mind off of this. If you're sure. Scott nodded at her affirmatively. Sure, Pierre, I'll send him in. An elegantly dressed man, perhaps a dash over 6 feet, of about 30 entered. He walked with absolute confidence. If this guy was applying for a job, he was too well dressed for most of DGI. He looked more like a tanned and rested Wall Street broker than well, whatever he was. The door closed behind him and he grasped Pierre's hand. Good morning, Mr. Trouble. My name is Thomas Hastings. Why don't we sit for a moment? Their hands released as they sat opposite each other in matching chairs. Pierre sensed that Mr. Hastings was going to run the conversation. So be it. I am a software engineer with 4 advanced degrees, as well 2 PhDs from Caltech and Polytechnique in Paris. There are 34 U.S. patents either in my name alone or jointly, along with over 200 copyrights. I have an MBA from Harvard and speak 6 languages fluently. Pierre interrupted. I am impressed with your credentials and your clothes. What may I do for you? Oh dear, I guess you don't know. I am Max Jones's replacement. Mr. Homosoto sent me. May I have the diskette, please? The financial section of the New York City Times included 2 pieces on the DGI offering. One concerned the dollars and cents, and there was a related human interest story with financial repercussions. Max Jones, the co-founder of DGI, died in a car accident 2 days before the company was to go public. It would have earned him over $20 million cash, with more to come. The article espoused the such a shame for the company tone on the loss of their technical wizard and co-founder. It was a true loss to the industry as much as if Bill Gates had died. Max, though, was more the Buddy Holly of software, while Gates was the Art Garfunkel. The AP story, though, neglected to mention that the San Jose police had not yet ruled out foul play. Wednesday, September 1, New York City Scott arrived in the city room early, to the surprise of Doug. He was a good reporter. He had the smarts, his writing was exemplary, and he had developed a solid readership, but early hours were not his strong point. I don't do mornings, Scott made clear to anyone who thought he should function socially before noon. If they didn't take the hint, he behaved obnoxiously enough to convince anyone that his aversion to mornings should be taken seriously. Doug noticed that Scott had a purpose in arriving so early. It must be those damned files. The pile of documents that alleged America was as crooked as the mafia. Good leads, admittedly, but proving them was going to be a bitch. Christ, Scott had been going at them with a vengeance. Let him have some rope. Scott got down to business. He first called Robert Henson, CEO of Paris, Miller and Stevenson. Scott's credentials as a reporter for the New York City Times got him past the secretary easily. Henson took the call. It was part of the job. Mr. Henson? This is Scott Mason from the Times. I would like to get a comment on the proposed Boston-Ellis merger. Scott sounded officious. Of course, Mr. Mason. How can I help? Robert Henson sounded accommodating. We have the press releases in stock quotes. They are most useful, and I am sure that they will be used. But I have other questions. Scott hoped to mislead Henson into thinking he would ask the pat questions he was expected to ask. Yes, thank you. My staff is very well prepared, and we try to give the press adequate information. What do you need? Scott could hear the smiling Henson, ready to play the press game. Basically, Mr. Henson, I have some documents that suggest that you inflated the net earnings of Second Boston to such a degree that if, and I say if, the deal goes through, your firm will earn almost $1 million in extra fees. However, the figures I have do not agree at all with those filed with the SEC. Would you care to comment? Scott tried not to sound accusatory, but it was difficult not to play the adversary. Henson didn't try to conceal the cough he suddenly developed at the revelation. Where? He choked. Where did you get that information? From a reliable source. We are looking for a confirmation and a comment. We know the data is correct. Scott was playing his king, but he still held an ace if he needed it. I have no comment. We have filed all required affidavits with the appropriate regulatory agencies. If you need anything else, that I suggest you call them. Henson was nervous and the phone wires conveyed his agitation. I assume, Mr. Henson, that you won't mind that I asked them why files from your computer dispute figures you gave to the SEC. Scott posed the question to give Henson an option. That's not what I said, Henson said abruptly. What computer figures? I have a set of printouts that show that the earnings figures for Second Boston are substantially below those stated in your filings. Simple and dry. Do you have A comment? Scott stuck with the game plan. Am not familiar with the. Henson hesitated and then decided to go on the offensive. You have nothing. Nothing. It's a trap, Henson affirmed. Sir, thank you for your time. Scott hung up after Henson repeatedly denied any improprieties. This is Scott Mason for Senator Rickfield. I am with the New York City Times. Scott almost demanded a conversation with Washington's leading debunker of the Defense Department's overspending. May I tell the senator what this is in reference to? The male secretary matter-of-factly asked. Yes, of course. Scott was overly polite. General Young and Credit Suisse. Excuse me, the young aide asked innocently. That will do. I need a comment before I go to print. Scott commanded an assurance that the aide was not used to hearing from the press. Wait one moment, please, the aide said. A few seconds of Muzak on hold bored Scott before Senator Merrill Rickfield picked up the call. He was belligerent. What the hell is this about? The senator demanded. Is that for the record? Scott calmly asked. Is what for the record? Who the hell is this? You can't intimidate me. I'm a United States Senator. The self-assurance gave away nervousness. I mean no disrespect, Senator. I'm working on an article about political compromise. Very simple. I have information that you and General Young, shall we say, have an understanding. As a member of the Senate Intelligence Committee, you have helped pass legislation that gave you both what you wanted. General Young got his weapons and you have a substantial bank account in Geneva. Comment, Senator? Rickfield was beside himself, but was forced to maintain a formal composure. Sir, you have made some serious accusations. Slanderous, at least criminal, I suspect. I hope you are prepared to back up these preposterous claims. Scott heard desperation in the senator's voice. Yes, sir, I am. I go to print, with or without your comments, Scott lied. A prolonged pause followed. The first person who spoke lost, so Scott busied himself with a crossword puzzle until Rickfield spoke. If you publish these absurdities, I will sue you and your paper right into bankruptcy. Do you copy? I copy, Senator. Is that for attribution? Scott knew that would piss off Rickfield. The line went dead. Scott made similar calls for a good part of the day, and he continued to be amazed. From call to call, the answers were the same. How did you get that? Where did you find out? There's no way you could know that. I was the only one who had access to that. That was in my private files. Blue Tower Nuclear Plant denied that Scott held internal memos instructing safety engineers to withhold critical flaws from the Nuclear Regulatory Committee. General Autos denied using known faulty parts and cruise control mechanisms, despite the fact that Scott held a copy of a SESCRAD internal memorandum. He especially upset the Department of Defense when he asked them how seniors Mendez and Rodriguez, CIA operatives, had said of Noriega. The Center for Disease Control reacted with abject terror at the thought of seeing the name of thousands of AIDS victims in the newspaper. Nevertheless, the CDC refused to confirm that their files had been penetrated or any of the names on the list. Useless. Everyone he called gave him virtually the same story, above and beyond the official denial to any press. Far from the accusatory claims, which were universally denied for a wide variety of reasons, all of his contacts were, in his opinion, honestly shocked that he even had a hint of their alleged infractions. Scott Mason began to feel he was part of a conspiracy, one in which everyone he called was a victim, one in which he received the same formatted answer, more surprise than denial. Scott knew he was onto a story, but he had no idea what it was. He had in his possession damning data from an anonymous source with, thus far, no way to get a confirmation. Damn. He needed that for the next time he got lawyered. When he presented his case to his editor, Scott's worst fears were confirmed. Doug McGuire decided that a bigger story was in the making. Therefore, we don't go. Not yet. That's an order. Keep digging. And while you're at it, Doug said with the pleasure of a father teasing his son, follow this up, will you? I need it by deadline. Scott took the AP printout from Doug and read the item. No, Scott gasped. Not another virus. He threw the paper on his desk. I'm up to my ass in viruses, Doug said firmly, but grinning. Have a heart. These things are such bullshit. Then say so, but say something. Chapter 7, Thursday, September 17. New York City Times. Christopher Columbus Brings Disease to America by Scott Mason. Here's a story I can't resist, regardless of the absurdity of the headline. In this case, the words are borrowed from a story title in last week's National Expose, that most revered of journalistic publications which distributes half-truths and tortured conclusions from publicity-seeking nobodies. The title should more appropriately be something like Terror Feared in New Computer Virus Outbreak, or Experts See Potential Damage to Computer Systems, or Columbus Day Virus, Imaginary Panic. According to computer experts, this Columbus Day, October 12, will mark a repeat appearance of the now infamous Columbus Day virus. As for the last several years, that is the anticipated date for a highly viral computer virus to explode. The history behind the headline reads from an Ian Fleming novel. In late 1988, a group of West German hackers and computer programmers thought it would be great fun to build their own computer virus. As my regular readers recall, a computer virus is an unsolicited and unwanted computer program whose sole purpose is to wreak havoc in computers, either by destroying important files or otherwise damaging the system. We now know that these Germans are part of an underground group known as CEH-AOS, an acronym for Computer Hackers Against Open Systems, whatever the heck that means. They work to promote computer systems disruption worldwide. In March of 1989, Amsterdam, Holland, hosted an international conference of computer programmers. Are you ready for the name? Intergalactic Hackers Conference. Some members were aware of the planned virus. As a result of the negative publicity hackers have gotten over the last few years, the conference issued a statement disavowing the propagation and creation of computer viruses, all very honorable by a group of people whose sole purpose in life is to invade the privacy of others. But that's what they said. Somewhere, somehow, something went wrong, and the CEH-AOS virus got released at the intergalactic hackers meetings. In other words, files and programs, supposedly legitimate ones, got corrupted by this disreputable band, and the infections began spreading. The first outbreak of the Columbus Day virus occurred in 1989 and caused millions of dollars of down computer time, reconstruction of databanks, and system protection. Again, we are warned that the infection has continued to spread, and that some strains of the virus are programmed to detonate over a period of years. The Columbus Day virus is called by its creators the data crime virus, a name befitting its purpose. When it strikes, it announces itself to the computer user, and by that time, it's too late. Your computer is kaput. What makes this particular computer virus any more tantalizing than the 100 or so that have preceded it? The publicity the media has given it each and every year since 1989. The data crime, aka Columbus Day virus, has, for some inescapable reason, attracted the attention of CNN, ABC, CBS, NBC, and hundreds of newspapers, including this one. The Associated Press and other reputable media have, perhaps due to slow news weeks, focused a great deal of attention on this anticipated technological Armageddon. Of course, there are other experts who poo-poo the entire virus issue and see it as an overexploited media event propelled by virus busters. Sam Moskowitz of Computer Nook in Dallas, Texas commented, "I have never seen a virus in 20 years. I've heard about them but really think they are a figment of the media's imagination." Virus busters are people or firms who specialize in fighting alleged computer viruses by creating and selling so-called antidotes. Virus-busting Sean McCullough, president of the Virus Institute in San Jose, California, thinks that most viruses are harmless and users and companies overreact. There have been no more than a few dozen viral outbreaks in the last few years. They spread more by rumor than by infection. When asked how he made his living, he responded, "I sell antidotes to computer viruses." Does he make a good living? "I can't keep up with the demand," he insists. The federal government, though, seems concerned, and maybe for good reason. On October 13th, another NASA space shuttle launch is planned. Friday the 13th is another date that computer virus makers use as the intended date of destruction. According to an official spokesman, NASA has called in computer security experts to make sure that their systems are clean and free from infection. It's a purely precautionary move. We are not worried. The launch will continue as planned. Viruses, are they real? Most people believe they are real and dangerous, but that chances of infection are low. As one highly respected computer specialist put it, the Columbus Day virus is a low-risk, high-consequence possibility. I don't recommend any panic. Does he protect his own computer against viruses? Absolutely. I can't risk losing my computers. Can anybody? Until October 12, this is Scott Mason, hoping my computer never needs Tylenol. Scarsdale, New York. The Conrail trains were never on time. Scott Mason regularly tried to make it to the station to ride the 723 from the wealthy Westchester town of Scarsdale, New York, into Grand Central Station. If he made it, it was a 32-minute ride into the city on good days and over 2 hours when the Federal Allies' subsidized rail service was under congressional scrutiny. The ritual was simple. He fell into his old Porsche 911, an upscale version of a station car, and drove the 2 miles to the Scarsdale train station. He bought a large styrofoam cup full of decent black coffee and 3 morning papers from the blind newsman before boarding the express train. Non-stop to Harlem, and then on to 42nd St. and Park Avenue and wake-up time. Tyrone Duncan followed a similar routine, except he drove his silver BMW 850i to the station. The FBI provided him with a perfectly good Ford Fairlane with 78,000 miles on it when he needed a car in New York. He was one of the few black commuters from the affluent bedroom community, and his size made him more conspicuous than his color. Scott and Tyrone were train buddies. Train buddies are perhaps unique in the commuterdom of the New York suburbs. Every morning you see the same group of drowsy, hungover executives on their way to the Big Apple. The morning commute is a personal solace for many. Your train buddy knows if you got late and by whom. If you tripped over your kids' toys in the driveway, your train buddy knew. If work was a bitch, he knew before the wife. Train buddies are buddies to the death or the bar, whichever comes first. While Scott and Tyrone had been traveling the morning route since. Scott had joined the paper. They had been friends since their wives introduced them at the Scarsdale Country Club 10 years ago. Maggie Mason and Arlene Duncan were opposites. Maggie, a giggly, spacey, and spontaneous girl of 24, and Arlene, the dedicated wife of a civil servant and mother of 3 daughters who were going to toe the line, by God. The attachment between the two was not immediately explainable, but it gave both Scott and Ty a buddy with their wife's blessing. The physical contrast between the two was comical at times. Duncan was a 240-pound, 6'4" college linebacker who had let his considerable bulk accumulate around the middle. Scott, small and wiry, was 10 years Ty's junior. On weekends, they played on a very amateur local basketball league where minimum age was 35, but there, Scott consistently outmaneuvered Tyrone's bulk. During the week, Tyrone dressed in impeccable Savile Row suits he had made in London, while Scott's uniform was jeans, sneakers, and t-shirt of choice. His glowing skull, more dark brown than ebony, with fringes of graying short hair emphasized the usually jovial face that was described as a cross between roly-poly and bulbous. Scott, on the other hand, always seemed to need a haircut. Coffee in hand, Tyrone plopped down opposite Scott as the train pulled out of the open-air station. "You must be in some mood," Tyrone said, laughing. Scott laid down his newspaper and vacantly asked why. "That shirt," Ty smirked. "A lesson in how to make friends and influence people." "Oh, this?" Scott looked down at the words on his chest. "I'm okay. You're a shithead. It only offends them that ought to be offended. Shitheads, shitheads." "Gotcha," Ty said sarcastically. "Right. My mother," groused Scott. "VCR lessons." Ty didn't understand. "I gave my mom a VCR last Christmas," Scott continued. "She oohed and awed, and I thought, great, I got her a decent present. Well, a couple of weeks later, I went over to her place and I asked how she liked the VCR. She didn't answer, so I asked again, and she mumbled that she hadn't used it yet. I fell down." Scott laughed out loud. "Why?" "I asked her, and she said she wanted to get used to it sitting next to her TV for a couple of months before she used it." Tyrone caught a case of Scott's roaring laughter. "We?" exclaimed Tyrone. "And you an engineer?" "Hey!" Scott settled down. "My mom calls 911 to change a light bulb." They laughed until Scott could speak. "So last night I went over for her weekly VCR lesson. If it's anything like Arlene's mother," Tyrone giggled, "trusting a machine to do something right when you're not around to make sure it is right is an absolutely terrifying thought. They don't believe it works." "It's a lot of fun, actually," Scott said fondly. "It tests my ability to reduce things to the basics, the real basics. Trying to teach a 70-year-old widower about digital is like trying to get a square ball bearing to roll." Even so, Scott looked forward to those evenings with his mom. He couldn't imagine it, the inability to understand the simplicity of either on or off. But he welcomed the tangent conversatons that invariably resulted when he tried to explain how the VCR could record one channel and, yes, Mom, you can watch another channel at the same time. Scott never found out that his mother deprogrammed the VCR, cleared its memory, and 12'd the clock an hour before he arrived to show her how to use it. And after he left, she reprogrammed it for her tastes, only to erase it again before his next visit. If he had ever discovered her ruse, it would have ruined her little game and the ritual starting point for their private talks. "By the way," Scott said to Tyrone, "what are you and Arlene doing Sunday night?" "Sunday? Nothing. Why?" Tyrone asked innocently. "My mom is having a little get-together, and she'd love the two of you." "Is this another one of her seances?" Tyrone asked pointedly. "Well, not in so many words, but it's always possible. Forget it," Tyrone said stubbornly. "Not after what happened last time. I don't think I could get Arlene within 20 miles of your mother. She scared the living shit out of her, and I have my doubts." "Relax," Scott said calmly. "It's just her way of keeping busy. Some people play bingo, others play bridge. And your mother shakes the rafters trying to raise her husband from the dead," said Scott with exasperation. "I don't care what you say. That's not normal. I like your mother, but, well, Arlene has put her foot down." Tyrone shuddered at the thought of that evening. No one could explain how the wooden shutters blew open or the table wobbled. Tyrone preferred, just as his wife did, to pretend it never happened. "Hey," Tyrone said with his head back behind the newspaper. "I see you're making a name for yourself elsewhere, too." "What do you mean?" Scott asked. "Don't give me that innocent shit. I'm a trained professional," Tyrone joked. He held up the New York City Times, turned to Scott's Christopher Columbus article. "Your computer crime pieces have been raising a few eyebrows down at the office. Seems you have better sources than we do. Our computer fraud division has been going nuts recently." "Glad you can read." Scott enjoyed the compliment. "Just a job, but I got a story much more interesting. I can't publish it yet, though." "Why?" "Damn lawyers want us to have our facts straight. Can you believe it?" Scott teased Tyrone. Besides, blackmail is so personal. Tyrone stopped in mid-sip of his hot coffee. What blackmail? The frozen visage caught Scott off guard. They rarely spoke of their respective jobs in any detail, preferring to remain at a measured professional distance. The years of dedication invested in their friendship, even after, to everyone's surprise, Maggie up and left for California, were not to be put in jeopardy unnecessarily. Thus far, their interests had not sufficiently overlapped to be of concern. It's a story that, well, doesn't have enough to go into print, but it's there. I know it. Off the record, okay? Scott wanted to talk. Mum's the word. A few days ago I received some revealing documents papers on a certain company. I can't say which one. He looked at Tyrone for approval. Whatever, Tyrone urged anxiously. Scott told Tyrone about his nameless and faceless donor and what Higgins had said about the Macmillan situation and the legality of the apparently purloined information. Tyrone listened in fascination as Scott outlined a few inner sanctum secrets to which he was privy. Tyrone got a shiver up his spine. He tried to disguise it. "Can I ask you a question?" Tyrone quietly asked. "Sure. Go for it. Was one of the companies Amalgamated General?" Scott shot Tyrone a look that belied the answer. "How did you know?" Scott asked suspiciously. "And would another be First Federated or State National Bank?" Tyrone tried to subdue his concern. All he needed was the press on this. Scott could not hide his surprise. "Yeah, and a bunch of others. How'd you know?" Tyrone retreated back into his professional FBI persona. "Lucky guess. Bullshit. What's up?" Scott's reporter mindset replaced that of the lazy commuter. "Nothing. Just a coincidence." Tyrone picked up a newspaper and buried his face behind it. "Hey, Ty, talk, old buddy. I can't, and you know it." Tyrone sounded adamant. "As a friend, I'll buy you a lollipop," Scott joked. Ty snickered. "You know the rules. I can't talk about a case in progress." "So there is a case. What is it?" Scott probed. "I didn't say that there was a case," Ty countered. "Yes, you did. Case in progress were your words, not mine. Come on, what's up? Shit, you media types." Tyrone gave himself a few seconds to think. "I'll never know why you became a reporter. You used to be a much nicer pain in the ass before you became so nosy." Scott sat silently, enjoying Ty's awkwardness. Tyrone hated to compromise the sanctity of his position, but he realized that he too needed some help. Since he hadn't read any of this in the papers, there had to be journalistic responsibility from both Scott and the paper. Off the record. Clear? He was serious. Done. The train rumbled into the tunnel at the northern tip of Manhattan. They had to raise their voices to hear each other, but that meant they couldn't be heard either. "As near as I can tell," Tyrone hesitantly began, "there's a well-coordinated nationwide blackmail operation in progress. As of yesterday, we have received almost 100 cases of alleged blackmail. From Oshkosh, Baton Rouge, New York, Miami, Atlanta, Chicago, LA, the works. Small towns to the metros. It's an epidemic, and the local and state cops are absolutely buried. They can't handle it, and besides, it's way out of their league. So who do they all call? Us. Shit. I need this, right? There's no way we can handle this many cases at once. No way. Washington's going berserk." "Who's behind it?" Scott asked, knowing he wouldn't get a real answer. "That's the rub. Don't have a clue. Not a clue. There's no pattern, none at all. We assumed it was organized crime, but our informants say they're baffled. Not the mob, they swear. They knew about it before we did." "Figures." Tyrone's voice echoed a professional frustration. "Motives?" "None. We're stuck. Sounds like we're both on the same hunt." The train slowed to a crawl and then a hesitant stop at Grand Central. Thousands of commuters lunged at the doors to make their escape to the streets of New York above them. Scott wondered if any of them were part of Duncan's problems. "Scott?" Tyrone queried on the escalator. "Yeah? Not a word, okay?" Scott held up his right hand with 3 fingers. Scott's honor, that was good enough for Tyrone. They walked up the stairs and past a newsstand that caught both of their eyes instantly. The National Expose had another sensationalistic headline, FBI Powerless on National Blackmail as Kim. They fought for who would pay the 75 cents for the scandal-filled tabloid, bought 2, and started reading right where they stood. Jesus, Tyrone said, more breathing than actually saying the word. They're going to make a weekly event of printing every innuendo. They have the papers too, muttered Scott. The whole blasted lot, and they're printing them. Scott put down the paper. This makes it a brand new ball game. Just what I need, Tyrone said with disgust. That's the answer, exclaimed Scott. The motive, who's been affected so far? That's the mystery. No one seems to have been affected. What's the answer? Tyrone demanded loud enough to attract attention. What's the answer? He whispered up close. It's you, Scott noted. Tyrone expressed surprise. What do you mean, me? I mean, it seems that the FBI has been affected more than anyone else. You said you're overloaded and that you can't pay attention to other crimes. You're jumping to conclusions. Tyrone didn't follow Scott's reasoning and cocked his head quizzically. What if the entire aim of the blackmail was to so overwork the FBI, so overload it with useless cases, and that the perpetrators really have other crimes in mind? Maybe they have already hit their real targets. Isn't it possible that the FBI is an unwilling dupe, a decoy in a much larger scheme that isn't obvious yet? Scott liked the sound of his thinking, and he saw that Tyrone wasn't buying his argument. It's possible, I guess, but Tyrone didn't have the words to finish his foggy thoughts. It was too far left field for his linear thinking. No, this is crazy as the time you know that UFOs were invading Westchester in '85. Then there was the time you said the Colombian drug dealers put cocaine in the water supply. That wasn't my fault. And the Trump-Noriega connection and the other 500 wild-ass conspiracies you come up with. Scott dismissed Tyrone's friendly criticism by ignoring the derisions. As I see it, Scott continued, the only victim is the FBI. None of the alleged victims have been harmed, other than ego and their paranoia levels. Maybe the FBI was the target all along. Scott suggested, it's as good a theory as any other. With what goal? Duncan accepted the logic for the moment. So when the real thing hits, you guys are too fucked up to react. The Federal Bureau of Investigation, Federal Square, Manhattan. The flat white and glass square building, designed in the 60s, built shoddily by the lowest bidder in 1981, in no way echoed the level of technical sophistication hidden behind the drab exterior. Or, the building had no personality, no character, nothing memorable about it, and that was exactly the way the tenants wanted it. The 23-story building extended 6 full floors below the congested streets of Lower Manhattan. Throughout the entire structure, well-guarded mazes held the clues to the locations of an incredible array of computing power, some of the world's best analytical tools, test equipment, forensic labs, communications facilities, and a staff of experts in hundreds of technical specialties required to investigate crimes that landed in their jurisdiction. The most sensitive work was performed underground, protected by the solid bedrock of Manhattan Island. Eavesdropping was impossible almost, and operational privacy was guaranteed. Personal privacy was another matter, though. Most of the office staff worked out in an open office floor plan. The walls between the guard stations and banks of elevators consisted solely of bulletproof floor-to-ceiling triple-pane glass. Unnerving at first, no privacy. There was a self-imposed class structure between the bugs, those who worked in the subterranean chambers, and the airheads who worked where the daylight shone. There was near total separation between the two groups out of necessity. Maintain isolation between those with differing need to know criteria. The most visible form of self-imposed isolation and unintended competitiveness was that each camp spent happy hour at different bars, a line that was rarely crossed, unlike the mechanism of the corporate ladder, where the higher floors are reserved for upper top elite management. The power brokers at the FBI, the farther down into the ground you worked, the more important you were. To the airheads, bugs tried to see how low they could sink in their acquisition of power while rising up on the government pay scale. On level 5, descending from street level 1, Tyrone sat on the edge of his large government-issue executive desk to answer his ringing phone. It was Washington. Bob Burnson, his Washington-based superior and family friend for years. No, really, thanks, Ty smiled. Bob, we've been through this before. It's all very flattering, but no, I'm afraid not. And you know why? We've been through this all. He was being cut off by his boss, so he shut up and listened. Bob! Bob! Tyrone was laughing as he tried to interrupt the other end of the conversation. Okay, I'll give it some more thought, but don't get your hopes up. It's just not in my cards. He listened again. Bob, I'll speak to Arlene again, but she feels the same way I do. We're both quite content, and frankly, I don't need the headaches. He looked around the room as he cocked the earpiece away from his head. He was hearing the same argument again. Bob, I said I would. I'll call you next week. He paused. Right. If you don't hear from me, you'll call me. I understand. Right. Okay, Bob. All right, you two. Goodbye. He hung up the phone in disbelief. They just won't leave me alone. Let me be. He clasped his hands in mock prayer at the ceiling. Tyrone Duncan joined the FBI in 1968, immediately after graduating cum laude from Harvard Law. Statistically, the odds were against him ever being accepted into the elite National Police Force, the virtually autonomous empire that J. Edgar Hoover had created over 60 years and 12 presidents ago was very selective about whom it admitted. Tyrone Duncan was black. His distinguished pre-law training had him prepared to follow into his father's footsteps as a partner with one of Boston's most prestigious law firms. Tyrone was a member of one of the very few rich and influential black families in the Northeast. His family was labeled liberal when one wasn't ashamed of the moniker. Then came Selma. At 19, he participated in several of the marches in the South, and it was then that he firsthand saw prejudice. But it was more than prejudice, though. It was hate. It was ignorance and fear. It was so much more than prejudice. It was one of the last vestiges left over from a society concord over a century ago, one that wouldn't let go of its misguided myopic traditions. Fear and hate are contagious. Fueled by the oppressive heat and humidity, decades of racial conflict, several Jew boy nigger lovers were killed that summer in Alabama. The murder of the civil rights workers made front-page news. The country was outraged at the murders most assuredly, but national outrage turned quickly to divisional disgust when local residents dismissed the crime as a prank, or even congratulated the perpetrators for their actions. The FBI was not called into Alabama to solve murders per se. Murder is not a federal crime. They were to solve the crime because the murderers had violated the victim's civil rights. Tyrone thought that approach was real slick, a nice legal sidestep to get what you want. Put the lawyers on the case. When he asked the FBI if they could use a hand, the local overworked, understaffed agents graciously accepted his offer, and Tyrone spent the remainder of the summer filing papers and performing other mundane tasks while learning a great deal. On the plane back to Boston, Tyrone Duncan decided that despite his father's urging, after law school he would join the FBI. Tyrone Duncan, graduate cum laude, GPA 3.87, Harvard Law School, passed the Massachusetts bar on the first try, and sailed through the written and physical tests for FBI admission. He was over 100 pounds lighter than his current weight. His background check was unassailable except for his family's prominent liberal bent. He had every basic qualification needed to become an FBI agent. He was turned down. Thurman Duncan, his prominent lawyer father, was beside himself, blaming it on Hoover personally. But Tyrone decided to investigate and determine who or what was pulling the strings. He called FBI personnel and asked why he had been rejected. They mumbled something about experience base and fitting the mold. That was when he realized that he was turned down solely because he was black. Tyrone was not about to let a racial issue stand in his way. He located a couple of the agents with whom he had worked during the last summer. After the pleasantries, Tyrone told them that he was applying for a position as an assistant DA in Boston. Would they mind writing a letter? Tyrone Duncan was right on time at the office of the FBI personnel director. Amazing, Tyrone thought, the resemblance to Hoover. The 4 letters of recommendation, which read more like votes for sainthood, were a little overdone, but they were on FBI stationery. Tyrone asked the personnel director if they would reconsider his application, and that if necessary, he would whitewash his skin. The following day, Tyrone received a call. "Oh, it was a big mix-up. We misspelled someone else's charts in your files and, well, you understand, I'm sure. It happens all the time. We're sorry for any inconvenience. Would you be available to come in on Monday? Welcome to the FBI." Tyrone paid his dues early. Got shot at some, chased long-haired left-wing hippie radicals who blew up gas stations in 17 states for some unfathomable reason. And then, of course, he collected dirt on imaginary enemies to feed the Hoover-Nixon paranoia. He tried fairly successfully to stay away from that last kind of work. In Tyrone's not-so-humble opinion, there were a whole lot more better things for FBI agents to be doing than worry about George McGovern's toilet habits, or if some left-wing high school kids and their radical newspaper were imaginarily linked to the Kremlin. But that was politics. 3 weeks after J. Edgar Hoover died, Tyrone Duncan was promoted to section chief in the New York City office, a prestigious position. This was his first promotion in 8 years at the Bureau. It was one that leaped over 4 intermediate levels. The Hoover era was gone. After hanging up the phone with Bob Burnson, Tyrone sat behind his desk going over his morning reports. No planes hijacked, no new counterfeiting rings, and nary a kidnapping. What dogged him, though, was the flurry of blackmail and extortion claims. He reread the digested version put out by Washington headquarters that was faxed to him in the early hours, ready for his AM perusal. The apparent facts confounded his years of experience. Over 100 people, many of them highly placed leaders of American industry, had called the respective regional FBI offices for help. A call into the FBI is handled in a procedural manner. The agent who takes the call can identify the source of the call with a readout on his special phone, a service that the FBI had had for years but was only reasonably becoming available to the public. Thus, if the caller had significant information but refused to identify himself, the agent had a reliable method to track down the caller. Very few people who called the FBI realized that a phone inquiry to an FBI office triggered a sequence of automatic events that was complete before the call was over. The phone call was, of course, monitored and taped, and the phone number of the caller was logged in the computer and displayed to the agent. Then the number was cross-checked against files from the phone company. What was the exact location of the caller? To whom was the phone registered? A calling and billing history was made instantly available if required. If the call originated from a phone registered to an individual, his Social Security number was retrieved, and within seconds of the receipt of the call, the agent knew a plethora of information about the caller: criminal activities, bad credit records, the type of data that would permit the agent to gauge the validity of the call. For business phones, a cross-check determined any and all dubious dealings that might be valuable in such a determination. Thus, the profile that emerged from the vast number of callers who intimated blackmail activities created a ponderous situation. They all, to a call, originated from the office or home of major corporate movers and shakers. Top American businessmen who, while not beyond the reach of the law, were from the FBI's view, upstanding citizens. Not pristine, but certainly not madmen with a record of making outlandish, capricious claims. It was not in their interest to bring attention to themselves. What puzzled Tyrone and Washington was the sudden influx of such calls. Normally, the Bureau handles a handful of diversified cases of blackmail, and a very small percentage of those pan out into legitimate and solvable cases. Generally, veiled threats do not materialize into prosecutable cases. Tyrone Duncan sat back thoughtfully. What is the common element here? Why today, and not a year ago, or on April Fool's Day? Do these guys all play golf together? Is it a joke? Not likely, but a remote possibility. What enemies have they made? Undoubtedly, they haven't befriended everyone with whom they have had contact. But what's the connection? Tyrone's mind reeled through a maze of unlikelihoods, until the only common element he could think of stared at him right in the face. There was a single dimension of commonality between all of the callers. They had, to a company, to a man, all dealt with the same organization for years, the U.S. government. The thought alone caused a spasm to his system. His body leader ally leapt from his chair for a split second as he caught his breath. The government. No way. Is it possible? I must be missing something, surely. This is crazy. Or is it? Doesn't the IRS have records on everyone? Then the ultimate paranoid thought hit him square in the cerebellum. He playfully pounded his forehead for missing the connection. Somewhere, deep in the demented mind of some middle management G9 bureaucrat, Duncan thought, an idea germinated that he could sell to another overworked, underpaid civil servant, his boss. The G9 says, I got a way to make sure the tax evaders pay their share and it won't cost Uncle Sam a dime. His boss says, I got a congressional hearing today, I'm too busy. Do some research and let me see a report. So this overzealous tax collector prowls around other government computers and determines that the companies on his hit list aren't necessarily functioning on the up and up. What better way to get them to pay their taxes than to let them know that we, the Big Brother, know, and they'd better shape up. He calls a few of them, after all he knows where the skeletons and the phone numbers are buried, and says something like, Big Brother is listening and he doesn't like what he hears. And he says, we'll call you back soon, real soon, so get your ducks in a row, and that scares the shit out of the corporate muckety-mucks. Tyrone smiled to himself. What an outlandish theory. Absurd, he admitted, but it was the only one he could say fit the facts. Still, is it possible? The government was certainly capable of some pretty bizarre things. He recalled the Phoenix program in Vietnam, where suspected Viet Cong and innocent civilians were tossed out of helicopters at 2,000 feet to their deaths in the distorted hope of making another one talk. Wasn't Daniel Ellsberg a government target? And the Democrats were in 1972 targets of CREEP, the Committee to Re-elect the President. And the Aquarius Project used psychics to locate Soviet boomers and UFOs. Didn't we give LSD to unsuspecting soldiers to see if they could function adequately under the influence? The horror stories swirled through his mind, and they became more and more unbelievable. Yet they were all true. Maybe it was possible. The United States government had actually instituted a program of anonymous blackmail in order to increase tax revenues. Christ, I hope I'm wrong, but I'm probably not. The buzzer on the intercom of his phone jarred Tyrone from his daydream speculations. Yes, he answered into space. Mr. Duncan, a Franklin Dobbs is here for his 10 o'clock appointment. Saunderson is out, and so you're elected. Duncan's secretary was too damned efficient, he thought. Why not give it to someone else? He pushed his intercom button. Give me a second, I got a premp. That was Tyrone's code, that he needed a few minutes to graduate from speculative forensics and return to Earth to deal with real-life problems. As usual, Gloria obliged him. In exactly 3 minutes his door opened. Mr. Duncan, this is Franklin Dobbs, Chairman and CEO of National Pulp. Mr. Dobbs, Mr. Duncan, Regional Director. She waited for the two men to acknowledge each other before she shut the door behind her. Mr. Duncan? Dobbs held his hand out to the huge FBI agent. Duncan accepted and pointed at a vacant chair. Dobbs sat obediently. How can I help you, Mr. Dobbs? I am being blackmailed, and I need help. Dobbs looked straight into Duncan's cold black eyes. The IRS, thought Duncan. By whom? He asked casually. I don't know. Dobbs was firm. Then how do you know you are being blackmailed? Duncan wanted to conceal his interest, keep it low profile. Let me tell you what happened. Good start, thought Duncan. If only half of us would start in such a logical place. 2 days ago I received a package by messenger. It contained the most sensitive information my company has. Strategic positions, contingency plans, competitive information, and so on. There are only a half-dozen people in my company that have access to that kind of information, and they all own enough stock to make sure that they aren't the culprits. So who is? Interjected Tyrone as he made notes. I don't know. That's the problem. What did they ask for? Duncan looked directly into Dobbs' eyes. To both force an answer and look for signs of deceit, all he saw was honesty and real fear. Nothing at all. All I got was the package and a brief message. What was the message? Tyrone asked. We'll be in touch. That's it. So where's the threat? The blackmail? This hardly seems like a case for the FBI. Tyrone was baiting the hook. See if the fish is real. None, not yet, but that's not the point. What they sent me were copies, yet they looked more like the originals of information that would negatively affect my company. It's the sort of information that we would not want made public. If you know what I mean, Tyrone thought. You bet I know. You're up to and you want us to protect you. Fat chance. I know what you mean, he agreed. I need to stop it. Before it's too late? Too late, asked Duncan. Too late. Before it gets out. What gets out, Mr. Dobbs? Duncan stared right into and beyond Dobbs's eyes. Secrets, just secrets. Dobbs paused to recompose himself. Isn't there a law? Yes, there is, Mr. Dobbs, and if what you say is true, you are entitled to protection. Duncan decided to bait Dobbs a bit more. Even if the information is illegal in nature, wait for the fish to bite. I grant you, I'm no Mother Teresa. I'm a businessman and I have to make money for my investors. But in the files that I received were exact copies of my personal files that no one, and I mean no one, has access to. They were my own notes, ideas in progress. Nothing concrete, just work in progress, but someone, somehow, has gotten a hold of it all. And, by my thinking, there's no way to have gotten it without first killing me, and I'm here. So how did they get it? That's what I need to know. Dobbs paused. And then, I need to stop them. His soliloquy was over. Who else is affected? Duncan asked. The question made Dobbs pause too obviously. The answer was clear. Dobbs wasn't alone. I only speak for myself. No one else. Dobbs rose from the chair. It's eminently clear. There's not a damn thing you can do. Good day. Dobbs left the room, abruptly leaving Tyrone with plenty of time to think. Chapter 8. Monday, September 21. New York 14. Dead as Hospital Computer Fails by Scott Mason. 14 patients died as a result of a massive computer failure this weekend at the Golda Meir Medical Center on 5th Avenue. According to hospital officials, the Meditrix life support monitors attached to many of the hospital's patients were accidentally disconnected from the nurses' stations and the hospital's main computer. Doctors and nurses were unaware of any malfunction because all systems appeared to operating correctly. The LSMs are connected to a hospital-wide computer network that connects all hospital functions in the central computer. Medical records, insurance filings and treatments, as well as personnel and operations are coordinated through the Information Systems Department. Golda Meir Medical Center leads the medical field in the use of technologically advanced techniques and has been applying an artificial intelligence-based expert system to assist in diagnosis and treatment. Much of the day-to-day treatment of patients is done with the LSM continually measuring the condition of patient and automatically updating his records. The expert system then determines what type of treatment to recommend. Unless there is a change in the patient's condition that warrants the intervention of a doctor, drugs and medicines are prescribed by the computer. According to computer experts who were called in to investigate, the expert system began misprescribing medications and treatments early Saturday morning. Doctors estimate that over 50%, about 300, of the hospital's patients received incorrect treatment. Of those, 14 died and another 28 are in critical condition. Until this weekend, the systems were considered foolproof. The entire computer system of Golda Meir Medical Center has been disconnected until a more intensive investigation is completed. In response to the news, the Jewish Defense League is calling the incident an unconscionable attack against civilized behavior and the Jewish community in particular. They have called for a full investigation into the episode. No group or individuals have yet taken credit for the crime. The AMA has petitioned the Drug and Food Administration to look into the matter. Gerald Steinmetz, chief counsel for the center, said in interviews that he had already been contacted by attorneys representing the families of some of the victims of this tragedy. He anticipates extended legal entanglements until such time that the true cause can be determined and blame can accurately assigned. The hospital denies any wrongdoing on its or its staff's part. This is Scott Mason, determined to stay healthy. December 4 years ago. Tokyo, Japan. Miles Foster arrived at Narita Airport as another typhoon shattered the coast of Japan. It was the roughest plane ride he had ever taken, and after 2 weeks of pure bliss, boy that Homosoto sure knows how to show a guy a good time. After their first meeting at the OSO World Bank building, Miles had flown to Tahiti and spent 18 delightful days at the outer resort of Moorea, courtesy of OSO Industries, with all of the trimmings. He was provided with a private beach house containing every modern amenity one could want, including 2 housekeepers and a cook. Only one of the housekeepers knew how to keep house. The other knew how to keep Miles satisfied. Moresi was a Pacific Islander who was well schooled in advanced sexual techniques. At barely 5 feet tall and 96 pounds, her long silken black hair was as much a sexual tool as her hands and mouth. Her pristine dark complexion and round face caused Miles to think that he was potentially guilty of crimes against a minor, but after their first night together, he relented that Morrissey knew her business very well. "Mr. Homosoto-san," she purred in delicately accented English, "wants you to concentrate on your work." She caressed his shoulders and upper body as she spoke. "He knows that a man works best when he has no worries. It is my job to make sure that you are relaxed, completely relaxed. Do you understand?" Her eyes longed for an affirmative answer from Miles. At first he was somewhat baffled. Homosoto had indeed sent him on this vacation, to work, undisturbed. But Miles thought that he would have to fend for himself for his physical pleasures. He was used to finding ways to satisfy his needs. "Homosoto-san says that you must be relaxed to do very serious business. Whenever you need relaxation, I am here." The food was as exquisite as was Morrissey. He luxuriated in the eternally perfect weather, the beach, the waves, and he even ventured underwater on a novice scuba dive. But, as he knew, He was here to concentrate on his assigned task, so he tried to limit his personal activities to sharing pleasure with Marassi. In just a few days, a relaxed Miles felt a peace, a solace that he had never known before. He found that his mind was at a creative high. His mind propelled to the problems of the war plans, and the solutions appeared. His brain seemed to function independent of effort. As he established goals, the roads to meet them appeared magically before him in absolute clarity. He was free to explore each one in its entirety, from beginning to end, undisturbed. If a problem confounded him, he found that merely forgetting about it during an interlude with Marassi provided him with the answer. The barriers were broken, the so-called walls of defense had crumbled before, as he created new methods of penetration no one had ever thought of before. As his plan coalesced into a singular whole, he began to experience a euphoria, a high that was neither drug nor sexually induced. He could envision, all at once, the entire grand strategy, how the myriad pieces effortlessly fit together and evolved into a picture-perfect puzzle. Miles became able to manipulate the attack scenarios in his mind and make slight changes in one that would have far-reaching implications in another portion of the puzzle. He might change only one slight aspect, yet see synergistic ramifications down a side road. This new ability, gained from total freedom to concentrate in his newfound worry-free life, gave Miles new sources of pleasure and inspiration. As his plans came together, Miles yearned for something outside of his idyllic environment. His strategies grew into a concrete reality, one which he knew he could execute if Homo Soto wasn't feeding him a line of shit. And for the $100,000 Homo Soto gave him to make plans, he was generally inclined to believe that this super-rich, slightly eccentric but obviously dangerous man was deadly serious. As the days wore on, Miles realized that, more than anything in his life, even more than getting laid, he wanted to put his plan to the test. If he was right, of which he was sure, in a few short years, he would be recognized as the most brilliant computer scientist in the world, in the whole damn world. His inner peace, the one which fed his creativity, soon was overtaken by the unbridled ego, which was Miles Foster's inner self. The prospect of success fostered new energies, and Miles worked even harder to complete the first phase of his task. To the occasional disappointment of Marassi, Miles would embroil himself in the computer. Homo Soto provided for the purpose. Marassi had been with many men, she was an expert, but Miles gave her as much pleasure as she to him. As his work further absorbed him, she rued the day her assignment would be over. Miles left Tahiti for Tokyo without even saying goodbye to Marassi. The ritualistic scanning and security checks before Miles got onto the living room elevator at the OSO building in Tokyo evidenced that Homo Soto had not told anyone else how important Miles was. Even though he recognized the need for secrecy in their endeavors, Miles was irked by the patronizing, almost rude treatment he received when he was forced to pass the sumo scrutiny. The elevator again opened into the grand white gallery on the 66th floor. "Ah, so good to see you again, Mr. Foster. Homo Soto-san is anxious to see you." A short Japanese manservant escorted Miles to the doors of Homo Soto's office. The briefest of taps invited the bellow of "Hi" from its inner sanctum. Homo Soto was quick to rise from his tekel throne and greeted Miles as if they were long-lost friends. "Mr. Foster, it is so good to see you. I assume everything was satisfactory? You found the working conditions to your liking?" Homo Soto awkwardly searched for the vain compliment. He pointed at the leather seating area in which they had first discussed their plans. They sat in the same chairs they had the last time they met. Miles was taken aback by the warm reception, but since he was so important to Homo Soto, it was only fitting to be treated with respect. Miles returned the courtesy with the minimum required bow of the head. It was a profitable game worth playing. Very much so, Mr. Hamelsoto. It was most relaxing, and I think you will be very pleased with the results. Miles smiled warmly, expecting to be heavily complimented on his promise. Instead, Hamelsoto ignored the business issue. I understand that Miss Moracey was most pleased, was she not? The implication was clear. For the first time, Miles saw a glimmer of a dirty old man looking for the sordid details. I guess so. I was too busy working to pay attention. Miles tried to slough off the comment. That is what she says, that you were too busy for her, or to say goodbye and thank her for her attentions. Not an auspicious beginning, Mr. Foster. Miles caught the derision in Hamelsoto's voice and didn't appreciate it one little bit. Listen, my affairs are my affairs. I am grateful for the services, but I do like to keep my personal life just that, personal. Miles was polite but firm. Hamelsoto nodded in understanding. Of course, Mr. Foster, I understand completely. It is merely for the sake of the young woman that I mention it. There is no offense intended. It is, shall we say, a cultural difference? Miles didn't believe in the cultural difference to which he referred, but he didn't press the point. He merely nodded that the subject was closed. A pregnant pause followed before Hamelsoto interrupted the silence. So, Mr. Foster, I really did not expect to see you for another few weeks. I must assume that you have made some progress in planning our future endeavors. Hamelsoto wore a smile that belied little of his true thoughts. You bet your ass I did. Hamelsoto winced at the colorful language. It was Miles's way of maintaining some control over the situation. His dimples recessed even further as he enjoyed watching Hamelsoto's reaction. It turned out to be simpler than even I had thought. Would you be so kind as to elaborate? Gotcha. Miles opened his briefcase and brought out a sheath of papers with charts and scribbles all over them. Basically, the technology is pretty simple. Here are the fundamental systems to use in the attack. There are only 4 of them. After all, there are no defenses, so that's not a problem. Problem? Hamelsoto raised his eyes. Okay, not problem. As you can see here, putting the technical pieces together is not the issue. The real issue is creating an effective deployment of the tools we create. Miles was matter-of-fact, and for the first time Hamelsoto saw Miles as the itinerant professional he was capable of being. The challenge. Just as Miles promised earlier, give me a challenge, the new, the undone, and I will be the best. Miles was shining in his own excellence, and his ego was gone, totally gone. His expertise took over. I have labeled various groups that we will need to pull this off. Pull off? Excuse me. Oh, sorry. Make it work? Have it happen? Ah, yes, so sorry. Not at all. Miles looked at Hamelsoto carefully. Was there a mutual respect actually developing? As I said, we will have to have several groups who don't even know about each other's existence. At NSA, we call it containment, or need to know. Hamelsoto cursorily examined the printouts on the table in front of him, but preferred to address Miles's comments. Could you explain, please? I don't see how one can build a car if you don't know what it's going to look like when you're done. You suggest that each person or group functions without the knowledge of the others? How can this be efficient? Miles smiled. For the first time he felt a bit of compassion for Hamelsoto, as one would feel for the naive child asking why 1 + 1 = 2. Hamelsoto was used to the Japanese work ethic. Here's a beautiful picture of a car, and all 50,000 of us are going to build it. You 5,000 build the engines. You 5,000 build the body, and so on. After a couple of years, we'll have built a fabulous automobile that we have all shared as a common vision. Hamelsoto had no idea of how to wage a war, although he apparently afforded. Miles realized he could be in control after all, if he only sold Hamelsoto on his abilities, and he was well on the way. You see, Mr. Hamelsoto, what we are trying to do requires that no one, except a few key people like you and I, understand what is going on. As we said in World War II, loose lips sink ships. Homo Soto immediately bristled at the mention of the war. Miles hardly noticed as he continued. The point is, as I have it laid out here, only a handful of people need to know what we are trying to achieve. All of the rest have clearly defined duties that they are expected to perform as we ask. Each effectively works in a vacuum. Efficient, not exactly. Secure, yes. I imagine you would like to keep this operation as secret as possible. Homo Soto took immediate notice and bolted his response. Hi, of course. Secrecy is important, but how can we be sure of compliance by our associates? Let me continue. Miles referred back to the papers in front of him. The first group is called the readers. The second will be dedicated to research and development. Homo Soto smiled at the R&D reference. He could understand that. Then there will be a public relations group, a communications group, a software company will be needed, another group I call the mosquitoes, and a little manufacturing which I assume you can handle. Miles looked for Homo Soto's reaction. Manufacturing, very easy. I don't fully understand the others, but I am most impressed with your outline. You mentioned problem. Can you explain? Homo Soto had become a different person, one who showed adolescent enthusiasm. He moved to the edge of his seat. As with any well-designed plan, Miles boasted, there are certain situations that need to be addressed. In this case, I see several. Miles was trying to hook Homo Soto onto the prover bile deck. I asked for problem, Homo Soto insisted. To properly effect this plan, we will need two things that may make it impossible. Homo Soto met the challenge. What do you need? Miles liked the sound of it. You, what do you need? This operation could cost as much as $50 million. Is that a problem? Homo Soto looked squarely at Miles. No problem. What is the second thing you need? We will need an army. Not an army with guns, but a lot of people who will follow orders. That may be more important than the money. Homo Soto took a momentary repose while he thought. How big an army will you need? My guess, today? I would say that for all groups we will need a minimum of 500 people. Maybe as many as 1,000. Homo Soto suddenly laughed out loud. You call that an army? 1,000 men? An army? That is a picnic, my friend. Homo Soto was enjoying his own personal joke. When you said army, Mr. Foster, I imagined tens of thousands of people running all around the United States shooting their guns. 1,000 people? I can give you 1,000 dedicated people with a single phone call. Is that all you need? He continued his laughter. Miles was taken aback and had difficulty hiding his surprise. He had already padded his needs by a factor of 3. With a few minor specialties and exceptions, yes, that's it. If we follow this blueprint. He pointed at the papers spread before them. Homo Soto sat back and closed his eyes in apparent meditation. Miles watched and waited for several minutes. He looked out the expanse of windows over Tokyo, patiently as Homo Soto seemed to sleep in the chair across from him. Homo Soto spoke quietly with his eyes still closed. Mr. Foster? Yes? Miles was ready. Do you love your country? Homo Soto's eyelids were still. Miles had not expected such a question. Mr. Foster, did you hear the question? Yes, I did. He paused. I'm thinking. If you need to think, sir, then the answer is clear. As you have told me, you hold no allegiance. Your country means nothing to you. I wouldn't quite put it that way, Miles said defensively. He couldn't let this opportunity escape. You hold your personal comfort as your primary concern, do you not? You want the luxuries that the United States offers, but you don't care where or how you get them. Is that not so? You want your women, your wine, your freedom, but you will take it at any expense. I do not think I exaggerate. Tell me, Mr. Foster, if I am wrong. Miles realized he was being asked to state his personal allegiances in mere Seconds. Not since he was in the lower floors of the NSA being interrogated had he been asked to state his convictions. He knew the right answer there, but here he wasn't quite sure. The wrong answer could blow it. But, then again, he was $110,000 ahead of the game for a few weeks' work. I need to ask you a question to answer yours. Miles did not want to be backed into a corner. Mr. Homosoto, do you want me to have allegiance to my country or to you? Homosoto was pleased. You debate well, young man. It is not so much that I care if you love America. I need to know what you do love. You see, for me, I love Japan and my family. But much of my family was taken from me in one terrible instant a long time ago. They are gone, but now I have my wife, my children, and their children. I learned that if there's nothing else, you must have family. That must come first, Mr. Foster. Under all conditions, family is first. All else is last. So my allegiance shifted away from country to my family and my beliefs. I don't always agree with my government, and there are times I will defy their will. I can assure you that if we embark upon this route, neither I nor you will endear ourselves to our respective governments. Does that matter to you? Miles snickered. Matter? After what they did to me, let me tell you something. I gave my country most of my adult life. I could have gone to work with my family, my associates. I am aware of your background, Mr. Foster, Homosoto interrupted. I'm sure you are, but that's neither here nor there. I could have been on Easy Street, plug a few numbers and make some bucks for the clan. The colloquialism escaped Homosoto, but he got the gist of it. But I said to myself, hey, you're good. Fixing roulette wheels is beneath you. I still need the diversion, the challenge, so I figured that the feds would give me the edge I needed to make something of myself. Miles was turning red around his neck. The NSA had the gear, the toys for me to play with, and they promised me the world. Create, they said. Lead America's technology into the 21st century. What a pile of shit. Working at the NSA is like running for president. You're always trying to sell yourself, your ideas. They don't give a shit about how good your ideas are. All they care is that you're asshole buddies with the powers that be. To get something done there, you need a half-dozen committees with their asses greased from here to eternity for them to say maybe. Do you know the difference between ass-kissing and having your head up your ass? If I understand your crudities, I assume this is an American joke then. No, Mr. Foster, I do not know the difference. Depth perception. Miles looked for a reaction to his anatomy cadoubleté. There was none other than Homosoto's benign smile, indicating no comprehension. Okay, never mind, I'll save it. At any rate, enough was enough. I gotta do something with my life. Miles had said his piece. In other words, money is your motivation? Money doesn't hurt, sure. But I need to do what I believe. Not that that means hurting my country, but if they don't listen to what makes sense, maybe it's best that they meet their worst enemy to get them off of their keisters. Miles was on a roll. Keisters? Homosoto's naivete was amusing. Oops, Miles exclaimed comically. Butts, asses, fannies? He patted his own, which finally communicated the intention. Ah, yes. Homosoto agreed. So you feel you could best serve your country by attacking it? Miles only thought for a few seconds. I guess you could put it that way. Sure, Mr. Foster, or should I say General Foster. Miles beamed at the reference. We shall march to success. Mr. Homosoto, Miles broke the prudential silence. I would like to ask you the same question. Why? I was wondering when you were going to ask me that, Mr. Foster, Homosoto said with his grin intact. Because, Mr. Foster, I am returning the favor. Chapter 9, September 1982. Southeast Iraq. Ahmed Shah lay in a pool of his own blood along with pieces of what was once another human being. The pain was intolerable. His mind exploded as the nerve endings from the remains of his arms and legs shot liquid fire into his cerebral cortex. His mind screamed in sheer agony while he struggled to stay conscious. He wasn't sure why, but he had to stay awake. Can't pass out? Sleep, blessed sleep, release me from the pain. Allah, oh take me. Allah, I shall be a martyr fighting for your holy cause, in your name, for the love of Islam, for the Ayatollah. Take me into your arms and let me live for eternity in your shadow. The battle for Abadan, a disputed piece of territory that was a hub for Persian Gulf oil distribution, had lasted days. Both Iran and Iraq threw waves of human fodder at each other in what was referred to in the world press as auto genocide. Neither side reacted to the monumental casualties that they sustained. The lines of reinforcements were steady. The dead bodies were thick on the battlefield. There was no time to collect them and provide a proper burial. New troops had as much difficulty wading through the obstacle courses made of human corpses as staying alive. Public estimates were that the war had already cost over 1,000 lives for the adversaries. Both governments disputed the figures. The two agreed only 250,000 had died. The extremist leaders of both countries believed that the lower casualty numbers would mollify world opinion. It accomplished the exact opposite. Criticism was rampant in the world courts and the press. Children were going to battle. Or more appropriately, children were marching in the front lines, often without weapons or shoes, and used as cover for the advancing armed infantrymen behind them. The children were disposable receptacles for enemy bullets. The supreme sacrifice would permit the dead pre-adolescents since the honor of martyrdom and an eternal place with Allah. Mothers wailed and beat their breasts in the streets of Tehran as word arrived of loved ones and friends who died in Allah's war against the Iraqi infidels. Many were professional mourners who were hired by others to represent families to make them look bigger and more holy. Expert wailing and flagellation came at a price. The bulk of the civilized world, even Brezhnev's evil Soviet Empire, denounced the use of unarmed children for cannon fodder. The war between Iran and Iraq was to continue, despite pleas from humanity, for another 6 years. Ahmed Shah was a 19-year-old engineering student at the exclusive Tehran University when the war started. He was reared as a dedicated Muslim by wealthy parents. Somehow his parents had escaped the Ayatollah's scourge after the fall of the Shah. Ahmed was never told the real reason, but a distribution of holy rials certainly helped. They were permitted to keep their beautiful home in the suburbs of Tehran, and Ahmed's father kept his professorship at Tehran University. Ahmed was taught by his family that the Shah's downfall was the only acceptable response to the loss of faith under his regime. The Shah is a puppet of the Americans, too. His father would spit. The Yankees come over here, tell us to change our culture and our beliefs so we can make them money from our oil. For a professor, he was outspoken, but viewed as mainstream by the extremist camps. Ahmed learned well. For the most part of his life, all Ahmed knew was the Ayatollah Khomeini as his country's spiritual leader. News and opinion from the West was virtually non-existent, so Ahmed developed as a devout Muslim, dedicated to his country and his religion. When the war began, he thought about enlisting immediately, but the university counselors convinced him otherwise. Ahmed Shah, you are bright and can offer Iran great gifts after you complete your studies. Why not wait? The war will not be forever, and then you can serve Allah with your mind, not your body. Ahmed took the advice for his first year at the A University student, but guilt overwhelmed him when he learned about how many other young people were dying in the cause. From his parents he would hear of childhood friends who had been killed. Tehran University students and graduates were honored daily in the mosque on campus. The names were copied and distributed throughout the schools. True martyrs. Ahmed's guilt compounded as the months passed and so many died. He had been too young to participate in the occupation of the American embassy. How jealous he was. Why should I wait to serve Allah, he mused. Today I can be of service where he needs me, but if I stay and study, I will not be able to bid his will for years. And what if Iraq wins? There would be no more studies anyway. Ahmed anguished for weeks over how he could best serve Iran, his Ayatollah and Allah. After his freshman finals, on which he excelled, he joined the Irani army. Within 60 days he was sent to the front lines as a communications officer. They had been in the field 3 days, and Ahmed had only gotten to know a few of the 60 men in his company when the mortars came in right on top of them. The open desert offers little camouflage, so the soldiers built foxholes behind the larger sand dunes. They inaccurately thought they were hidden from view. More than half the company died instantly. Pieces of bodies were strewn across the sandy-tinted bivouac. Another 20 were dying within 50 yards of where Ahmed writhed in agony. Ahmed regained consciousness. Was it 5 minutes or 5 hours later? He had no way of knowing. The left lower arm where he wore his wristwatch was gone, a pulpy stump, as were his legs, mutilated, the highest form of insult and degradation. O Allah, I have served you, let me die and come to you now. Let me suffer no more. Suddenly, his attention was grabbed by the sound of a jeep cough in its way to a stop. He heard voices. This one's still alive. Then a shot rang out. So's this one. Another shot. A few muted voices from the dying protested and asked for mercy. Ha! I give mercy to a dog before you. A scream and 2 shots. They were Iraqi, killing off the wounded. Pigs, infidels, mother whores, you, foreskin of a camel, your mother lies with dogs. Ahmed screamed at the soldiers. It brought 2 results. 1. It kept him a little more alert and less aware of his pain, and 2. It attracted the attention of the 2 soldiers from the jeep. Allah, who insults the memory of my mother who sits with Allah? Who? One soldier spun around and tried to imagine which one of the pieces of bodies that surrounded him still had enough life to speak. He scanned the sand nearby. Open eyes were not a sure sign of life, nor was the presence of 4 limbs. There needed to be a head. Over here, camel dung. Hussein fucks animals who give birth to the likes of you. Ahmed's viciousness was the only facial feature that gave away he was alive. The soldiers saw their tormentor. Prepare to meet with your Allah now, as one soldier took aim at Ahmed's head. Go ahead, shoot pig shit. I welcome death, so I won't have to see your filth. Defied the soldier and the automatic rifle aimed at him. The other soldier intervened. No, don't kill him. That's too easy, and we would be honoring his last earthly request. No, this one doesn't beg for mercy. At least he's a man. Let's just make him suffer. The second soldier raised his gun and pointed at the junction of Ahmed's 2 stumps for legs. 2 point-blank range shots shattered the 3 components of his genitals. Ahmed let out a scream so primal, so anguished, so penetrating that the soldiers bolted to escape the sounds of death. The scream continued, briefly interrupted by a pair of shots that caught the 2 soldiers square in the middle of the back as they ran. They dropped onto the hot desert sand with matched thuds. Ahmed didn't hear the shots over the sounds coming from his larynx. He didn't hear anything after that for a very long time. Unfortunately for Ahmed Shah, he survived. He woke up, or more accurately, regained semi-consciousness more than a week after he was picked up at the site of the mortar attack. He was wired up to tubes and machines in an obviously well-equipped hospital. He thought, I must be back in Tehran. Then fog, a blur, a needle. Feel nothing. Stay awake. Move lips. Talk. Doctor, the patient was awake. The nurse spoke to the physician who was writing on Ahmed's medical chart. He'll wish he wasn't. Let him go. Let him sleep. Hell hasn't begun for him yet. The doctor moved onto the chart on the next bed in ward. Over the next few days, while grasping at consciousness and with the caring attention of the nurses, Ahmed pieced together the strands of a story. What happened to him? The Iraqis were killing the wounded, desperate in their attempts to survive the onslaught of Irani children. All must die, take no prisoners were their marching orders. In the Iraqi army, you either did exactly as you were told, with absolute obedience, or you were shot on sight as a traitor. Some choice. We lost at Abadan, the Iraqis thought, but there will be more battles to win. Ahmed was the only survivor from his company, and there was no earthly reason that could explain why he lived. He was more dead than alive. His blood coagulated well in the hot desert sun. Otherwise, the blood loss alone would have killed him. The medics found many of his missing pieces and packed them up for their trip to the hospital, but the doctors were unable to reattach anything of significance. He was a eunuch, with no legs and only one good arm. Weeks of wishing himself dead proved to be the source of rest that contributed to his recovery. Was he man? Was he woman? Was he, God forbid, neither? Why? Had he not just died along with the others? Why was he spared? Spared, ha! If I had truly been spared, I would be living with Allah. This is not being spared. This is living hell, and someone will pay. He cried to his parents about his torment, and his mother wailed and beat her breast. His father listened to the anger, the hate, and the growing strength within his son's being. Hate could be the answer that would make his son, his only son, whole again. Whole in spirit at least. The debates within Ahmed's mind developed into long philosophical arguments about right, wrong, revenge, avenge, purpose, cause, and reason. He would take both sides of an issue and see if he could beat himself with his alter rationales. The frustration at knowing one's opponent's thoughts when developing your own counter argument made him angry too. He finally started arguing with other patients. He would take any position on any issue and debate all night. Argumentative, contrary, but recovering completely, described the patient. Over the months, his strength returned, and he appeared to come to grips with his infirmaries, as much as anyone can come to terms with such physical mutilations. He covered his facial wounds with a full black beard that melded into his full, short-cropped, kinky hair. Ami graduated from Tehran University in 1984 with a cruel hatred for anything anti-Islam. One major target of his hatred was President Reagan, the cowboy president, the Teflon president, the evil anti-Muslim Zionist, loving American president. Of course, there was plenty of room to hate others, but Reagan was so easy to hate, so easy to blame, and rarely was there any disagreement. He thought of grand strategies to strike back at the America. After all, didn't they support the Iraqis? And the Iraqis did this to him. It wasn't the soldiers' fault. They were just following orders, do or die. Any rational person would have done the same thing. He understood that, so he blamed Reagan, not Hussein. And he blamed the American people for their stupidity, their isolationism, their indifference to the rest of the world. They are all so smug and caught up in their own little petty lives. And there are causes. People are dying for causes, and the American fools don't even care. And Reagan personified them all. How does a lousy movie actor from the 1950s get to be president of the United States? Ahmed laughed to himself at the obvious answer. He was the most qualified for the job. His commentaries and orations about the imperialists, the United States, England, even the Soviet Union and their overwhelming influence in the Arab world made Ahmed Shah a popular man on the campus of Tehran University. His highly visible infirmities assisted with his credibility. In his 6th semester of study, Ahmed's counselor called him for a conference. Beside his counselor was another man, Beni Farjani, from the government. Beni was garbed in Arab robes and turbans that always looked filthy. Still, he was the officious type, formal and somber. His long white hair snuck through the turban, and his face shewed ample wrinkles of wisdom. He and the counselor sat alone on one side of a large wooden conference table that could easily have seated 20. Ahmed stocked his motorized wheelchair at the table. Farjani spoke, and curiously, the counselor rose from his chair and slipped out of the room. Ahmed and the government official were alone. "My name is Bini Farjani, Associate Director to the Undersecretary of Communications and Propaganda. I trust you are well." Ahmed long since gave up commenting on his well-being or lack thereof. "It is good to meet you, sir." He waited for more. "Ahmed Shah, you are important to the state and the people of Iran." Farjani said it as though his comment was already common knowledge. "What I am here to ask you, Ahmed Shah, is, are you willing again to serve Allah?" "Yes, of course." He bowed his head in reverence. "Good, because we think that you might be able to assist on a small project we have been contemplating. My son, you have the gift of oration, speaking, moving crowds to purpose." "I only wish I had it." Bini Farjani smiled solemnly at Ahmed. "I thank Allah for his gift. I am only the humble conduit for his will." "I understand, but you have now and will have much to proud of. I believe you graduate in 6 months. Is that correct?" "Yes, and then I go to graduate school." "I am afraid that won't be possible, Ahmed Shah." Farjani shook a kindly wrinkled finger at him. "As soon as you graduate, your government, at Allah's bidding, would like you to move to the United States." "America?" Ahmed gaped in surprise. "We fear that America may invade Iran, that we may go to war with the United States." The words stunned Ahmed. Could he be serious? Sure, relations were in pretty bad shape, but was Farjani saying that Iran was truly preparing for war? Jihad? Holy war against the United States? "We need to protect ourselves." Farjani spoke calmly, with authority. "America has weapons of mass destruction that can reach our land in minutes, while we have nothing to offer in retaliation. Nothing. And that is a very frightening reality that the people of Iran must live with every day. A truly helpless feeling." Ahmed was listening carefully, and so far what he heard was making a great deal of sense. Both the Soviets and the Americans can destroy each other and the rest of the world with a button. Their armies will never meet. A few missiles and it's all over. A 30-minute grand finale to civilization. They don't have to, nor would we expect either the Soviets or the Americans to ask the rest of the world if they mind. They just go ahead and pull the trigger, and everyone else be damned. And yes, there have been better times when our nation has had more friends, when all Arabs thought and acted as one, especially against the Americans. They have the most to gain and the most to lose from invading and crossing our borders. They would love nothing more than to steal our land, our oil, and even take over OPEC. All in the name of world stability. They'll throw around national security smokescreens and do what they want. Farjani was speaking quite excitedly. Ahmed was fascinated, a man from the government who was nearly as vitriolic as he was about America. The only difference was Ahmed wanted to attack, and Farjani wanted to defend. He didn't think it opportune to interrupt. Farjani continued, "The Russians want us as a warm water port. They have enough oil, gas, and resources, but they crave a port that isn't controlled by the Americans, such as in the Black Sea and through the Hellespont. So they too are a potential enemy. You see, don't you, Ahmed, that Allah has so graced our country everyone else wants to take it away from us?" Ahmed nodded automatically. "So we need to create a defense against outside aggressors. We do not have weapons that can reach American shores, that is so. But we have something that the Americans will never have, because they will never understand. Do you know what that is?" Before Ahmed could answer, Farjani continued, "Honor and faith to protect our heritage, our systems, our way of life." Ahmed agreed. "We want you, Ahmed Shah, to build a network of supporters, just like you, all across the United States that will come to our service when we need them. To the death. Your skills will capture the attention of those with kindred sentiments. You will draw them out from the schools, from the universities. Ahmed Shah. There are over 100,000 Irani and Arab students in the United States today. Many of them are sympathetic to our causes. Many of them are attending American universities, side by side with their future enemies, learning the American way so we may better fight it. You will become one of them, and you will find others that can be trusted, counted on, depended upon when we call. Your obvious dedication and personal tragedies. Fragility pointed at the obvious affliction will be the glue to provide others with strength. You will have no problems in recruiting. That will be the easy part. If recruiting is so easy, then what will be the hard task? Holding them back. You will find it most difficult to restrain your private army from striking. Right under the Americans' noses, you will have to keep them from bursting at the seams until the day comes when they are needed. It could be weeks, it could be years. We don't know. Maybe the day will never come, but it is your job to build this army, grow it, feed it, and keep our national spirit alive until such time that it becomes necessary to defend our nation, Allah, and loyal Muslims everywhere. This time, though, we will fight America from within, inside her borders. There hasn't been a foreign war on American soil since 1812. Americans don't know what it's like to have their country ruined, ravaged, blown up before their eyes. We need a defense against America, and when it is deeded by Allah, our army will strike back at America where it hurts most. In the streets of their cities, in their homes, parks, and schools. But first we must have that army, in place and willing to act. You will find out all the details in good time, I assure you. You will require some training, though, and that will begin shortly. Everything you need to serve will be given you. Go with Allah. Ahmed trained for several months with the infamous terrorist group Abu Nidal. He learned the basics that every modern terrorist needs to know to ensure success against the infidels. Shah moved to New York City on December 25, 1986. Christmas was a non-issue. He registered at Columbia as a graduate researcher in the engineering department to legitimize his student visa and would commence classes on January 2nd. Recruitment was easy, just as Farjani had said. Ahmed built a team of 12 recruiters whom he could trust with his life. 7 professional terrorists, unknown to the American authorities, thoroughly sanitized, came with him to the United States under assumed visas, and the other 5, already in the country, were personally recommended by Farjani. His disciples were located in strategic locations. New York was host to Ahmed and another Arab fanatic trained in Libya. They both used Columbia University as their cover. Washington, D.C. was honored with a Syrian terrorist who had organized mass anti-U.S. demonstrations in Damascus as the request of President Assad. Los Angeles and San Francisco were homes to 4 more engineering-type desert terrorist school graduates who were allowed to move freely and interact with the shakers and movers in high technology disciplines. Miami, Atlanta, Chicago, Boston, and Dallas were also used as recruitment centers for developing Ahmed's personal army. If the media had been aware of the group's activities, they would have made note that Ahmed's inner circle were very highly skilled, not only in the use of C4 and Cemex, the Czechoslovakian plastic explosive that was responsible for countless deaths of innocent bystanders, but that were all very well educated. Each spoke English like a native, fluent in colloquialisms and idioms unique to America. Much of his army had skills which enabled them to acquire positions of importance within engineering departments of companies such as IBM, Apple, Hughes Defense Systems, Chase Manhattan, Prudential Life, Martin Marietta, Westinghouse, CompuServe, MCI, and hundreds of similar organizations. Every one of their employers would have attested to their skills, honor, and loyalty to their adapted country. Ahmed's group was well versed in deception, After all, they answer to a greater cause. What even a seasoned reporter might not find out, though, was that all 12 of Ahmed's elite recruiters had to pass a supreme test often required by international political terrorist organizations to guarantee their loyalty to the cause, whatever that cause might be, and to weed out potential external infiltrators. Each member had to have killed at least one member of their immediate family. It requires extraordinary hardening, to say the least, to kill your mother or father, or to blow up the school bus that carried your preteen sister to school, or engage your brother in a mock fight and then sever his head from his body. The savagery that permitted one access into this elite circle is beyond the comprehension of most Western minds. Yet such acts were expected to demonstrate one's loyalty to a supreme purpose or belief. The events surrounding Salman Rushdie in the Satanic Verses were a case in point. Each of those who volunteered to assassinate him, at the bequest of the Ayatollah Khomeini, had in fact already killed not only innocent women and children in order to reach their assigned terrorist targets, but had brought the head of their family victim to the table of their superiors, a deed for which they were honored and revered. These were the men, all of them men who pledged allegiance to Ahmed Shah and the unknown, undefined assignments they would in the future be asked to complete, to the death if necessary and without fear. These men were reminiscent of the infamous moles that Stalin's Soviet Empire had placed throughout the United Kingdom and the United States in the 1930s, to be awakened at some future date to carry out strikes against the enemy from within. The only difference with Ahmed's men was that they were trained to die, not to survive. And unlike their mole counterparts, they were awake the entire time, focused on their mission. Clearly, it was only a matter of time before they would be asked to follow orders with blind obedience. Their only reward was a place in the Muslim heaven. Meanwhile, while awaiting sainthood, their task was to find others with similar inclinations, or those who could be corralled into their system of beliefs. It was unrealistic, they knew, to expect to find an entire army of sympathizers who would fight to the death or perform suicide missions in the name of Allah. But they found it was very easy to find many men, never women, who would follow orders and perform the tasks of an underground infantryman. The mass influx of Arabs into the United States was another great mistake of the Reagan 80s, as it opened its doors to a future enemy. The immigration policy of the U.S. was the most open in the entire world. So, the government allowed the entry of some of the world's most dangerous people into the country and then gave them total freedom with its associated anonymity. Such things could never happen at home, Ahmed thought. We love our land too much to permit our enemies on our soil. It is so much easier to dispose of them before they can cause damage. So the thinking went, and Ahmed and his cadre platooned themselves often in any of the thousands of American resort complexes, unnoticed, to gauge the progress of their assignments. By early 1988, Ahmed's army consisted of nearly 1,000 fanatic Muslims who would swallow a live grenade if the deed guaranteed their place in martyrdom, and another several thousand who could be led into battle under the right conditions. And more came and joined as the ridiculous immigration policies continued unchecked. There were students, businessmen, flight attendants who were now in the United States for prolonged periods of time. All walks of life were included in his army. Some were technicians or bookkeepers, delivery men, engineers, doctors. Most disciplines were represented. Since Ahmed had no idea when, if ever, he and his army would be needed, nor for what purpose, recruiting a wide range of talents would provide Allah with the best odds if they were ever needed. They were all men, not one woman in this man's army, Ahmed thought. The biggest problem, just as Ferjani had predicted, was the growing sense of unrest among the troops. The inner 12 had been professionally trained to be patient, wait for the right moment to strike, wait for orders, do nothing. Do not disclose your alliances or your allegiances to anyone. No one can be trusted, except your recruiter. Lead a normal life. Act like any American immigrant. who flourishes in his new home, do not at all costs give yourself away. That much was crucial. Periodically, the inner 12 would assign mundane, meaningless tasks to various of their respective recruits. Americans called it busy work. But it kept interest alive, the belief in the eventual victory of the Arab nation against the American mongrels. It kept the life in their organization flowing, not dulled by the prolonged waiting for the ultimate call, jihad, a holy war against America, waged from inside its own unprotected borders. It was their raison d'être, 130 Tethbe, the underlying gestalt for their very existence. February 6, 1988, New York City, it is time. Ahmed could not believe the words, music to his ears. It was not a long-distance call, too clear. It had to be local. The caller spoke in Ahmed's native tongue and conveyed an excitement that immediately consumed him. He sat in his wheelchair at a computer terminal in an engineering lab at Columbia University's Broadway campus. While he had hoped this day would come, he also knew that politicians, even Iran's, promised a glory that often was buried in diplomacy rather than action. Praise be Allah. We are ready, always for Allah. Ahmed was nearly breathless with anticipation. His mind wandered. Were we at war? No, of course not. The spineless United States would never have the strength nor will to wage war against a united Arab state. That is good, for Allah. The caller agreed with Ahmed. But it is not the war you expect. Ahmed was taken aback. He had not known what to expect exactly, but over the months he had conjured many scenarios of how his troops would be used to perform Allah's will. His mind reeled. For whom do you speak? Ahmed asked. Pointedly. There was a hint of distrust in the question. For Johnny said you would ask. He said there hasn't been a war on U.S. soil since 1812. He said you would understand. Ahmed understood. Only someone that was privy to their conversations would have known that. His heart quickened with anticipation. Yes, I understand. With whom do I speak? Ahmed asked reverently. My name is of no consequence. I am only a humble servant of Allah with a message. You are to follow instructions exactly, without reservation. Of course. I too am but a servant of God. What are my instructions? Ahmed felt like standing at parade attention if only he had legs. This will not be our war, it will be another's. But our purposes are the same. You will act as his army and are to follow his every request, as if Allah came to you and so ordered himself. Ahmed beamed. He glowed with perspiration. Finally, the chance to act. He would and his army would perform admirably. He listened carefully as the anonymous caller gave him his instructions. He noted the details as disbelief sank in. This is jihad? Yes, this is jihad. You are expected to comply. I am clear, but are you sure? Yes, I am sure. Then I will follow orders. As ordered. Will we speak again? No, this is your task, your destiny. The Arab nation calls upon you now. Do you answer? Yes, I answer. I will perform. We, our army will perform. Inshallah. Yes, God willing. Ahmed Shah put his teaching schedule on hold by asking for and receiving an immediate sabbatical. He then booked and took a flight to Tokyo 3 days later. I need an army, and I am told you can provide such services for me. Is that so? Homosoto asked Ahmed Shah, though he already knew the answer. Ahmed Shah and Taki Homosoto were meeting in a private palace in the outskirts of Tokyo. Ahmed wasn't quite sure to whom it belonged, but he was following orders and in no way felt in danger. The grounds were impeccable, a Japanese Versailles. The weather was cool, but not uncomfortably so. Both men sat under an arbor that would be graced with cherry blossoms in a few months. Each carried an air of confidence, an assurity not meant as arrogance, but rather as an assertion of control, power over their respective empires. How large is your army? Homosotol knew the answer but asked anyway. 1,000 to the death, 3,000 to extreme pain, another 10,000 functionaries. Ahmed Shah said with pride. Homosoto laughed a convivial Japanese laugh and lightly slapped his knees. "Ah, comrade! To the deaf, so familiar, that is why you are here, but I hope that will not be necessary. You see, this war will be won without bullets." Homosoto said, waiting for the volatile Arab's reaction. This was exactly what Ahmed feared, a spineless war. How could one afford to wage a war against America and not expect, indeed plan for, the death of some troops? There was no Arab Transatlantean for Pussywimp, but the thought was there. How may I be of service? The task is simple. I have need of information, much information that will be of extreme embarrassment to the United States. Their government operates illegally. Their companies control the country with virtual impunity from law. It is time that they are tried for their crimes. Homosoto tailored his words so that his guest would acquire an enthusiasm similar to his. Yes, Ahmed agreed, they need to learn a lesson. But, Mr. Homosoto, how can that be done without weapons? I assume you want to attack their planes, their businesses, Washington perhaps? Ahmed was hopeful for the opportunity to give his loyal troops the action they desired. In a manner of speaking, yes, my friend. We shall strike where they least expect it, and in a way in which they are totally unprepared. Homosoto softened his speech to further his pitch to gain Ahmed Shah's trust and unity. I am well aware of the types of training that you and your people have gone through. However, you must be aware that Japan is the most technically advanced country in the world, and that we can accomplish things in a less violent manner, yet still achieve the same goals. We shall be much more subtle. I assume you have been informed of that by your superiors. Homosoto waited for Ahmed's response. As you say, we have been trained to expect, even welcome death in the struggle against our adversaries. Yet I recognize that a joint effort may be more fruitful for all of us. It may be a disappointment to some of my people that they will not be permitted the honor of martyrdom, but they are expected to follow orders. If they do not comply, they will die without the honor they crave. They will perform as ordered. Excellent. That is as I hoped. Homosoto beamed at the developing understanding. Let me explain. My people will provide you with the weapons of this new war, a type of war never before fought. These are technological weapons that do not kill the enemy. Better, they expose him for what he is. It will be up to your army to use these weapons and allow us to launch later attacks against the Americans. There are to be no independent actions or activities, none without my and your direction and approval. Can you abide by these conditions? At the request of my government and Allah, I will be happy to serve you in your war. Both our goals will be met. Ahmed glowed at the opportunity to finally let his people do something after so much waiting. Homosoto arose and stood over Ahmed. We will make a valuable alliance to the destruction of America. He held his water glass to Ahmed. Ahmed responded by raising his glass. To Allah and the cause. They both drank deeply from the Perrier. Homosoto had one more question. If one or more of your men get caught, will they talk? They will not talk. How can you be so sure? Homosoto inquired naively. Because if they are caught, they will be dead. An excellent solution. Chapter 10, Tuesday, October 13. New York Computer Assault Slams. Fistimped by Scott Mason, for the last few weeks, the general press and computer media have been foretelling the destruction to be caused by this year's version of the dreaded Columbus Day virus, aka data crime. The virus began exploding yesterday and will continue today, depending upon which version strikes your computer. With all of the folderol by the TV networks and news channels, and the reports of anticipated doom for many computers, I expect Ed to wake up this morning and learn that this paper didn't get printed. My train from the suburbs was rerouted to Calcutta and Manhattan's traffic lights were out of order. No such luck. America is up and running. That doesn't mean that no one got struck by computer influenza, though. There are hundreds of reports of widespread damage to microcomputers everywhere. The Bala Sinwit PA Medical Center lost several weeks of records. Credit Card International was struck in Madrid, Spain, and can't figure out which customers bought what from whom. A few schools in England don't know who their students are, and a university in upstate New York won't be holding computer classes for a while. William Murray of the Institute for Public Computing Confidence in Washington, D.C., downplayed the incident. We have had reports of several small outbreaks, but we have not heard of any particularly devastating incidents. It seems that only a few isolated sites were affected. On the other hand, Baton Fenster from Virus Stoppers in McLean, Virginia, maintains that the virus damage was much more widespread. She says the outbreaks are worse than reported in the press. I personally know of several Fortune 100 companies that will be spending the next several weeks putting their systems back in order. Some financial institutions have been nearly shut down because their computers are inoperable. It's the worst computer virus outbreak I've ever seen. Very few companies would confirm that they had been affected by the Columbus Day virus. They won't talk to you, Ms. Fenster said. If a major company announced publicly that their computers were down due to criminal activity, there would be a certain loss of confidence in that company. I understand that they feel a fiduciary responsibility to their stockholders to minimize the effects of this. Despite Ms. Fenster's position, Forsyth Insurance, Northeast Airlines, Brocker Financial, and the Internal Revenue Service all admitted that they have had a major disruption in their computator services and expect to take 2 to 6 weeks to repair the damage. Nonetheless, several of those companies feel lucky. We only lost about 1,000 machines, said Ashley Marie, Senior Network Manager at Edison Power. Considering that we have no means of protecting our computers at all, we could have been totally put out of business. She said that despite the cost to repair the systems, her management feels no need to add security or protective measures in the future. They believe that this was a quirk, a one-time deal. They're wrong, Ms. Marie said. Many small companies that said they have almost been put out of business because they were struck by the Columbus Day virus. Simply not true, commented Christopher Angel of the Antivirus Brigade, a vigilante group who professes to have access to pre-bate information on computer viruses. Of all of the reports of downed computers yesterday, less than 10% are from the data crime. Anyone who had any sort of trouble is blaming it on the virus rather than more common causes, like hardware malfunction and operator error. It is a lot more glamorous to admit being hit by the virus that has created near hysteria over the last month. Whatever the truth, it seems to be well hidden under the guise of politics. There is mounting evidence and concern that computer viruses and computer hackers are endangering the contents of our computers. While the effects of the Columbus Day virus may have been mitigated by advance warnings and precautionary measures, and the actual number of infection sites very limited, computer professionals are paying increasing attention to the problem. This is Scott Mason, Safe, Sound, and Uninfected. Wednesday, October 14, J. Edgar Hoover Building, FBI Headquarters. Washington, D.C. The sweltering October heat wave of the late Indian summer penetrated the World War II government buildings that surrounded the mall and the tourist attractions. Window air conditioners didn't provide the kind of relief that modern workers were used to. So, shirt sleeves were rolled up, the nylons came off, and ties were loose if present at all. The streets were worse. The climatic changes that graced much of North America were exaggerated in Washington. The heat was hot tear, the humidity wetter. Sweat was no longer a 5-letter word, it was a way of life. Union Station, the grand old train station near the Capitol building, provided little relief. The immense volume of air to be cooled was too much for the central air conditioners. They were no match for Mother Nature's revenge on the planet for unforgiving hydrocarbon emissions. As soon as Tyrone Duncan detrained from the elegant Metroliner he had ridden this morning from New York's Penn Station, he was drenched in perspiration. He discovered, to his chagrin, that the cab he had hailed for his ride to headquarters had no air conditioning. The stench of the city and the garbage and the traffic fumes reminded him of home, New York. Tyrone showed his identification at the J. Edgar Hoover building, wishing he had the constitution to wear a seersucker suit. There is no way on God's earth a seersucker could show a few hours' wear as desperately as his $1,200 Louis Boston did, he thought. Then there was the accompanying exhaustion from his exposure to the dense Washington air. Duncan had not been pleased with the panic call that forced him to Washington anyway. His reactions to the effects of the temperature-humidity index did not portend a good meeting with Bob Burnson. Bob had called Tyrone night before at home. He said, "We have a situation here, and it requires some immediate attention. Would you mind being here in the morning?" Instead of a question, it was an unissued order. Rather than fool around with hours of delays at LaGuardia National Airport, Tyrone elected to take the train and arrive in the nation's capital just after noon. It took altogether just about the same amount of time, yet he could travel in relative luxury and peace. Burnson was waiting for him. Bob Burnson held the title of National Coordinator for Tactical Response for the FBI. He was a little younger than Duncan, just over 40, and appeared cool in his dark blue suit and tightly collared shirt. Burnson had an unlikely pair of qualities. He was both an extraordinarily well-polished politician and an astute investigator. Several years prior, though, he decided that the bureaucratic life would suit him just fine, and at the expense of his investigative skills, he attacked the political ladder with a vengeance. Despite the differences between them, Burnson a willing compatriot of the Washington machine, and Duncan preferring the rigors of investigation, they had developed a long-distance friendship that survived over the years. Tyrone was most pleased that he had a boss who would at least give his arguments a fair listen before being told that for this or that political reason, the Bureau had chosen a different line of reasoning. So be it, thought Duncan. I'm not a policymaker, just a cop. Tyrone sank into one of the government-issued chairs in Burnson's modern, yet modest office ringed with large windows that can't open. How about that Arctic chill? Burnson's short, lithe, 150-pound frame showed no wear from the heat. Glad you could make it. It, man, Tyrone exhaled as he wiped his shiny, wet black face and neck. He was wringing wet. Like I had a choice. If it weren't for the company, I'd be at the beach, getting a tan. He continued to wipe his neck and head with a monogrammed handkerchief. Lose a few pounds and it won't hurt so bad. You know, I could make an issue of it, Bob poked fun. And I'm out of here so fast. Hoover'll cheer from his grave. He sweated. The reference to the FBI founder's legendary bigotry was a common source of jokes in the modern bureau. No doubt. Burnson passed by the innuendo. Maybe we'd balance the scales, too. He dug the knife deeper in reference to Tyrone's weight. That's 2, said Duncan. Okay, said Burnson, feigning surrender. How's Arlene and the rest of the sorority? He referred to the house full of women with whom Tyrone had spent a good deal of his life. 20 degrees cooler. He was half serious. Listen, since you're here, up for a bite? Bob tried. Listen, how 'bout we do business, then grab a couple of cold ones, iced beer. At Camelot? That's my idea of a quality afternoon. Camelot was the famous downtown strip joint on 18th and M Street that former Mayor Marion Barry had haunted and been 86 from for unpublished reasons. It was dark and frequented by government employees for lunch, noticeably the ones from Treasury. Deal, if you accept. Bob's demeanor shifted to the officious. Accept what? Tyrone asked suspiciously. My proposition. Is this another one of your lame attempts to promote me to an office job in capital city? Well, yes and no. You're being reassigned. No easy way to say it. To what? Exclaimed Tyrone angrily. To ECCO? What the hell is ECCO? All in good time. To the point, Bob said calmly. How much do you know about this blackmail thing? Plenty. I read the reports and I have my own local problems. Not to mention that the papers have picked it up. If it weren't for the National Expos printing irresponsibly, the mainstream press would have kept it quiet until there was some confirmation. Agreed, said Burnson. They are being spoken to right now about that very subject, and as I hear it, they will have more lawsuits on their doorstep than they can afford to defend. They really blew it this time. What else? Bob was listening intently. Not much. Loose, unfounded innuendo with nothing to follow up. Reminds me of high school antics or mass hysteria. Just like UFO flaps. Tyrone Duncan dismissed the coincidences and the thought of Scott's conspiracy theory. But it does make for a busy day at the office. Agreed, however, you only saw the reports that went on the wire, not the ones that didn't go through channels. What do you mean by that? Duncan voiced concern at being out of the loop. What's on the wire is only the tip of the iceberg. There's a lot more. What else? Senators calling the director personally, asking for favors, trying to keep their secret? A junior Midwest senator has some quirky sexual habits. A southern anti-pornography ball-breaker happens to like little boys. It goes on and on. They've all received calls saying that their secrets will be in the newspaper's hands within days. Unless? Duncan awaited the resolved threat. No unless, which scares them all senseless. It's the same story everywhere. Highly influential people who manage many of our country's strategic assets have called their senators and asked them to ensure that their cases are solved in a quiet and expedient political manner. Sound familiar? Burnson asked Duncan. More than vaguely, Tyrone had to admit. How many? As of this morning, we have 17 senators asking the FBI to make discreet investigations into a number of situations. 17. Not to mention a couple hundred executive types with connections. Within days of each other, they each, so far, believe that theirs is an isolated incident, and that they are the sole target of such threats is as good a word as any. Getting the picture? Tyrone whistled to himself. They're all the same? Yes. And there's something else. To a man, each claimed that there was no way the blackmailer could know what he knew. Impossible. Burnson scratched his head. Strange. Same story everywhere. That's what got the director and his cronies in on this. And then me. And that's why you're here, Burnson said with finality. Why? Tyrone was getting frustrated with the roundabout diatribe. We're pulling the blackmail thing to the national office, and a special task force will take over. A lot of folks upstairs want to pull you in and stick you in charge of the whole operation. But I told them that you weren't interested, that you like it the way it is. So, I struck a deal. Burnson sounded proud. Duncan wasn't convinced. Deal? What deal? Since when do you talk for me? Tyrone didn't think to thank Bob for the front-line pass interference. Keep the politicos out of his hair. Have you been following any of the computer madness recently? Burnson spoke as though he expected Tyrone to know nothing of it. Can't miss it. From what I hear, a lot of people are getting pretty spooked that they may be next. It gets more interesting than what the papers say, Bob said while opening a desk drawer. He pulled out a large folder and laid it across his desk. We have experienced a few more computer incidents than is generally known, and in the last several weeks there has been a sudden increase in the number of attacks against government computers. You mean the internet stuff and Congress losing its mind? Tyrone laughed at the thought that Congress would now use their down computers as an excuse for not doing anything. Those are only the ones that have made it to the press. It's a lot worse. Bob scanned a few pages of the folder and paraphrased while reading. Ah yes, the NPRP, National Pretrial Reading Program over at Justice, was hit with a series of computer viruses apparently intentionally placed in VMS computers, whatever the hell those are. Bob Bernson was not computer fluent, but he knew what the Bureau's computer could do. The Army Supply Center at Fort Stewart, Georgia had all of its requisitions for the last year erased from the computer. Bob chuckled as he continued. Says here that they have had to pull the guy's money to go to Winn-Dixie to buy toilet paper, and McDonald's has offered a special GI discount until the system gets back up. Ty, Bob said. Some people on the Hill have raised a stink since their machines went down. Damn crybabies. So ECCO is being activated. What the hell is ECCO? Tyrone asked again. ECCO stands for Emergency Computer Crisis Organization. It's a computer crisis team that responds to, well, I guess, computational crises. Bob opened the folder again. It was formed during and I quote, the panic that followed the first internet worm in November of 1988. Tyrone's mouth hung open. What panic? The one that was kept under absolute wraps, Bob said, slightly lowering his voice. At first no one knew what the internet event was about, who was behind it, why and how it was happening. Imagine tens of thousands of computers stopping all at once. It scared the shit out of the National Security Council. Remember, we and the Russians weren't quite friends then, and we thought that military secrets were being funneled straight to the Kremlin. You can't believe some of the contingency plans I heard about. I had no idea. You weren't supposed to, Bob added. Very few did. At any rate, right afterward, DARPA established CERT, the Computer Emergency Response Team at Carnegie Mellon, and DCA set up a Security Coordination Center at SRI International to investigate problems in the Defense Data Network. Livermore and the DOE got into the act with computer incident advisory capability. Then someone decided that the bureaucracy was still too light, and it deserved at least a fourth redundant, overlapping, and rival group to investigate on behalf of law enforcement agencies. So there we have ECCO. So what's the deal? Asked Tyrone. What do I have to do? The director has asked ECCO to investigate the latest round of viruses and the infiltration of a dozen or so sensitive and classified computers. Bob watched for Ty's reaction, but saw none yet. He wondered how he would take the news. This time, we would like to be involved in the entire operation from start to finish. Make sure the investigation is done right. We'd like to start nailing some of the bastards on the federal level. Besides, you have the legal background, and we're treading on some very new and untested waters. I can imagine. So what's our role? Your role, Bob emphasized, will be to liaison with the other interested agencies. Who else is playing? Asked Tyrone with trepidation. That is the one negative, stammered Bob. You got NSA, CIA, NIST, the NSC, the JCS, and a bunch of others that don't matter. The only rough spot is the NSA-4 NIST connection. Everyone else is there just to make sure they don't miss anything. What's their problem? Haven't heard, huh? Laughed Bob. The press hasn't been kind. They've been in such a pissing match for so long that computer security work came to a virtual halt, and I don't want to spoil the surprise. You'll see, he added, chuckling. Tyrone sat back in the chair as he was cool enough now not to stick to it, closed his eyes and rotated his head to work out the kinks. Bob never had gotten used to Tyrone's peculiar method of deep thought. He found it most unnerving. Bob's intents were crystal clear, not that Tyrone minded. He had no desire to move to D.C. Indeed, he would have quit instead. He wanted to stay with the Bureau and the action, but in his comfortable New York existence. Otherwise, no. But if he could get Bob off his back by this one favor, sure, it might not be real action, watching computer jockeys play with themselves, but it might be an interesting change in pace. Yes, under a couple of conditions. Tyrone was suddenly a little too agreeable and smug after his earlier hesitancy. Conditions? What conditions? Bob's suspicion was clear. 1. I do it my way, with no, and I mean absolutely no interference. Duncan awaited a reply to his first demand. What else? I get to use who I want to use, inside or outside the Bureau. Outside? Outside? We can't let this outside. The last thing in the world we want is publicity. You're gonna get it anyway. Let's do it right this time. What do you mean by that? Bob asked somewhat defensively. What I mean is, Tyrone spoke up, sounding confident, that the press are already on this computer virus thing and hackers and all. So, let's not advertise it, but when it comes up, let's deal with it honest. No way, blurted out Bob. They'll make it worse than it is. I have that covered. A friend of mine works for a paper, and he is a potential asset. What's the trade? Not much. Half-day leads as long as he keeps it fair. Anything else? Bob asked, not responding to Ty. One last thing, Tyrone said, sitting up straighter. After this one, you promise to let me alone and work my golden years the way I want, where I want until my overdue retirement. I don't know if I can. Then forget it, interrupted Tyrone. I'll just quit. It was the penultimate threat and bluff and caught Bob off balance. Wait a minute, you can't hold me hostage. Isn't that what you're doing to me? Touch 130. Bob sat back in thought. To an event, Duncan had been right on. He had uncannily been able to solve or direct the solution of a crime where all others had failed. And he always put the Bureau in the best possible light. If he didn't go with him now, lose him for sure. And I may need some discretionary funds. Duncan was making a mental list of those things he thought he needed. His sources of information were the most valuable. Without them, it would be a bad case of babysitting sissy-assed bureaucrats staking out their ground. Yes to the money. Ouch, but yes to hands off your promotion. Maybe to the reporter. It's my ass too, you know. You called me, Tyrone said calmly. Remember? I can't win this one, thought Bob. He's never screwed up yet, not big time. As they say, with enough rope, you either bring in the gang or hang yourself. I want results. That's all Bob had to say. Other than that, I don't give a good goddamn what you do. Bob resigned. One more thing, Tyrone slipped in. What is it? Bob was getting exasperated. It happens out of New York, not here. But, no buts, period. Okay, New York, but you report here when I need you. Agreed. Agreed, said Tyrone agreeably. Deal? Yes, except no with the press. This reporter of yours. Agreed? Whatever, Tyrone told Bob. From his hotel room, Tyrone Duncan called Scott Mason at his home. It was after 11 p.m. S.S. and Ty was feeling no pain after several hours of drinking and slipping $10 bills into garter belts at Camelot. RCA, Russian Division, Scott Mason answered his phone. Don't do that, Tyrone slurred. That'll trigger the monitors. Oh, sorry, I thought you wanted the plans for the stealth bomber. Come on, man, Tyrone pleaded. It's not worth the paperwork. Scott choked through his laughter. I'm watching a Honeymooner rerun. This better be good. We need to talk. Thursday, October 15, Washington, D.C. The stunning view of the Potomac was complete with a cold front that brought a wave of crisp and clear air, a much-needed change from the brutal Indian summer. His condo commanded a vista of lights that reflected the power to manipulate the world. Miles reveled in it. He and Perky lounged on his 8th floor balcony after a wonderfully satisfying romp in his waterbed. For every action there is an equal and opposite reaction. Sex in a waterbed meant the expenditure of the least energy for the maximum pleasure. Ah, the beauty of applied mathematics. Over the last 4 years, Perky and Miles had seen each other on a periodically regular basis. She was a little more than one of Miles's sexual release valves. She was a sorta, kinda girlfriend, but wouldn't have been if Miles had known that she reported their liaisons back to her boss. Alex was not interested in how she got her information. He only wanted to know if there were any digressions in Miles' mission. They sipped grande fine from oversized brandy glasses. The afterglow was magnificent, and they saw no reason to detract from it with meaningless conversation. Her robe barely covered her firm breasts and afforded no umbrage for the triangle between her legs. She wasn't ashamed of her nakedness, job or no job. She enjoyed her time with Miles. He asked for nothing from her but the obvious. Unlike the others who walked and asked her for solicitous introductions to others who wielded power that might further their own particular lobby, Miles was honest at least. He even let her spend the night upon occasion. At 2 a.m., as they gazed over the reflections in the Potomac, Miles's phone warbled. He ignored the first 5 rings to Perky's annoyance. "Aren't you going to answer?" Her unspoken thought said, "Me, do whatever you have to do to make that infernal noise, top hack D." "Expecting a call?" Miles asked. His eyes were closed, conveying his internal peace. The phone rang again. Miles, at least get a machine. The phone rang a 7th time. Fuck. He stood and his thick terry cloth robe swept behind him as he walked into the elegantly simple modern living room through the open glass doors. He put down his glass and answered on the 8th ring. "It's late," he answered. His "I don't give a shit" attitude was evident. "Mr. Foster, I am most displeased." It was homo soto. Miles curled his lips in disgust as Perky looked in from her balcony vantage. Miles breathed heavily into the phone. "What's wrong now?" Miles was trying to verbally show his distaste for such a late call. "Our plans were explicit. Why have you deviated?" Homo Zoto was controlled but forthright. "What the hell are you talking about?" Miles sipped loudly from the brandy glass. "I have read about the virus, the computer virus, the whole world in talking about it." "Mr. Foster, you are early. I thought we had an understanding." "Hey!" Foster yelled into the phone. "I don't know where you get off calling me at 2 in the morning, but you've got your head up your ass." "Excuse me, Mr. Foster, I do not and could not execute such a motion. However, do not forget we did have an agreement." Homo Soto was insistent. "What the fuck are you talking about?" Miles was adamant. "Since you insist on these games, Mr. Foster, I have read with great interest about the so-called Columbus Day virus. I believe you have made a great error in judgment." Miles had just had about enough of this. "If you've got something to say, say it." He snorted into the phone. "Mr. Foster, did we not agree that the first major strike was not to occur until next year?" "Yeah," Miles said offhandedly. He saw Perky open her eyes and look at him quizzically. He made a fist with his right hand and made an obscene motion near his crotch. "Then what is this premature event?" Homo Soto persisted. "Not mine." Miles looked out the balcony. Perky was invitingly licking her lips. Miles turned away to avoid distraction. "Mr. Foster, I find it hard to believe that you are not responsible." "Tough shit." "Excuse me?" Homo Soto was taken aback. "Simple. You are not the only person, and neither am I, the only person who has chosen to build viruses or destructive computer programs. We are merely taking a good idea and taking it to its logical conclusion as a pure form of offensive weaponry. This one's not mine nor yours. It's someone else's." The phone was silent for a few seconds. "You are saying there are others?" The childlike naivete was coming through over 12,000 miles of phone wire. "Of course there are. This will probably help us." "How do you mean?" "There are hundreds of viruses, but none as effective as the ones which we use. A lot of amateurs use them to build their egos. Jerusalem B, Lehigh, Pakistani, brain, marijuana. They all have names. They have no purpose other than self-aggrandizement. So, we will be seeing more and more viruses appear that have nothing to do with our efforts. I do hope you will not call every time you hear of one. You know our dates. Is there no chance for error? Oh yes, there is, but it will be very isolated if it occurs. Most viruses do not receive as much attention as this one and probably won't until we are ready. And, as I recall, we are not ready. Miles was tired of the timing for the hand-holding session. Ms. Perkins was beckoning. I hope you are right. My plans must not be interfered with. Our plans, Miles corrected. My ass is on the line too. I don't need you freaking every time the press reports a computer going on the fritz. It's gonna happen a lot. What will happen, Mr. Foster? Homo Soto was able to convey disgust with a Japanese accent like no other. We've been through this before. Then go through it again, Homo Soto ordered. Miles turned his back to Perky and sat on the couch inside where he was sure he could speak in privacy. Listen here, Homo, Miles scowled. In the last couple of years, viruses have become techno-yuppie amusements. The game has intensified as the stakes have increased. Are you aware? No. I'm sure you're not, that the experts here say that, besides our work, almost every local area network in the country is infected with a virus of one type or another. Did you know that? No, Mr. Foster, I didn't. How do you know that? Homo Soto sounded unconvinced. It's my fucking job to know that. And you run an empire? Yes, I know. And I hope you do, Mr. Foster, that you work for me. Condescension was an executive Oriental trait that Miles found unsettling. For now, I do, you do, and will until our job is over. Is that clear, Mr. Foster? You have much to lose. Miles sank deep into the couch, smirking and puckering his dim pleece. He wanted to convey boredom. I, a job, you an empire. Do not be concerned about me. Good night, Mr. Foster. Homo Soto had quickly cut the line. Just as well, thought Miles. He had enough of that slant-eyed, slope-browed, rice-propelled motherfucker for one night. He had bigger and better and harder things to concern him. October 31st, 1989, Falls Church, Virginia. What do you mean gone? Gone. Gone. It's just gone. Fred Porter sounded panicked. Larry Ferguson, the senior vice president of First National Bank, did not appreciate the news he was getting from the transfer department in New York. Would you be kind enough to explain? He said with disdain. Yes, sir, of course. Porter took a deep breath. We were running a balance, the same one we run every day. And every day, they balance. The transfers, the receipts, the charges, everything. When we ran them last night, they didn't add up. We're missing $250 million. $250 million? You better have one good explanation, son. I wish I did, Porter sighed. All right, let's go through it top to bottom. Ferguson knew that it was ultimately his ass if $250 million was really missing. It's just as I told you. Then tell me again, Ferguson bellowed. Yasir, sorry, we maintain transfer accounts as you know. Of course I know. During the day, we move our transfer funds into a single account and wait till the end of the day to move the money to where it belongs. We do that because, I know why we do it, 'cause for every 100 million we hold for half a day, we make $16,000 in interest we don't have to pay out. Yes, sir, but that's not official. Of course it's not, you idiot. I'm sorry, sir. As you were saying, Ferguson was glad he had moved the psychological stress to his underling. When we got to the account, about 9 a.m., it was empty. That's it, empty. All the money was gone. And pray tell, where did it go? Templeton said sarcastically. We don't know. It was supposed to have been transferred to hundreds of accounts, here and abroad. There's no audit of what happened. Do you know how long it will take you to pay for this screw-up, Porter? Templeton demanded. Yes, sir. How long? 100 lifetimes, Porter said dejectedly. Longer, a lot longer. Ferguson really knew that Porter wouldn't pay any price. As long as the computer record showed he wasn't at fault, he would continue to be a valued employee. Ferguson himself was bound to be the scapegoat. "What do you want me to do, sir?" Porter asked. "You've done enough. Just wire me the records. I need them yesterday. I have to talk to Weinhauser." Ferguson hung up in disgust. It was not going to be a good day. Chapter 11, Wednesday, November 4. The stock exchange, New York Wall Street, becomes a ghost town by early evening, with the night population largely consisting of guards, cleaning and maintenance people. Tightly packed skyscrapers with their lighted windows create random geometric patterns in the moonless cityscape and hover ominously over dimly lit streets. Joe Patchock and Tony Romano worked as private guards on the 4 to midnight shift at the stock exchange on Cortlandt Street in Lower Manhattan. For a couple of young college guys, this was the ideal job. They could study in peace and quiet, nothing ever happened, no one bothered them, and the pay was decent. They were responsible for the 17th and 18th floors, which had a sole entrance and exit, controlled access. This was where the central computers for the stock exchange tried to maintain sanity in the market. The abuses of computer trading, resulting in the mini crash of 1987, forced a re-examination of the practice and the subsequent installation of computer brakes to dampen severe market fluctuations. Hundreds of millions of shares exchanged every day are recorded in the computers, as are the international, futures, and commodities trades. The dossiers on thousands upon thousands of companies stored in the memory banks and extensive libraries were used to track investors, ownership, offerings, filings, and provide required information to the government. Tony sat at the front guard desk while Joe made the next hourly check through the offices and computer rooms. Joe strolled down the halls, brilliantly lit from recessed ceiling fixtures. The corridor walls were all solid glass, giving the impression of more openness than was really provided by the windowless, climate-controlled, 40% sterile environment. There was no privacy working in the computer rooms. The temperature and humidity were optimized. The electricity content of air was neutralized both electrostatically and by nuclear ionization, and the air cycled and purified once an hour. In the event of a catastrophic power failure, which is not unknown in New York, almost 10,000 square feet was dedicated to power redundancy and battery backup. In case of fire, heat sensors trigger the release of halon gas and suck all of the oxygen from the room in seconds. The stock exchange computers received the best care. Joe tested the handle on the door of each darkened room through the myriad glass hallways. Without the computers behind the glass walls, it might as well have been a house of mirrors. He noticed that the computer operators who worked through the night were crowded together at the end of a hall next to the only computer rooms with activity. He heard them muttering about the cleaning staff. "Hey guys, problem?" Joe asked. "No, we escaped," a young bearded man in a white lab coat said, pointing into the room. "His vacuum cleaner made one god-awful noise, so we came out here till he was done." "New cleaning service," Joe said offhandedly. The dark-complexioned cleaning man wore a starchy white uniform with Muhammad's cleaning service emblazoned across the back in bold red letters. They watched him, rather than clean the room, fiddle with the large barrel-sized vacuum cleaner. "What's he doing?" "Fixing that noise, I hope." "What's he doing now?" "He's looking at us and saying something. It looks like he's praying." "Why the hell would he?" The entire 46-story building instantly went dark, and the force of the explosion rocked Tony from his seat 50 yards away. He reached for the flashlight on his belt and pressed a series of alarms on the control panel, even though the video monitors were black and the emergency power had not come on. Nothing. He ran towards the sound of the blast and yelled, "Hello? Hey!" he yelled nervously into the darkness. Over here, hurry, a distant pained voice begged. Tony slid into a wall and stopped. He pointed his flashlight down one hall. Nothing. Over here. He jumped sideways and pointed the beam onto a twisted maze of bodies, some with blood geysering into the air from their necks and arms and legs. Tony saw that the explosion had shattered the glass walls into thousands of high-velocity, razor-sharp projectiles. The corpses had been pierced, stabbed, severed, and mutilated by the deadly shards. Tony felt nauseous. He was going to be sick right then. Tony. A shrapnel Joe squeaked from the mass of torn flesh ahead of him. Holy shit! Tony's legs turned to jelly as he bent over and gagged. Help me! The force of the blast had destroyed the glass partitions as far as his light beam would travel. He pointed the light into the room that exploded. The computer equipment was in shambles, and then he saw what was left of the cleaning man. His severed head had no recognizable features, and pieces of his body were strewn about. Tony suddenly vomited onto the river of blood that was flowing his way down the hallway. I gotta go get help, Tony said, choking. He pushed against the wall to give him the momentum to overcome the paralysis his body felt and ran. No, help me. He ran down the halls with his flashlight waving madly. The elevators, they were out too. Maybe the phone on the console, dead. He picked up the walkie. Talkie and pushed the button. Nothing. He banged the two-way radio several times on the counter in the futile hope that violence was an electronic cure-all. Dead. Tony panicked and threw it violently into the blackness. Neither the small TV nor his portable radio worked. I know it's almost midnight, Ben Schellhorn said into the cellular phone. He cupped his other ear to hear over the commotion at the stock exchange building. Quit your bitching. Look at it this way. You might see dawn for the first time in your life. Ben joked. All time was equal to Ben, but he knew that Scott said he didn't do mornings. Sure, I'll wait, Ben said in disgust and waited with agitation until Scott came back to the phone. Good, but don't forget that beer isn't just for breakfast. He craned his neck to see that the NYPD bomb squad had just left and gave the forensics team the go-ahead. No danger. Listen, Ben said hurriedly. I gotta make it quick. I'm going in for some pictures. He paused and then said, yes, of course, after the bodies are gone. God, you can be gross. He paused again. I'll meet you in the lobby, 1 hour. Ben Schellhorn, a denizen of the streets, reported stories that sometimes didn't fit within the all the news that's fit to print maxim. Many barely bordered on the decent, but they were all well done. For some reason, unknown even to Ben, he attracted news whose repulsiveness made them that much more magnetic to readers. Gruesome lot we are, he thought. That's why one of his police contacts called him to say that a bunch of computer nerds were sliced to death. The Cheers rerun was bringing him no pleasure, so sure, what the hell? It was a nice night for a mutilation. It's getting mighty interesting, buddy boy, Ben said, meeting Scott as he stepped out of his filthy red 911 in front of the stock exchange an hour later. His press credentials performed wonders at times, like getting behind police lines and not having to park 10 blocks away. The police had brought in generators to power huge banks of lights to eerily light up the stock exchange building, all 500 feet of it. Emergency vehicles filled the wide street, everything from ambulances, fire engines, riot vehicles, and New York Power. Then there were the DA's office, lawyers for the exchange, insurance representatives, and a ton of computer people. What the hell happened here? Scott asked, looking at the pandemonium on the cordoned-off Corton Street. Where are all the lights? He turned and gazed at the darkened streets and tall buildings. Did you know a bunch of the street lights are out too? Scott meandered in seeming awe of the chaos. This is one strange one, Ben said as they approached the building entrance. Let me ask you a question. You're the techno-freak. Scott scowled at him for the reference but didn't comment. What kind of bomb stops electricity? Electricity? You mean power? Scott pointed at the blackened buildings and streets, and Ben nodded. Did they blow the block transformers? No, just a small Cimex, plastic, bomb in one computer room. Did some damage, but left an awful lot standing. But the death toll was high. 11 dead and 2 probably not going to make it. Plus the perp. Scott gazed around the scene. The dark sky was pierced by the top floors of the World Trade Center, and there were lights in the next blocks, so it's not a blackout. And it wasn't the power grid that was hit. A growing grin preceded. Scott shaking his head side to side. What is it? Ben asked. A nuke. A nuke? Yeah, that's it. A nuke, Scott said excitedly. A nuke knocks out power. Of course. Right, Ben said mockingly. I can hear it now, portion of 17th. Floor of exchange devastated by nuclear bomb. News at 11. Never mind. Scott brushed it off. Can we get up there? He pointed at the ceiling. See the place? Ben pulled a few strings and spent a couple of hundred of Scott's dollars, but succeeded in getting to the corpse less site of the explosion. Scott visually poked around the debris and noticed a curved porcelain remnant near his feet. He wasn't supposed to touch. But what was it? And the ruby-colored chunks of glass? In the few seconds they were left alone, they snapped a quick roll of film and made a polite but hasty departure. At $200 a minute, Scott hoped he would find what he was looking for. Ben, I need these photos blown up to say 11x17 ASAP. The press conference at 4:15 in the morning was necessary. The stock exchange was not going to open Thursday. The lobby of the stock exchange was aflood with TV camera lights, police, and the media hordes. Voices echoed loudly between the marble walls and floor and made hearing difficult. We don't want to predict what will happen over the next 24 hours. The exhausted, stocky spokesman for the stock exchange said loudly, to make himself heard over the din. We have every reason to expect that we can make a quick transition to another system. How is that done? We have extensive tape vaults where we store everything from the exchange computers daily. We will either use one of our backup computers or move the center to a temporary location. We don't anticipate any delays. What about the power problem? A female reporter from a local TV news station asked. Con Ed is on the job, the spokesman said, pleased they were picking on someone else. I have every confidence they will have things up and flying soon. What caused the power outage? We don't have the answer to that now. Scott edged to the front of the crowd to ask a question. What if, Scott asked the spokesman, if the tapes were destroyed? Thank God they weren't, he said haltingly. Isn't it true, Scott ventured accusingly, that in fact you already know that every computer in this building is dead, all of the emergency power backup systems and batteries failed, and that every computer tape or disk has been completely erased? The other reporter stood open-mouthed at the unexpected question. Scott spoke confidently, knowing that he was being filmed by the networks. The spokesman nervously fumbled with some papers in his hand. The press pool waited for the answer that had silenced the spokesman. He stammered, "We have." No, until power is restored, a full determination of the damage cannot be made. Scott pressed the point. What would happen if the tapes were all erased? Well. He glanced from side to side. On his left were two men dressed in matching dark blue suits, white shirts, and sunglasses. It is best not to speculate until we have more information. Computer experts have said that if the tapes are erased, it would take at least 30 days to recreate them and get the exchange open again. Is that correct? Scott exaggerated. He was the computer expert to whom he referred. Journalistic license. Under the conditions, the spokesman said, trying to maintain a credible visage to front for his lies. I also have heard some wildly exaggerated estimates. Let me assure you, the politician in him came out here, that the exchange will in no way renege on its fiduciary responsibilities to the World Financial Community. He glanced at his watch. I'm afraid that's all the time I have now. We will meet here again at 9 a.m. for further briefing. Thank you. He quickly exited under the protection of New York's finest as the reporters all shouted their last questions. Scott didn't bother. It never works. One of the men in the blue suits leaned over to the other and spoke quietly in his ear. Who is that guy asking all those questions? Isn't that the reporter the director was talking about? Yeah. He said we should keep an eye on him. Thursday, November 5, Tokyo, Japan. All Wells Court. Mode Rift. Mode. Mr. Shea. Ahmed heard his computer announce that Hummel Soto was calling. He pushed the joystick on the arm of his electric wheelchair and proceeded over to the portable computer that was outfitted with an untraceable cellular modem. Even if the number was traced through 4 interstate call forwards and the original overseas link, finding him was an entirely different matter. Ahmed entered the time-based PRG code from the ID card he kept strapped to his wheelchair. Yes. Congratulations on the stock exchange. Yes, we were well served by martyrs. They are to be honored. Can you have more ready? 8 more. When 1 month. Good. Put them here. Sociology, administration, immigration and naturalization, American Express, New York Federal Reserve, State and Range, Express, New York Endurance, Fannie Mae, Citibank and Federal Express, Citibank and Federal Express, Then make more. Off that's 8. Homophoric coordination terminated. Friday, November 6, New York City. The stock exchange didn't open Friday either. Scott Mason had made enough of a stink about the erased tapes that they could no longer hide under the cover of computer malfunctions. It was finally admitted that yes, the tapes were needed to verify all transactions, especially the computer transactions, and they had been destroyed along with the entire contents of the computer's memory and hard disks. Wiped out. Totally. The exchange didn't tell the press that the National Security Agency had been quietly called in to assist. The NSA specializes in information gathering, and over the years with tens of billions of dollars in secret appropriations, they have developed extraordinary methods to extract usable information where there is apparently none. The exchange couriered a carton of computer tapes to NSA's Fort Meade, where the most sophisticated listening and analysis tools in the world live in acres upon. Acres of underground laboratories and data processing centers. What they found did not make the NSA happy. The tapes had in fact been totally erased. A total unidirectional magnetic pattern. Many erased tapes and disks can be recovered. One of the preferred recovery methods is to use NMR nuclear magnetic resonance to detect the faintest of organized magnetic orientations. Even tapes or disks with secret information that have been erased many times can be read after an MNR scan. The electromagnetic signature left remnant on the tapes, the molecular alignment of the ferrous and chromium oxide particles in this case were peculiarly characteristic. There was little doubt. The NSA immediately called the exchange and asked them, almost ordered them, to leave the remaining tapes where they were. In less than 2 hours, an army of NSA technicians showed up with crates and vehicles full of equipment. The Department of Energy was right behind with equipment suitable for radiation measurements and emergency responses. DOE quickly reached no conclusion, not enough information. Initially, they had expected to find that someone had stumbled upon a way to make highly miniaturized nuclear weapons. The men from the NSA knew they were wrong. It took almost 6 weeks for the stock exchange to function at its previous levels. Trading was reduced to paper in less than 10,000 shares daily for almost 2 weeks until the temporary system was expanded with staff and runners. Daily trading never was able to exceed 27,000 shares until the computers came back online. The SEC and the Government Accounting Office released preliminary figures indicating the shutdown of the exchange would cost the American economy almost $50 billion this year. Congress is preparing legislation to provide emergency funding to those firms that were adversely affected by the massive computer failure. The stock exchange has said that it will institute additional physical and computer security to ensure that there is no repeat of the unfortunate suicide assault. Sunday, November 8, Scarsdale, New York. "You never cease to amaze me," Tyrone said as he entered Scott's ultramodern house. "You and this freaking palace. Just from looking at you, I'd expect black lights, Woodstock posters, and sleeping bags." He couldn't recall if he had ever seen Scott wear anything but jeans, T-shirts, or sweatshirts, and spotlessly clean Reeboks. Scott's sprawling 8,000-square-foot freeform geometric white-on-white home sat on 2 acres at the end of a long driveway heavily treed with evergreens so that seclusion was maintained all year long. Featured in Architectural Digest, the designers made generous use of glass brick inside and out. The indoor pool boasted sliding glass walls and a retractable skylight ceiling, which gave the impression of outdoor living even in the midst of a harsh winter. There in the music room, Scott proceeded to open a set of heavy oak double doors. "Soundproof almost," he said cheerily. A 72-inch video screen dominated one wall, and next to it sat a large control center with VCRs, switchers, and satellite tuner. Scott's audio equipment was as complex as Ty had ever seen, and an array of speaker systems flanked the huge television. "Toys, you got the toys, don't you?" joked Tyrone. "The only difference is that they cost more," agreed Scott. "You want to see a toy and a half? I invented it myself." "Not another one," groaned Tyrone. "That idiot golf machine of yours was capable of driving 350 yards, straight as an arrow. And as I remember, carving up the greens pretty good." Scott in his rolling golf gopher had been thrown off of several courses already. "A few modifications, that's all," laughed Scott. Scott led Tyrone through the immense family entertainment room into a deep navy blue-white accented Euro-streamlined automated kitchen. It was like no other kitchen he had ever seen. In fact, other than the sinks and the extensive counters, there was no indication that this room was intended for preparing food. Scott flipped a switch, and suddenly the deep blue cabinet doors faded into a transparent tint bearing the contents of the shelves. The fronts of the stoves, refrigerator and freezer, and other appliances exposed their function and controls. "Holy jeez," Ty said in amazement. Last month this had been a regular high-tech kitchen of the 80s. Now it was the Jetsons. "That's incredible. You invented that." "No," dismissed Scott. "That's just a neat trick of LCD panels built into the cabinets. This was my idea." He pressed an invisible switch, and 4 10-inch openings appeared on the countertop near the sink. "Combination trash compactor recycler. Glass, plastic, aluminum, metal, and paper. Comes out by the garbage, ready to go to the center. Lazy son of a bitch, aren't you?" Tyrone laughed loudly. "Sure, I admit my idea of gardening is watching someone mow the lawn." Scott feigned offense. "But this is in the name of green. I bet if you had one you'd use it and Arlene would get off your ass." "No way," Tyrone objected. "My marriage is too good to screw up. It's the only thing left we still fight about, and we both like it just the way it is." "Thanks, but no thanks. I'm old-fashioned." Scott showed Tyrone how to use the kitchen, and he found that no matter what he wanted, there was button for it, a hidden drawer, or a disguised appliance. "I still buy dishwashers at Sears." "How the hell do you know how to use this stuff?" Ty said, fumbling with the automatic bottle opener, which automatically dropped the removed caps into the hole for the metal compactor. Tyrone had come over to Scott's house for a quiet afternoon of Sunday football, an ideal time because Arlene had gone to Boston for the weekend with his daughters. Freedom. They made it to the music room with their beers as the kickoff was midfield. "So how's the promotion going?" Scott asked Tyrone in half-jest. Over the last few weeks, Ty had spent most of his time in Washington and what little time was left with his family. "Promotion, my ass. It's the only way I cannot get a promotion," Tyrone added somberly, "and it may be my last case." "What do you mean?" Scott asked. "It's gotten out of hand, totally out of hand. We have to spend more time protecting the rights of the goddamned criminals than solving crimes. That's not what it should be about, at least not for me." "You're serious about this," Scott said rhetorically. "Hey, sooner or later, I gotta call it quits," Ty replied soberly. "But this computer thing's gonna make my decision easier. That's what I asked. How's the promotion? Let's just say more of the same, but different. Except the interagency crap is amazing. No one commits to anything, and everything needs study and nothing gets done." Tyrone sighed. He had been in Washington working with NIST, NSA, DOD, and every other agency that thought it had a vested interest in computers and their protection. Their coordination with CERT and ECCO was a joke, even by government standards. At the end of the first quarter, the 49ers were holding a solid 10-point lead. Scott grabbed a couple more beers and began telling Tyrone about the incident at the exchange. The New York police had taken over the case, declaring sovereignty over Wall Street and its enclaves. "They don't know what they have, however," Scott said immodestly. "The talk was a small-scale nuke. The DOE smashed that but fast," Scott interrupted. "What if I told you that it was only the computers that were attacked? That the deaths were merely incidental?" Tyrone groaned as the 49ers fumbled the ball. "I'd listen," he said noncommittally. "It was a classified magnetic bomb. NSA calls them EMPT. Empty? The empty bomb?" Tyrone said skeptically. "Since when does NSA design bombs?" "Listen," said Scott, trying to get Ty's attention away from the TV. "Have you ever heard of C³ or C3? No." He stared at the San Francisco defense being crushed. "Command, control, and communications. It's a special government program to deal with nuclear warfare." "Pleasant thought," said Tyrone. "Yeah, well, one result of a nuclear blast is a terrific release of electromagnetic energy, enough to blow out communications and power lines for miles. That's one reason that silos are hardened to keep the communications lines open to permit the president or whoever's still alive to shoot back." "Like I said," Tyrone shuddered. "Pleasant thought." He stopped suddenly and turned to Scott. "So it was a baby nuke?" "No, it was EMPT," Scott said in such a way to annoy Ty. "Electromagnetic pulse transformer." The confusion on Tyrone's face was clear. "Okay, it's actually pretty simple. You know what interference sounds like on the radio or looks like on a TV? Sure. My cell phone snaps, crackles, and pops all of the time." "Exactly. Noise is simply electromagnetic energy that interferes with the signal. Right?" Scott waited for Tyrone to respond that he understood so far. "Good. Imagine a magnetic pulse so strong that it not only interferes with the signal, but overloads the electronics themselves. Remember that electricity and magnetism are the same force taking different forms." Tyrone shook his head and curled his mouth. "Right. I knew that all the time." Scott ignored him. "The EMPT bomb is an electromagnetic explosion, very, very short, only a few milliseconds, but incredibly intense." Scott stirred to indicate the magnitude of the invisible explosion. "That was the bomb that went off at the stock exchange. How can you possibly know that?" Tyrone asked with a hint of professional derision. "That requires a big leap of faith." Scott leaned over to the side of the couch and picked up the two items he had retrieved from the exchange. "This," Scott said, handing a piece of ceramic material to Ty, "is superconducting material, real new. It can superconduct at room temperature. And this," he handed Tyrone a piece of red glass, "is a piece of a high-energy ruby laser." Tyrone turned the curios over and over in his hands. So, he asked, by driving the output of the laser into a high-energy static capacitive tank, the energy can be discharged into the supercoil. The instantaneous release of energy creates a magnetic field of millions of Gauss. Scott snapped his fingers, and that's more than enough to blow out computer and phone circuits as well as erase anything magnetic within 1,000 yards. Tyrone was now ignoring the football action. He stared alternate lichens at Scott and the curious glass and ceramic remnants. You're bullshitting me, right? Sounds like science fiction. But the fact is that the stock exchange still isn't open. Their entire tape library is gone. Poof. Empty. Thus the name EMPT. It empties computers. Whoever did this has a real bad temper. Pure revenge. They wanted to destroy the information, and not the hardware itself. Otherwise, the conventional blast would have been stronger. The CMEX was used to destroy the evidence of the EMPT device. Where the hell do these bombs come from? EMP technology was originally developed as part of a top-secret DARPA project for the DoD with NSA guidance a few years back. Then how do you know about it? I did the documentation for the first manuals on EMET. Nothing we got from the manufacturer was marked classified, and we didn't know or care. What was the Army going to do with them? Asked Tyrone, now with great interest. You know, I had forgotten all about this stuff until the other night, and then it all came back to me, Scott said, mentally reminiscing. At the time we thought it was a paranoid joke, another government folly. The EMPT was supposed to be shot at the enemy to screw up his battlefield computers and radar and electronics before the ground troops or helos went it. As I understand it, EMPT bombs are made for planes and can also be launched from howitzers and tanks. According to the manufacturer, they can't be detected and leave a similar signature to that of a conventional nuclear blast. If there is such a thing as a conventional nuke. Who else knows about this? Tyrone asked. The police? You think the NYPD would know what to look for? Scott said snidely. Their bomb squad went home after the plastic explosive was found. Right, forget where I was. Think about it, Scott mused out loud. A bomb that destroys all of the computers and memory but leaves the walls standing. Didn't that asshole Carter want to build a nuke that would only kill people but leave the city intact for the marauding invaders? Neutron bombs, weren't they? There's obviously nothing immoral about nuking computers, Scott pontificated. It was all part of Star Wars. Reagan's strategic defense included attacking enemy satellites with EMPT bombs. Get all of the benefits and none of the fallout from a nuke. There's no accompanying radiation. How easy is it to put one of the empty things together? Tyrone missed another 49er touchdown. Today, Scott whistled. The ones I saw were big, clumsy affairs from the 70s, with new ceramics and such. I would assume they're a lot smaller as the stock. Exchange proves, a wild guess. I bet that EMPT is a garage project for a couple of whiz kids, or if the government orders them, a couple $100,000 each. Scott laughed at the absurdity of competitive bidding for government projects. Everyone knew the government paid more for everything. They would do a lot better with a Visa card at Kmart. I think I better take a look, Tyrone hinted. I thought you would, buddy. Thought you would, Scott replied. They returned to the game 12 seconds before halftime. The gun went off, perfect timing. Scott hated football. The only reason in his mind for the existence of the Super Bowl was to drink beer with friends and watch the commercials. Shit, declared Tyrone. I missed the whole damn second quarter. He grabbed another beer to comfort his disappointment. Hey, Scott called to Tyrone. During the next half, I want to ask you something. Tyrone came back into the music room snickering. What the hell is that in your bathroom? Isn't that great? Asked the enthused Scott. It's an automatic toilet seat. Now just what the devil is an automatic toilet seat? It pulls it out and dries it off for you. He believed that Scott was kidding with some of his half-baked inventions. That Scott subject any of his guests to their intermittent functioning was cruel and inhuman punishment according to Tyrone. You're married with girls. Aren't they always on your case about the toilet seat? I've been married 26 years, Tyrone said with pride. I conquered toilet seats on our honeymoon. She let me know right then that she was boss and what the price of non-compliance was. Ouch, that's not fair, Scott said in sympathy. I sleep piss. He held his hands out in front. That's the only side effect from too much acid, sleep pissing. Tyrone scrunched his face in disgust. Scott spoke rapidly and loudly. So for those of us who forget to lower the seat after use, for those who forget to raise the seat, for those who forget to raise the lid, auto shit. Ty had tried to ignore him, but Scott's imitation of a hyperactive cable shopping network host demanded that one at least hear him out. Ty's eyes teared. Make that woman in your life happy today. No more mess, fuss, or mourning. Arguments. No more complaints from the neighbors or the health department. Auto shit. The toilet that knows your needs. The seat for the rest of us? Available in 6 designer colors. Only $49.95. MasterCard, Visa, no COD operators are standing by. Tyrone fell over on his side laughing. You are crazy, man, sleep pissing. And, if you don't know it, no one in his right mind has 5 trash compactors. Tyrone waved his hand at Scott. Ask me what you were gonna ask me. Off the record, Ty, Scott started. How they're the feds viewing this mess? Tyrone hated the position he was in, but Scott had given him a load recently. It was time to reciprocate. Oth. So far off, that if you turned the light on, it would still be off. It's a fucking mess, Tyrone said quickly. He was relieved to be able to talk about it. You can't believe it. I'm down there to watch a crisis management team in action. But what do I find? He shook his head. They're still trying to decide on the size of the conference table. The reference caught Scott's ear. No, it's not that bad, but it might as well be. How is this ECCO thing put together? Who's responsible? Responsible? Ha! No one, Tyrone chuckled as he recounted the constant battles among the represented agencies. This is the perfect bureaucratic solution. No one is responsible for shit. No one is accountable, but they all want to run the show. And no one agency clearly has authority. It's a fucking disaster. No one runs security? In the whole government, no one runs security? That's pushing it a little, but not too far off base. Oh, I gotta hear this, Scott said, reclining in the deep plush cloth-covered couch. Once upon a time, a super-secret agency, no one ever spoke the initials, but it begins with the National Security Agency, got elected by the Department of Defense to work out communication security during the Cold War. They took their job very seriously. Then along came NIST and IBM, who developed DES. The DoD formed the Computer Security Initiative and then the Computer Security Evaluation Center. The DoD CSEC became the DoD Computer Security, and then, after NSA realized that everybody knew who they were, it became the NCSC. Following this, Scott nodded, only not to disrupt the flow. Okay, in 1977, Carter signed a bill that said to NSA, you take over the classified national security stuff, but he gave the dregs, the unclassified stuff, to the NTIA, a piece of commerce. But that bill made a lot of people unhappy. So, along comes Reagan, who says, no, that's wrong. Before we get anything constructive done, let me issue a directive, number 145, and give everything back to NSA. That pissed off even more people, and Congress then passed the Computer Security Act of 1987, stripped NSA of what it had, and gave NIST the unclassified stuff. As a result, NSA closed the NCSC, NIST is under-budgeted by a factor of 100, and in short, they all want a piece of a very small pie. That took over 4 years. And that's whose fault it is. Whose? Congress, of course. Congress passes the damn laws and then won't fund them. Results? I get stuck in the middle of third-tier rival agency technocrats fighting over their turf or shirking responsibility, and well, you get the idea. So I've got ECCO to talk to CERT, to talk to NIST, to talk to, and it goes on ad nauseum. Sorry I asked, joked Scott. In other words, Ty admitted, I don't have the first foggy idea what we'll do. They all seem hell-bent on power instead of fixing the problem. And the scary part? What's that? It looks like it can only get worse. Tuesday, November 11. White House press room. Mr. President, asked the White House correspondent for Time magazine. A recent article in the City Times said that the military has been hiding a super weapon for years that is capable of disabling enemy computers and electronics from a great distance without any physical destruction. Is that true, sir, and has the use of those weapons contributed to the military's success over the last few years? Well, the president hesitated briefly. The stealth program was certainly a boon to our air superiority. There is no question about that, and it was kept secret for a decade. He stared to his left, and the press pool saw him take a visual cue from his national security director. Isn't that right, Henry? Henry Kennedy nodded aggressively. We have the best armed forces in the world, with all the advantages we can bring to bear, and I will not compromise them in any way. But if there is such a classified program that I was aware of, I couldn't speak of it even if I didn't know it existed. The president picked another newsman. Next, yes, Jim? During the next question, Henry Kennedy slipped off to the anteroom and called the director of the National Security Agency. Marv, how far have you gotten on this EMPT thing? He waited for a response. The president is feeling embarrassed. Another pause. So the exchange is cooperating. Pause. Wait. How many pieces are missing? Pause. That's not what Mason's article said. Longer pause. Deal with it. Immediately after the press conference, the president, Phil Musgrave, his chief of staff, Henry Kennedy, and Quentin Chambers, his old-time ally and Secretary of State, had an impromptu meeting in the Oval Office. They sat in the formal Queen Anne furniture as an elegant silver coffee and tea. Service was brought in for the 5 men, minus Treasury Secretary Martin Royce. This was the president's inner circle, his personal advisory clique who assisted in making grand national policy. Anything goes in one of these sessions, the president had made clear in the first days of his administration. Anything. We do not take things personally here, he would say. We have to explore all options, even if they are distasteful. And in these meetings, treat me like one of the guys. Yes, sir, Mr. President. The only formality of their caucuses was the president's fundamental need to mediate the sometimes heated dialogues between his most trusted aides. They were real free for alls. Henry, the president said, before we start, who is that reporter? Where the hell did that question come up about the weapon stuff? Forget him. The story started at the City Times. Scott Mason, sir. Musgrave replied quickly. His huge football center-sized body overwhelmed the couch on which he sat. He's been giving extensive coverage to computer crime. Well, do we have such a bomb? He asked with real curiosity. Yes, sir, Henry Kennedy responded. It's highly classified, but the object is simple. Lob in a few of the EMPT bombs, as they're called, shut down their communications and control, and move in during the confusion. Very effective, sir. Well, let's see what we can do about keeping secrets a little better. Okay, boys? The president's charismatic hold over even his dear friends and longtime associates made him one of the most effective leaders in years. If he was given the right information. The president scanned a few notes he had made on a legal pad. Can I forget about it? The president closely scrutinized Henry for any body. Language. Yes, sir. The president gave Henry one more glance and made an obvious point of highlighting the item. The subject would come up again. Chapter 12. Thursday, November 14. NASA Control Center, Johnson Space Center. The voice of Mission Control spoke over the loudspeakers and into hundreds of headsets. The ground alert sequencer has been initiated. WRAT -120 seconds and counting. The Space Shuttle Columbia was on Launch Pad 3 in its final preparation for another secret mission. As was expected, the Department of Defense issued a terse non-statement on its purpose. The Columbia is carrying a classified payload will be used for a series of experiments. The flight is scheduled to last 3 days. In reality, and most everyone knew it, the Columbia was going to release another KH-5 spy satellite. The KH-5 series was able, from an altitude of 110 miles, to discern and transmit to Earth photos so crisp it could resolve the numbers on an automobile license plate. The photographic resolution of KH-5s was the envy of every government on the planet and was one of the most closely guarded secrets that everyone knew about. T-110 seconds and counting. Mission control specialists at the Cape and in Houston monitored every conceivable instrument on the shuttle itself and on the ground equipment that made spaceflight possible. A cavernous room full of technicians checked and double-checked and triple-checked fuel, temperature, guidance, computers, systems, backup systems, relays, switches, communications links, telemetry, gyros, the astronauts' physiology, life support systems, power supplies. Everything had a remote control monitor. The liquid hydrogen replenish has been terminated. LSU pressurization to flight level now underway. Vehicle is now isolated from ground loading equipment. At computer T-100 seconds and counting, SRB and external tank safety devices have been armed. Inhibit remains in place until T-10 seconds when the range safety destruct system is activated. The mission control room had an immense map of the world spread across its 140 feet breadth. It showed the actual and projected trajectories of the shuttle. Along both sides of the map were several large rear projection video screens. They displayed the various camera angles of the launch pad, the interior of the shuttle's cargo hold, the cockpit itself, and an assortment of other shots that the scientists deemed important to the success of each flight. T-90 seconds and counting at the T-1 minute mark, the ground launch sequencer will verify that the main shuttle engines are ready to start. T-80 seconds and counting, liquid hydrogen tanks now reported at flight pressure. The data monitors scrolled charts and numbers. The computers spewed out their data, updating it every few seconds as the screens flickered with the changing information. P-70 scans and counting. The voice of Mission Control continued its monotone countdown. Every airline passenger is familiar with the Neo-Texas twang that conveys sublime confidence even in the tensest of situations. The countdown monitor above the global map decremented its numbers by the hundredths of seconds, impossible for a human to read, but terribly inaccurate by computer standards. Coming up on T-1 minute and counting. T-60 seconds. Pressure systems now armed. Liftoff order will be released at T-16 seconds. The voice traffic became chaotic. Hundreds of voices give their consent that their particular areas of responsibility are shipshape. The word nominal sounds to laymen watching the world over as a classic understatement. If things are great, then say fuel is great. NASA prefers the word nominal to indicate that. Systems are performing as the design engineers predicted in their simulation models. T-50 seconds and counting. The hoses that connect the shuttle to the launch pad began to fall away. Whirls of steam and smoke appeared around portions of the boosters. The tension was high. 45 seconds to go. SRB flight instrumentation recorders now going to record eyes riveted to computer screens. It takes hundreds of computers to make a successful launch. Only the mission generalists watch over the big picture, the screens across the front of the Behoth 80-foot-high room. T-minus 40 seconds and counting. External tank heaters now turned off in preparation for launch. Screens danced while minds focused on their jobs. It wasn't until there were only 34 seconds left on the countdown clock that anyone noticed. The main system's display monitor, the one that contained the sum of all other systems' information, displayed a message never seen before by anyone at NASA. At ComPM, EMO, C-Trista, MKalifov, and the Challenger welcome the crew of the space station Huddle Columbia. We have a go for auto-sequence start. Columbia's forward computers now taking over primary control of critical vehicle functions through liftoff. T-minus 30 seconds and counting. What the hell is that? Mission specialist Hawkins said to the technician who was monitoring the autocorrelation noise reduction systems needed to communicate with the astronauts once in space. 29. What? Sam Broadbent took off his earpiece. 28. Look at that. Hawkins pointed at the central monitor. 27. What does that mean? It's not in the book. 26. I don't know. No chances though. Hawkins switched his intercom selector to all, meaning that everyone online, including the mission control director, would hear. 25. We have an anomaly here, Hawkins said into his mouthpiece. 24. Specify anomaly, com. The dry voice returned. Hawkins wasn't quite sure how to respond. The practice runs had not covered this eventuality. Tip 23. Look up at video 6, switching over. Hawkins tried to remain unflustered. TW went. 2 copy com. Do you contain? 21. Negative mission control. It's an override. Hawkins answered. 20 firing sequence nominal. The voice of mission control annoyed Hawkins for the first time in his 8 years at NASA. Confirm and update. 19. Hawkins blew his cool. Look at the goddamned monitor for Chris' sakes. Just look, he yelled into the intercom. 18. Holy, who's, please confirm, local analysis. The sober voice sounded concerned for the first time. 17. Confirmed anomaly. Confirmed, confirmed, confirmed. The votes streamed in. SIC, we have a confirm. T-minus 15 SICs and countin'. Teen, we have a go for main engine start. 765. We have a main engine start. We have a cutoff. Columbia, we have a monitor anomaly, holding at T-minus 5. That's a Roger, Houston. The commander of Space Shuttle Columbia responded calmly. We have a manual abort override. Columbia's onboard computers confirm the cutoff. Can you verify, Columbia? That's a Roger. The huge block-letter message continued to blaze across the monitors. Craig Volker spoke rapidly into his master intercom system. Cut network feed. Cut direct feed. Cut now. Now! All TV networks suddenly lost their signal that was routed through NASA's huge video switches. NASA's own satellite feed was simultaneously cut as well. If NASA didn't want it going to the public, it didn't get sent. CNN got the first interview with NASA officials. What caused today's flight to be aborted? We detected a slight leak in the fuel tanks. We believe that the sensors were faulty, that there was no leak, but we felt in the interest of safety it would be best to abort the mission. Orbital alignment is not critical, and we can attempt a relaunch within 2 weeks. When we know more, we will make further information available. The NASA spokesman left abruptly. The CNN newsman continued. According to NASA, a malfunctioning fuel monitor was the cause of today's aborted shuttle launch. However, several seconds before the announced abort, our video signal was cut by NASA. Here is a replay of that countdown again. CNN technicians replayed one of their videotapes. The video monitors within mission control were not clear on the replay, but the audio was. Look at the goddamn monitor for Chris eggs. Just look. Then the video went dead. Steve Billings received an urgent message on his computer's email when he got home from classes. All it said was phone home. He dialed Nemo directly this time. Connection, neck. He chose Conversation Pit from the menu. La Creme was there, alone and probably waiting. What's the panic? You don't know? Creamy. Just finished exams. Been locked up in student hell. NASA Abor. Esh at Alans. Here to Camter Swit. Creamy. So, more Beckel fuel problems, I suppose. Not this time. NASA gossed an invitation. Cream, hook, and threes. Said he finally came through. Nope. From Carista and Caliphec. Cream, huh? Right, Esserius. She welcomed the crew of Columbia. Well, creamy, get real. I am. Check out CNN. They reconstructed the video snile before NASA shut the feed down. The monitors had a G-written from Saker's tag, aborted the damn mission. With cream, I don't get it, neither do I, but don't you play around. Don't you play around in NASA Comporch? Creamy, sure I do. Poke and play, I'm not alone. And reprogram the launch computish? Kermee, never. It's against the code I now that. But do you, Kermee, what are getting at? Okay, good buddy. D, you go on and put some messages on mince control, comporch. Cream, fuck, no, you know better than that. I hope to deuce that. Creamy, hey, thanks for the vote of confidence. No often says dude. Had I ask, then if you did to did. We jid. Cream, I don't know. That's sick. No shit, Sherlock. NASA's one prissed off Popeye. The haben Gomez quote, but the media's got it pidged that hackers are responsible. W may have to lock it up. Damn. Better get clean. Their security is for shit. No nothing. Besides, I get in as size up. I can erase my own tracks. Be tiner be sirs. I'm not going back. Not for a while. There's gotta be some serious heat on this. Can't blame 'em. What you suggest? Unclean, really. Believe you, guy? I do. But weave you, guy? I hope so. Friday, November 15, New York City Times, NASA S-Croops mission. Hackers A Play? By Scott Mason. NASA canceled the liftoff of the Space Shuttle Columbia yesterday, only 15 seconds prior to liftoff. Delays in the troubled shuttle program are nothing new. It seems that just about everything that can go wrong has gone wrong in the last few years. We watch fuel tanks leak, backup computers go bad, life support systems malfunction and suffer through a complete range of incomprehensible defects in the multi-billion-dollar space program. We got to the moon in one piece, but the politics of the shuttle program is overwhelming. Remember what Senator John Glenn said during his historic 3-orbit mission in the early days of the Mercury program. It worries me some. To think that I'm flying around up here in a machine built by the lowest bidder. At the time, when the space program had the support of the Council from the guidance of the young Kennedy and from the fear of the Soviet lead, Glenn's comment was meant to alleviate the tension. Successfully, at that. But since the Apollo fire and the Challenger disaster and an all too wide array of constant technical problems, political will is waning. The entire space program suffers as a result. Yesterday's aborted launch echoes of further bungling. While the management of NASA is undergoing critical review and executive replacements seem imminent, the new breed will have to live with past mistakes for some time. Unfortunately, most Americans no longer watch space launches, and those that do tune out once the astronauts are out of camera range. the space program suffers from external malaise as well as internal confusion. That is, until yesterday. In an unprecedented move, seconds after the countdown was halted, NASA cut its speeds to the networks, and all 4 channels were left with the omnipresent long-lens view of the space shuttle sitting idle on its launch pad. In a prepared statement, NASA blamed the aborted flight on yet another leak from the massive and exploit 355,000-gallon fuel tanks. In what will clearly become another public relations fiasco, NASA lied to us again. It appears that NASA's computers were invaded. CNN cooped the other 3 networks by applying advanced digital reconstruction to a few frames of video. Before NASA cut the feed, CNN was receiving pictures of the monitor walls from Miss Cyan Control in Houston, Texas. Normally, those banks of video monitors contain critical flight information, telemetry, orbital paths, and other data to ensure the safety of the crew and machinery. Yesterday, though, the video monitors carried a message to the nation. She RRST Ev May Kulafef and the Collinger welcomed the crew of the Space Shuttle Columbia. This was the message that NASA tried to hide from America. Despite the hallucinations of fringe groups who are prophesizing imminent contact with an alien civilization, this message was not from a large black monolith on the moon or from the red spot on Jupiter. A star baby will not be born. The threatening words came from a deranged group of computer hackers who thought it would be great sport to endanger the lives of our astronauts, waste millions of taxpayer dollars, retard military space missions, and make a mockery of NASA. After confronted with the undisputed evidence that CNN presented to NASA officials within hours of the attempted launch, the following statement was issued. The Space Shuttle Columbia flight performing a military mission was aborted 5 seconds prior to liftoff. First reports indicated that the reason was a minor leak in a fuel line. Subsequent analysis showed, though, that the sideband communications monitoring system displayed remote entry anomalies inconsistent with program launch sequence. Automatic system response mechanisms put the countdown on hold until it was determined that intermittent malfunctions could not be repaired without a launch delay. The launch date has been put back until November 29. Permit me to translate this piece of NASA speak with the straight skinny. The anomaly they speak of euphemistically was simple. A computer hacker or hackers got into the NASA computers and caused those nauseating words to appear on the screen. The implication was obvious. Their sickening message was a distinct threat to the safety of the mission and its crew. So, rather than an automated ISAC system shut down, as the CNN tape so aptly demonstrates, a vigilant technician shouted, "Look at the GIN! Monitor, for Christ's sakes, just look!" While the NASA computers failed to notice that they had been invaded from an outside source, their able staff prevented what could have been another national tragedy. Congratulations! If computer hackers, those insidious little moles who secretively poke through computer systems uninvited and unchecked, are the real culprits, as well-placed NASA sources suggest, they need to be identified quickly and be prosecuted to the fullest extent possible. There are laws that have been broken. Not only the laws regarding computer privacy, but legal experts say that cases can be made for conspiracy, sedition, blackmail, terrorism, and extortion. But according to computer experts, the likelihood of ever finding the Ruppers is somewhere between never and none. Unless they left a trail, which good hackers don't, they'll get away with this scot-free. Hackers have caused constant trouble to computer systems over the years, and incidents have been increasing in both number and severity. This computer assault needs to be addressed immediately. America insists on it, not only must. The hacker responsible for this travesty be caught. But NASA must also explain how their computers can be compromised so easily. If a bunch of kids can enter one NASA communications computer, then what stops them from altering flight computers, life support systems, and other computer-controlled activities that demand perfect operation? NASA, we expect an answer. This is Scott Mason, waiting for NASA to lift off from its duff and get down to business. Friday, November 15, New York City. Scott Mason picked up the phone on the first ring. "Scott Mason," he said without blinking. "Mr. Mason, this is Captain Kirk." The voice was serious, but did not resonate as did the distinctive voice that belonged to William Shatner. Scott laughed into the phone. "Live long and prosper." Mason replied in an emotionless voice. "I need to talk to you," the voice came right back. "So talk." Scott was used to anonymous callers, so he kept the rhythm of the conversation going. "You have it all wrong. Hackers aren't the ones." The voice was earnest. "What are you talking about?" Scott asked innocuously. "Your articles keep saying that hackers cause all the trouble on computers." "You're wrong." "Says who?" Scott decided to play along. "Says me. You obviously don't know about the code." "What code?" This was getting nowhere fast. "Listen, I know your phone is tapped, so I only have another few seconds. Do you want to talk?" "Tapped? What is this all about?" The annoyance was clear in Scott's voice. "You keep blaming everything on hackers. You're wrong. Prove it." Scott gave this phone call another 10 seconds. "I've been inside the NASA computers." That got Scott to wake up from the droll papers on his desk. "Are you telling me you wrote the message?" Scott could not contain his incredulity. "God, no." Captain Kirk was firm. "Do you have a modem at home?" "Yeah, so what?" Scott gave the caller only another 5 seconds. "What's the number?" "Is this love or hate?" "Time's up," thought Scott. "News." "What news?" "Do I talk to you or the National Expos, 1:30? I figured you might be a safer bet." The voice who called himself Captain Kirk gave away nothing, but the competitive threat was effective. "No contest. If it's real, what have you got?" Scott paid attention. "What's the number?" the voice demanded. "Your modem." "Okay, 914-555-2199. Scott gave his home modem number. "Be on at midnight." The line went dead. Scott briefly mentioned the matter to his editor, Doug, who in turn gave him a very hard time about it. "I thought you said Virus Hacker Connection was a big whole hum. As I recall, you said they weren't sexy enough. What happened?" "Eating crow can be considered a delicacy if the main course is phenomenal." "I see," laughed Doug. Creative way out, he thought. "He said he'd been plowing around NASA computers," Scott argued. "Listen, ask your buddy Ben how many crackpots admit to crimes just for the attention. It's crap." Doug was too jaded, thought Scott. No, it's legit," Scott said defensively. "Sounds like a hacker conspiracy to me." "Legit? Legit?" Doug laughed out loud. "Your last column just about called for all computer junkies to be castrated and drawn and quartered before they are hung at the stake. And now you think an anonymous caller who claims to be a hacker is for real? Come on, Scott, you can't have it both ways. Sometimes your conspiracies are a bit far-fetched, and when we hit, it sells papers." Scott reminded his boss that it was still a business. Nonetheless, Doug made a point that hit home with Scott. Could he both malign computer nerds as subhuman and then expect to derive a decent story from one of them? There was an inconsistent side there. Even so, some pretty despicable characters have turned state's evidence and made decent witnesses against their former cohorts. Had Captain Kirk really been where no man had been before? "You don't care if I dig a little?" Scott backed off and played the humble reporter. "It's your life." That was Doug's way of saying, "I told you there was a story here. Run. No problem, Chief." Scott snapped to mock attention and left his editor's desk before Doug changed his mind. Midnight, Scarsdale, New York. Scott went into his study to watch Nightline after grabbing a cold beer and turned on the light over his computer. His study could by all standards be declared a disaster area, which his ex-wife Maggie often did. In addition to the formal desk, 3 folding tables were piled high with newspapers, loose clippings, books, scattered notes, folders, magazines, and crumpled-up paper balls on the floor. The maid had refused to clean the room for 6 months since he blamed her for disposing of important notes that he had filed on the floor. They were back on good terms. He had apologized, but his study was a no man's or no mate's land. Scott battled to clear a place for his beer as his computer booted up, since he primarily used his computer for writing. It wasn't terribly powerful by today's standards. A mere 386SX running at 20 MHz and comparatively low-resolution VGA color graphics. It was all he needed. He had a modem in it to connect to the paper's computer. This way, he could leave the office early, right? His articles or columns at home and still have them in by deadline. He also owned a Gray D386 laptop computer for when he traveled, but it was buried beneath a mound of discarded magazines on one of the built-in floor-to-ceiling shelves that ringed the room. Scott wondered if Kirk would really call. He had seemed paranoid when he called this afternoon. Phones tapped. Where did he ever get that idea? Preposterous. Why wouldn't his phone at home be tapped if the ones at work were? We'll see. Scott turned the old 9-color television on the corner of the desk to nightline, enough to occupy him even if Kirk didn't call. He set the Compro communications program to auto-answer. If Kirk or anyone else did call him, the program would automatically sense the phone and his computer would alert him that someone else's computer had called his computer. He noticed the clock chime midnight as Nightline went overtime to further discuss the new Soviet Union. Fascinating, he thought. I grew up in the 60s and 70s when we give serious concern to blowing up the world, and today our allies of a half-century ago turned Cold War enemy are talking about joining NATO. At 12:02, Scott Mason's computer beeped at him. The beeping startled him. He looked at the computer screen as a first message appeared. WTFO. Scott didn't know what to make of it, so he entered a simple response, "Hello." The computer screen paused briefly, then came alive again. "Are you Scott Mason?" Scott entered yes. "This is Kirk." Scott wondered what the proper answer was to a non-question by a computer. So he retyped in his earlier greeting. "Hello." Again. "Is this your first time?" What a question. Scott answered quickly. "Please be gentle." "No, chatting on computer." "I call the computer at work. First time with a stranger. Is it safe?" Scott had a gestalt realization. This was fun. He didn't talk to the paper's computer. He treated it as an electronic mailbox. But there was an attractiveness to the anonymity behind the game. Even if this Kirk was a flaming asshole, he might have discovered a new form of entertainment. "Very good. You're quick. Not too quick, sweetheart. Is this really Scott Mason?" "Yes." Kirk, or whoever this was comfortable with anonymity, obviously, and paranoid. "Sure, play the game. You screwed up the NASA launch." "I did not." "Okay, it's you. Glad to know it. You got to know it. You got it all wrong." "What do I have wrong?" "What do I have wrong?" "About hackers. We're not bad. Only a few bad appels. Just like cops and reporters. I hope you're a good guy. You called me, remember? Still, it's not like you think." "Sure, I think." No, hackers. Basically a good lot we JY can purchase for purchase sake. That's what I've been saying really. Hey, do you know what a hacker really is? A guy who pokes his nose around where it's not wanted, like in NASA computers. That's what the press says, and so that's what the country thinks. But it's not necessarily so. So, change my mind. Let me give you the names of the VW hackers. Bill Gates, P. Founded Microsoft, worth a couple of billion. Mitek Copper. Founded Slotus. Steve Wozniak. Founded Lotus. Steve Wozniak founded a people. Get the point? You still haven't told me what you think a hacker is. A hacker is someone, W. Caxwood's Composh. Someone was small, was seeing them, programming them, figuring out how they work, what makes them tick, pushing them to the limit, extracting every last inch of power from them. Let me ask you a question. What do you call someone wash plays with the motor radios? What do you call someone wash prairie say calculator in? His short pocket with a dozen ballpoint, pence. In my day it was a slidey yule, and we called them propeller heads. That translates, good. And what do you call someone who flies airplanes for fun? A flyboy space jockey. A car tinker. A grease monkey and someone walks out of planes. Fucking crazy? Fair A and Duff? Burrs, the point, different strokes for. DEIF foreign folks. And it just so happens that people you like to play with compumpsh are called hackers. It's an old term from the 60s from the colleges, and at that time it wasn't derogatory. It didn't have the same negative connotations that it does and negative connotations that it does today thanks to you. Hackers are just a bunch of people play with computers instead of cars, bullets, airplanes, sports or whatever. That's it, pure and smumple. Okay, let's accept that for now. What about those stories of hackers running around inside of everybody else's computers and making computer viruses and all? Morris and Chase were hackers who caused a bunch of damage. Two separate issues. There are a number of hackers walkers do go probing and looking around other. Petless and quashed, compete. And I am proud to I am one of them. Wait a minute. You first say that hackers are the guys in the white hats, and then you admit that you are one of those criminal types who invades the privacy of others. There is a built for Spidwain looking around a computer reading its files and destroying them. I remember reading about this guy was broke into people's houses when they were out of town. He lived in their house until they came back and then left. Hey, you said they food, their TV, their shower and all, but never stole anything or did any damage. That's kinda what hackers do. Why? For the thrill? Oh, I guess that may be part of it, but it's really more than that. It's a thirst, at least for me sim, for me, for now head ledge. That's a line of crap. Really, let's compare. Let's say I was working in a garage and I was car enthusiast, but I did know I couldn't afford a Ferrari. So, during the day when my customers are at work, I take their cars out for a ride, and I even replace the gas. I do it for the thrill of the ride, not for the thrill of the crime. So you admit hacking is a crime? No. Agreed, entering some computers is considered a crime in some states. But in the state of Texas, if you leave your computer password tapped at the bottom of your desk drawer, you can go to Jake. I bet did now that. You made that up. Check it out. I don't know the legal jargon, but it's true. The ISSU is, for the guy pile, drives people's cars without their permission. That is really a crime. I guess a grand felony, right? Even if he does nothing but drive it around the block. But with Composh it's different. How is it different? First, there's no the fat. What about theft of service? ARG wobble, breaking and entering. Not AC according to my friend. His father is a lawyer, but you have to admit you are doing it without permission. No, not really. Oh, come on, listen. Let's say that you live in a house, nice place to make a home, and let's say that you and your neighbors dissatisfied. leave the keys to your houses on the curb of your street every day, even when you're home, so that anyone psurst and comments Pelon can pick up the keys and walk into your house anytime they want to. That's crazy. Of course it is. Boo! What would happen if you did that and then your house got broken into and you were robbed? I guess the police would figure me for a blithering idiot, a candidate for the funny farm, and my insurance company might have reason not to pay me after they canceled me. So what? That's what I do, and that's what my friends do. Around 4 people, the keys to their comparsh, lying around for anyone to pick up. When Wing find a set of keys, dove, it can't be that simple. No one would leave keys lying around for hackers. Warn go Medea breath. It's avastardly simple. I don't know of very many compruches that I can get into. Some people call it break-ins and entering. I call it a welcome mate. If you don't want me in your computer, then don't leave the front door. If you door open, if what you're saying is true, it is, completely. I have the keys to hundreds of comporch around the country and the world, and one way or another keys were well left liking in the street. So you said them to have a look around. I don't know if I buy this, but for now, I'll put that aside. So, where do these hacker horrors come from? Again, let's compare. If you left your keys in front of your house and half of your town knew it and 100 people went into your house to look around, how many would stay honest and just look? Not many, I guess. But with hackers, there's a code of ethics that most of us live by. BUTS in any group or associate there are FW bad appeals and they guide the rest of us a bad name. They get a kick out of hurting other people or stealing or whatever. Here's another something for your file. Every computer safe in the country has been entered by hackers. Every single one. That's impossible. Try me. I've been into over 1,000 myself, and there are thousands of guys like me. At least. I'm honest. Why should I believe that? To be talking arraign 2,000 mins he, throw me off the track. I could have a ignored you. I'm honoraceable. By the way, what's your name, Captain Kirk? No, really. On BBS, that's my only name. How can I call you? You can't. What's your handle? Handle? Like CB? Never had one? You need one, dude. Without it, you're just a reporter nerd. Been called worse. How about spook? That's what I'm doing. CNT. Leah laddie got a spook. Can't have two. Try again. What do you mean we? Ween. My group. You've already a Carter 401 and chosen the Legion of Doom. Well, I am part of another group, but I can't tell you what it's called. But I can tell you're not part of the inner circle. I know what I'll call you. Ripple Man, Reporter Man. Suspicious to ios to there. Hackers are up to no good. Okay, some are. But they're the exception. How merry mass. Good Samaritans other than Mother Teresa do you write about? Known. Only if they're killed in action. But mass murders are news. So all you news fleens make headlines on death and destercension. The media sells the hay pea and you can't any. Got me. You're right. That's what the public buys. But not all news is bad. Exactly. See the point? At least we don't do the crime. Just report it. What about these viruses? I suppose hackers are innocent of that too. By and large. Yes, people that write viruses and linif comparch as are the computer equivalent to serial killers. Or how about the guy with AIDS? Why ends his? Got tea and screw wes. As many people as ancient to sprayed it around. Viruses are dangerous and menend, No, hacker of the code would do that. You keep mentioning this code. What is the code? It's a code of ethics that most of yous live by. And it's crucial to a phase and stay of underground, crucial that survives by its wits. IT goes like this, never intentionally damage another computer. That's it. Pretty simple, huh? So you said earlier that you poke around NASA computers. And NASA just had a pretty good glitch that rings of hackers. Someone broke the code. Exactly. But no one's taking Reddit. Why would they? Isn't that a sure giveaway and a trip up the river? Yes and no. Morris, for example, admitted his mistake. Hey, was reading a virus for the exercise and it got out of control. Oops. Hey. I've hate you was serious about shutting down. Internet, he wouldn't have been found and he wouldn't have been it if they ever caught him. Proving he did it is next to impossible. So, hackers have strong egos. They like to get spare credit for infinite ingles cosas compute. It builds them a warpidation that they feed on. Virus builders are the same. If someone builds a virus and then feeds it into the system, he wants to get cleanfrit for it. So takes trick, hexen, and then gets caught, right? Go again. Let's say I told you that it told you that did stuff at NASA. So it was you? No. I said if it was mean. What would you do about it? What you do about it? What will? WHO, would you tell? The police, NASA, what would you tell them? That you did it. Woe am I. Good point. Who are you? I didn't do it. You see, most of you don't now eat each other than over the computer. It just don't matter walker I am. I don't know if I buy everything you say, but it is something to think about. So what about the NASA thing? I don't now. Nobody does. You mean, I gather, nobody has owned up to it exactly. How can I describe you? If I wanted to use you in an article that student, a major university, sounds like a letter to Penthouse Forum. Try the sex BS. If you've done nothing wrong, why not come forward? Not everyone believes what W does harmless. Neither do you. Yet, might be bad for my health. What time is it? Won't work. GUI. Time zones. I understand. One thing. If you're interested, I can arrange a trip through the First Trust Bank. Travel agent on the side. Inaway WE are all travel agents. Just that you might be interested. Let's say I am. Just call 212-555-976. Use the password Moneyman and the ID is 976. Look around all you want. Use F1 for help. I'll call you in a couple of days. Leah's your computer on. Connection terminated. Chapter 13, Wednesday, November 25. Hackers. Hamper Holiday Hellos by Scott Mason. As most of my readers know by now, I have an inherent suspicion of lame excuses for bureaucratic bungling. If any of you were unable to make a long-distance phone call yesterday, you weren't alone. AT&T, the long-distance carrier that provides the best telephone service in the world, handles in excess of 100,000 calls daily. Yesterday, less than 25% got through. Why? There are two possible answers: AT&T's official response, and another, equally plausible and certainly more sinister reason that many experts claim to be the real culprit. According to an AT&T spokesperson from its Basking Ridge, New Jersey office, in my 20 years with AT&T, I have not seen a crisis so dramatic that it nearly shut down operations nationwide. According to insiders, AT&T came close to declaring a national emergency and asking for federal assistance. Airlines and hotel reservation services reported that phone traffic was down between 65–90%. Telemarketing organizations said that sales were off by over 80%. Perhaps an understanding of what goes on behind the scenes of a phone call is in order. When you pick up your phone, you hear a dial tone that is provid ed by the local exchange company, or, as more commonly called, a baby bell. The LEC handles all local calls within certain dialing ranges. A long-distance call is switched by the LEC to the 4ESS, a miracle of modern communications. There are 114 number 4 and 5 electronic switching systems used in all major AT&T switching offices across the country. A few rural areas still use relays and mechanical switches over 40 years old. When it rains, the relays get sticky and so does the call. Now here's the invisible beauty. There are 14 direct connects between each of the 114 4ESSs and every other 4ESS, each capable of handling thousands of calls at once. So rarely do we ever get a long-distance busy signal, the systems automatically reroute themselves. The 4ES then calls its own STP, signal transfer point, within an SS7 network. The SS7 network determines from which phone number the call originated and its destination. More about that later. It sends out an IAM, initial address message, to the destination 4ESS switch and determines if a line is available to complete the call. The SS7 is so powerful it can actually create up to 7 additional virtual paths for the heaviest traffic. 800 numbers, dial-a-port 900 numbers, and other specially coded phone numbers are translated through the NCP network control point and routed separately. Who had enough? So have I. The point is, massive computer switches all across our nations automatically. Select the routing for each call. A call from Miami to New York could be sent through 4 ESSs in Dallas, Los Angeles, and Chicago before reaching its ultimate destination. But what happened yesterday? It seems that the switches got real stupid and slowed down. For those readers who recall the internet worm in November of 1988 and the phone system slowdown in early 1990, and then again in 1991, computers can be infected with errors, either accidentally or otherwise, and forced to misbehave. AT&T's explanation is not satisfying for those who remember that AT&T had said it can never happen again. Today's official explanation is a minor hardware problem in one of our New York City 4ESS switches caused a cascading of similar hardware failures throughout the network. From all appearances, a faulty piece of software in the SS7 networks was the culprit. Our engineers are studying the problem and expect a solution shortly. We are sorry for any inconvenience to our valued customers. I agree with AT&T on one aspect. It was a software problem. According to well-placed sources who asked to remain anonymous, the software problems were intentionally introduced into AT&T's long-distance computers by person or persons yet to be identified. They went on to say that internal investigation teams had been assigned to find out who and how the bug was introduced. Regardless of the outcome of the investigation, AT&T is expected, they say, to maintain the cover of a hardware failure at the request of the public relations vice president. AT&T did, to their credit, get long-distance services up and running at 11:30 p.m. last night, only 9 hours after the problem first showed up. They reinstalled an older SS7 software, Procyon, that is widely known to contain some operational anomalies, according to the company. But they still feel that it is more reliable than what is currently in use. If, in fact, the biggest busy signal in history was caused by intruders into the world's largest communication systems, then we need to ask ourselves a few questions. Was yesterday a symbolic choice of dates for disaster or mere coincidence? Would the damage have been greater on a busier business day? Could it affect our defense systems and the government's ability to communicate in case of emergency? How did someone, or some group, get into AT&T's computers and affect an entire nation's ability to do business? And then, was there a political motivation sufficient to justify an attack on AT&T and not on Sprint or MCI? Perhaps the most salient question we all are asking ourselves is, when will it happen again? This is Scott Mason. Busy, busy, busy. Tomorrow, is Big Brother listening? Friday, November 27, Times Square, New York. The pre-winter overnight snowstorm in New York City turned to sleet and ice as the temperature dropped. That didn't stop the traffic, though. Hundreds of thousands of cars still crawled into Manhattan to ensure downtown gridlock. If the streets were drivable, the city wouldn't stop. Not for a mere ice storm. Steam poured from subway grates and manhole covers as rush-hour pedestrians huddled from the cold winds, tromping through the grimy snow on the streets and sidewalks. The traffic on 42nd Street was at a near standstill, and the intersection at Broadway and 7th Avenues, where the Dow Chemical Building stood, was unusually bad. Taxis and buses and trucks and cars all fought for space to move. As the southbound light on 7th turned green, a dark blue Ford Econoline van screeched forward and cut off two taxis to make a highly illegal left turn. It curved too quickly and too sharply for the dangerously icy conditions and began to slide sideways. The driver turned the wheel hard to the left against the slide, compensating in the wrong direction, and then he slammed on the brakes. The van continued to slide to the right as it careened toward the sidewalk. The van rotated and headed backwards at the throngs of pedestrians. They didn't notice until it was too late. The van spun around again and crashed through a McDonald's window into the dense breakfast crowds. As it crushed several patrons into the counter, the van stopped, suddenly propelling the driver through the windshield into the side of the yogurt machine. His neck was broken instantly. Getting emergency vehicles to Times Square during the AM rush hour is in itself a lesson in futility, given that 17 were pronounced dead on the scene and another 50 or more were injured. The task this Monday morning was damned near impossible. Cityites come together in a crisis, and until enough paramedics arrived, people from all walks of life tended to the wounded and respectfully covered those beyond help. Executives in three-piece suits work with 7th Avenue delivery boys in harmony. Secretaries laid their expensive furs on the slushy street as pallets for the victims. It was over 2 hours before all the wounded were transferred to local hospitals and the morgue was close to finishing its cleanup efforts. Lieutenant Mel Kavitz, 53rd Precinct, Midtown South, NYPD, made it to the scene as the more grisly pieces were put away. He spoke to a couple of officers who had interviewed witnesses and survivors. The media were already there, adding to the frigid chaos. 2 of the local New York TV stations were broadcasting live, searching out sound bites for the evening news, and all 3 dailies had reporters looking for quotable quotes. Out of the necessity created by such disasters, the police had developed immunity to the media circus. "That's it, Lieutenant." Seems the van made a screwball turn and lost control. The young, clean-shaven patrolman shrugged his shoulders. Only 27, he had still been on the streets long enough not to let much bother him. "Who's the driver?" Lieutenant Kavitz scanned the scene. "It's a foreign national, one, Joseph Mumbala, second-year engineering student at Columbia." The young cop looked down and spoke quietly. "He didn't make it." "I'm not surprised. Look at this mess." The lieutenant took it in stride. "Just what McDonald's needs. Another massacre." "Anything on him?" Kavitz asked, half suspecting, half hoping. "Clean. As clean as raghead can be." "Okay, that's enough. What about the van?" "The van!" "The van! The van!" Kavitz said pointedly at the patrolman. "The van!" "What's in it? Has anybody looked?" No, sir. We've been working with the injured. I'm sure of course. I'm sorry." Kavitz waved off the explanation. "Must have been pretty rough." He looked around and shook his head. "Anything else, officer?" "No, sir, that's about it." "We still don't have an exact count, though." It'll come soon enough, soon enough. Kavitz left the young patrolman and walked into the bloodbath, pausing only briefly before opening the driver's side door. Let's see what's in this thing. D'ye hear about the mess over at Times Square? Ben Shellhorn walked up to Scott Mason's desk at the City Times. Yeah, pretty gruesome. The Exchange, McDonald's. You really scrape the bottom, don't you? Scott grinned devilishly at Ben. Maybe some guys do, not me. Ben sat down next to Scott's desk. But that's not the point. There's something else. What's that? Scott turned to Ben. The van. The van? Scott asked. Yeah, the van. The van that busted up the McBreakfast crowd. What about it? Ben hurried. Well, it was some sort of high-tech lab on wheels. Computers and radios and stuff. Pretty wild. Why's that so unusual? Phone company, computer repair place, EPA monitors, could be anything. Scott seemed disinterested. If that were true, you're right. But this was a private van, and there's no indication of what company it worked for. And the driver's dead. Personal ID only. No company, no numbers, no nothing except this. He handed a sheaf of computer printouts to Scott. Look familiar? Scott took the papers and perused them. They were the same kind that Scott had received from Beto, his unknown donor. These were new documents as far as Scott could tell. He didn't recognize them as part of his library. They only contained some stock tips and insider trading information from a leading Wall Street brokerage house. Pretty tame stuff. These, Scott pointed at the papers. These were in the van? That's what I said, Ben said triumphantly. How did you get them? Scott pushed. I have a few friends on the force, and well, this is my beat, you know. Crime, disaster, murder, violence, crisis, death and destruction on the streets. Good promo stuff for the Big Apple. Are there any more? Scott ignored Ben's self-pity. My guy said there were so many that a few wouldn't make any difference. Holy Christ, Scott said aloud as he sat back in thought. What is it, Scott? Does this mean something? Can I have these, Ben? Do you need them? Nah, there's no blood on 'em. Not my kind of story. I just remembered that secret papers and computers are your thing, so they're yours. Ben stood up. Just remember, next time you hear about a serial killer, it's mine. Deal. And, hey, thanks a lot. Drinks on me. Scott caught Ben before he left. Ben, one more thing. Yeah? Ben stopped. Can you get me into that van? Just to look around? Not to touch, just to look? Scott would have given himself a vasectomy with a weed eater to have a look. This was his first solid lead on the source of the mysterious and valuable documents that he had stymied him for so long. He had been unable to publish anything significant due to lack of confirming evidence. Any lead was good lead, he thought. It may cost another favor, but sure what the fuck. I'll set it up. Call you. Ben waved as he walked off, leaving Scott to ponder the latest developments. The interior of the dark blue Ford Econoline van was not in bad shape since the equipment was bolted into place. The exterior, though, was thoroughly trashed, with too many bloodstains for Scott to stomach. It was a bad reek, even for the police impound. While Ben kept his cooperative keeper of the peace occupied, he signaled to Scott that he would only have a minute, so please make it quick. Scott entered the van with all his senses piqued. He wanted to take mental pictures and get as much detail as he could. Both sides of the van contained steel shelving with an array of equipment bolted firmly in place. It was an odd assortment of electronics, noticed Scott. There were 2 IBM personal computers with large YSYU monitors. What you see is what you get. Monitors were generally used for intensive word processing or desktop publishing. In a van, odd, a digital oscilloscope and waveform monitor were stacked over one of the computers. Test equipment and no hand tools, no answer. Over the other computers sat a small black and white television and a larger color television monitor. 2 cellular phones were mounted behind the driver's seat. Strange combination. Then he noticed what appeared to be a miniature satellite dish, only 8 or so inches across. He recognized it as a parabolic microphone. Aha, that's it. Some sort of spy-type surveillance vehicle, tracking drug dealers and assorted lowlifes. But a privately registered vehicle? No sign of any official affiliations to known enforcement agencies? Scott felt his minute was gone in only few seconds. "Well, you find what you're looking for?" Ben asked Scott after they had left the police garage grounds overlooking the Hudson River. Scott looked puzzled. "It's more light by not finding anything I eliminated what it's not." Ben scowled. "Hey, Riddle Man, back to earth. Was it a waste or what?" "Far from it." Scott's faraway glaze disappeared as his personal eureka set in. "I think I may have stumbled. Sorry, you stumbled onto something that will begin to put several pieces in place for me. And if I'm right, even a little bit right, holy shit. I mean, woolly shit. Clue me in, man. What's the skinny? You got Pulitzer eyes." Ben tried to keep up with Scott as their pace quickened. "I gotta make one phone call for a confirmation. And if it's a yes, then we got one Fakuva story." "No, it's yours, man, yours. Just let me keep the blood and guts. Besides, I don't even know what you're talking about. You ain't said shit. Keep it. Just keep your promise on the drinks. Okay?" Scott arrived at Grand Central as the huge clock opposed the giant Kodak photograph struck 4 o'clock. He proceeded to track 22 where the 413 to Scarsdale and White Plains was waiting. He walked down to the third car and took a seat that would only hold 2. He was saving it for Tyrone Duncan hopped on the crowded train seconds before it left the station. He dashed down the aisle of the crowded car. There was only one empty seat next to Scott Mason. Scott's rushed call gave Ty an excuse to leave work early. It had been one of those days. Ty collapsed in a sweat on the seat next to Scott. "Didn't your mother tell you it's not polite to keep people waiting?" Scott made fun of Tyrone. "Didn't your mama tell you not to irritate crazy overworked black dudes who carry a gun?" Scott took the hint. It was safest to ignore Ty's diatribe completely. "I think I got it figured out. Thought you might be interested." Scott teased Duncan. Tyrone turned his head away from Scott. "If you do, I'll kiss your bare ass on Broadway." "We don't have shit." He sounded disgusted with the performance of his bureau. Scott puffed up a bit before answering. The pride did not go unnoticed by Duncan. "I figured out how these guys, these blackmailers, whoever they are, get their information." Scott paused for effect, which was not lost on Duncan. "I don't care anymore. I've been pulled from the case," Tyrone said, sounding exhausted. "Well," Scott smirked, "I think you just might care anyway." Tyrone felt himself Scott putting him into a trap. "What have you got?" Scott relished the moment. The answer was so simple. He saw the anticipation in Tyrone's face, but they had become friends and didn't feel right about prolonging the tension. Van Eck. Duncan was expecting more than a 2-word answer that was absolutely meaningless to him. "What? What is Van Eck?" "The expressway," he said, referring to the New York expressway that had been a 14-mile line traffic jam since it opened some 40 years ago. "Not Van Wyck, Van Eck. Van Eck radiation. That's how they get the information." Duncan was no engineer, and he knew that Scott was proficient in the discipline. He was sure he had an education coming. "For us feeble-minded simpletons, would you mind explaining?" "I know about Van Allen radiation belts, nuclear radiation. But okay, I give. What's this Van Eck?" Scott had not meant to humble Tyrone that much. "Sorry, it's a pretty arcane branch of engineering, even for techie types. How much do you know about computers, electronics?" "Enough to get into trouble. I can wire a stereo, and I know how to use the computers at the bureau, but that's about it. Never bothered to get inside those monsters. Consider me an idiot." Never, just a novice. It's lecture time. Computers, I mean PCs, the kind on your desk and at home, are electronic devices. That's no great revelation. As you may know, radio waves are caused by the motion of electrons, current, down a wire. Ever heard or seen interference on your TV? Sure. We've been down this road before with your EMP bombs. Tyrone cringed at the lecture he had received on secret defense projects. Exactly. Interference is caused by other electrical devices that are running near the radio or TV. Essentially, everything that runs on electricity emanates a field of energy, an electromagnetic field. Well, in TV and radio, an antenna is stuck up in the air to pick up or hear the radio waves. You simply tune it into the frequency you want to listen to. I know, like on my car radio. Those are preset, though. Doesn't matter. They still pick the frequency you want to listen to. Can you just hold that thought and accept it at face value? Scott followed his old teaching techniques. He wanted to make sure that each and every step of his explanation was clearly understood before going on to the next. Tyrone Enel edged that while he wasn't an electronic engineer, he wasn't stupid either. Good. Well, computers are the same. They radiate an electromagnetic field when they're in use. If the power is off, then there's no radiation. Inside the computer, there are so many radiated fields that it looks like garbage, pure noise to an antenna. Filtering out the information is a bitch, but you can easily tune into a monitor. Monitors. You mean computer screens? Tyrone wanted to clarify his understanding. Monitors, CRTs, screens, cathode ray tubes, whatever you want to call them, the inside of most monitors is just like television sets. There is an electron beam that writes to the surface of the screen, the phosphor-coated one. That's what makes the picture. That's how a TV works. I always wondered. Duncan was only half kidding, so the phosphor coating gets hit with a strong electron beam, full of high voltage energy, and the phosphor glows just for a few milliseconds. Then the beam comes around again and either turns it on or leaves it off, depending upon what the picture is supposed to show. Make sense? That's why you could go frame to frame on a VCR, isn't it? Every second, there are actually lots of still pictures that change so quickly that the eye is fooled into thinking it's watching motion. Really, it's a whole set of photograph being flipped through quickly. Duncan picked up the essentials on the first pass. Scott was visibly impressed. Bingo! So this beam is directed around the surface of the screen about 60 times every second. What moves the beam? Duncan was following closely. You are one perceptive pain in the butt, aren't you? You nailed it right on the head. Scott enjoyed working with bright students. Duncan's smile made his pudgy face appear larger than it was. Inside the monitor are what is called deflection coils. Deflection coils are magnets that tell the beam where to strike the screen's surface. One magnet moves the beam horizontally across the screen from left to right, and the other magnet, the vertical one, moves the beam from the top to the bottom. Same way as in a TV. Scott paused for a moment. He had given similar descriptions before, and he found it useful to let audience have time to create a mental image. Sure, that makes sense. So what about this radiation? Duncan impatiently asked. He wanted to understand the full picture. Well, magnets concentrate lots of electrical energy in a small place, so they create more intense or stronger magnetic fields, electromagnetic radiation if you will. In this case, the radiation from a computer monitor is called Van Eck radiation, named after the Dutch electrical engineer who described the phenomena. Scott sounded pleased with his Radiation 101 course brief. Tyrone wasn't satisfied, though. So how does that explain the blackmail and the infamous papers you have? And why do I care? I don't get it. The confused look on Tyrone's face told Scott he hadn't successfully tutored his FBI friend. It's just like a radio station. A computer monitor puts out a distinctive pattern of radio waves from the coils and pixel radiations from the screen itself at a comparatively high power. So, with a little radio tuner, you can pick up the signals on the computer screen and read them for yourself. It's the equivalent of eavesdropping on a computer. The stunned grimace on Duncan's face was all Scott needed to see to realize that he now had communicated the gist of the technology to him. Are you telling me, Tyrone searched for the words and spoke slowly, that a computer broadcasts what's going on inside it? That anyone can read anyone else's computer? In a sense, yes. Tyrone looked out the window as they passed through Yonkers, New York. He whistled quietly to himself. How did you find out? Where did you? The question spewed forth. There was a reek, midtown, and there was a bunch of equipment in it. Then I checked it out with a couple of engineer friends who are more up on this than I am. They confirmed it. This stuff was in a van? How far away does this stuff work? Duncan gave away his concern. According to my sources, with the proper gear, 2 or 3 miles is not unreasonable. In New York, maybe only a half a mile. Interference and steel buildings and all. Manhattan is a magnetic sewer, as they say. Shit, this could explain a lot. The confident persona of the FBI professional returned. The marks all claim that there was no way for the information to get out, yet it did. Scott, is it possible that, how could one person get all this stuff from so many companies? The pointed question was one of devil's advocacy. That's the scary part, if I'm right. But this is where I need your help. Scott had given his part. Now to complete the tale, he needed the cooperation of his friend. The story was improving. Jesus, Duncan said quietly, contemplating the implications. Most people believe that their computers are private. If they knew that their innermost secrets were really being broadcast for anyone to hear, it might change their behavior a little. Scott had had the time to think about the impact if this was made public. No shit, Sherlock. It makes me wonder who's been listening in on our computers all these years. Maybe that's why our jobs seem to get tougher every day. Duncan snapped himself back from the mental digression. Where do you go from here? Scott was prepared. He had a final bombshell to lay on Duncan before specifying his request. There are a couple of things that make me think. First, there is no way that only one guy could put together the amount of information that I have. I've told you how much there is. From all over the country. That suggests a lot more than one person involved. I don't know how many. That's your job. 2. These blackmail threats. Obviously, whoever is reading the computers, Van Ecking them is what I call it, has been sending the information to someone else. Then they, in turn, call up their targets and let them know that their secrets are no longer so secret. Then 3. They have been probably sending the information to other people, on paper, like me in the National Expos. I have no idea if any others are receiving similar packages. What I see here is a coordinated effort to. Scott held Tyrone's complete attention. You still haven't told me what you need. Lay it on me, buddy. There can't be much more. Doesn't it make sense that if we had one van and the equipment inside, we could trace it down and maybe see if there really are other Van Eck vans out there? For an operation that's this large, there would have to be a backup, a contingency. The excitement oozed from Scott as his voice got louder. Cha! Tyrone cautioned. The trains have ears. I don't go for conspiracy theories, I never have. Right now, all we have is raw, uncorrelated data. No proof. Just circumstantial events that may have nothing to do with each other. Bullshit. Look at this. Scott opened up his briefcase and handed a file folder to Tyrone. What is it? Looks like a news story that, you wrote, and it's about some mergers. Big deal. Duncan closed the folder. What does this have to do with anything? This? Yes, I wrote the story. 2 days ago. It hasn't been printed yet. Scott took the folder back. I found this copy in the van that was wrecked 2 days ago. It was Van Eck from my computer the day I wrote it. They've been watching me and my computer. Now wait a second, there are 100 possible answers. You could have lost a copy or someone got it from your wastebasket. Duncan wasn't convincing either to himself or to Scott. Scott smirked as Tyrone tried to justify the unbelievable. "You want to play?" Scott asked. "I think I'd better. If this is for real, no one has any privacy anymore." "I know I don't." The end. Thank you for listening to this story. I hope you enjoyed the journey, the characters, and the world they carried with them. If you enjoyed this audiobook, please subscribe to the channel and leave a comment below. Your support helps keep these stories alive and allows more timeless books to be shared with listeners around the world. Until next time, thank you for listening.